up, everybody? Welcome to the Member Show. It is Colin, and I am joined by my lovely co-host Jose and the even lovelier Mia from Spurs Between the Lines. What is up, Mia? How are you today?
Yeah, not too bad. I walked the dog earlier and it was lovely and sunny, and now it's all cloudy and horrible. So I'm not impressed with the English weather.
Sounds about like the Indiana weather. It's nasty around here. So I feel that. How about on the coast, Jose? Weather nice on the coast.
Mia's on the coast as well, but I'm more that way to Mia, and for us the sun's still out at the moment.
We'll send it over to you, Joe. Don't worry, we'll send it over. I'll send the clouds over to you.
No, I don't want that, Mia. I don't want that.
So I've got to know now. Everybody, by the way, you are watching Talking Ball slash L Talk Cockroach. This is all of us. We're all here. And everybody, welcome in, everyone. I hope your day is going very well.
This is Talk and Ball. It's the Talk and Ball Members Show. There's no anyone. It's just Talk and Ball Members Show.
You know, I just love you guys. I just love giving you all kinds of credit. And speaking of people that I love, look who's already in the chat. It's Dekaru, telling everybody to hit that like button, but don't hit him.
Dekaru, I hope you got my message. I left it to tell you what 3 games you haven't given me. So if you want to give them to me, the first game starts in like 15 minutes. So if you want to do it, you can do it there.
Boom, boom, boom. Dekaru found out that he is part of a group that he can't get out of as easy as he thought. The only way out is in a box, he found out. But Dekaru.
It's like a cult. You can't get out of it.
Exactly. You guys drank the Kool-Aid. You are in.
Sorry, can I just say, James the Tottenham fan, if you go to my community page on L-Talk Cockerel, you'll see the fixtures for this week if you want to get your predictions in. Sorry, it's just I saw him come into the chat.
Yeah, no, what's up, James? I'm glad you're here. I've been told I've been messaged on WhatsApp, so I want to check that out really quickly here. Big love to Donna, who has said what's up to me on WhatsApp. So we've got all kinds of people in the house. So Donna Colin is here.
Donna's got your number.
Yeah, and good point. Yes, Donna does have my number now. Big up to however that happened. We've got Daniel E in the house.
Right, Dan, I know that you're working till 2:30, and what I did, I saw your message. You're all right. You're clear because your first games kick off at 3. So the ones that you've missed, I've already responded back to you, Dan. So you missed about 5 or 6, and I've responded back to you.
Nice, everybody. Dan might be killing us at the end of this. Dan's gonna get those points this week. I can feel it. So we've got Donna in the house telling me to check WhatsApp.
I think she's a bit of a weird stalker. She's stalking you on here and on WhatsApp. I'm a bit concerned by the fact that she's got your number. I'm not gonna lie.
Hey, I like the attention, so it's fine. That's why we're all here, right? We like attention. But
some of us more than others, evidently.
But hey, as long as I'm not denying it, you know. Graham, Spurs GTTV is in the house.
Hi, Graham.
Graham, what's up? Shemtan is in the house. What is up, my guy?
Hi, Shemtan.
Look at that. The amazing, wonderful Mia. You get 2 descriptors. Yeah. Me and Jose get none. You get 2. So.
Thank you. They're not quite true, but I will take them.
I think they're true. And look at this. Mia's a member. Dekaru's a member. Don is a member. And look at this. Sanchez Bethnal Green, also a member, saying afternoon. Colin, Jose, and Mia.
Sanchez the Geezer. Bethnal Green.
Oh, is that his official name?
That's what he always says to us. He says, "All right, geezers."
Yeah,
geezer, right, fella.
Yeah.
So wait, what part of London is
Bethnal Green? Is East London.
Okay.
East London.
Yeah.
Nice. EastEnders.
But Sanchez, I think, lives out in Kent now. So a lot of the East End people move out to Kent anyway. So.
Is that where you retire? Like the East End is kind of hardcore. You get a little older, a little more quiet. You want to go to Kent.
They become even more gangsterish when they go to Kent.
Oh,
more gangsters than when they're in East London.
Snap! Oh man, Sanchez, I don't want any smoke, buddy.
Well, he's saying the proper Cockney geezer. Does that mean that he knows Danny He's like,
No, it means he was born near the Bow Bells. He was born within striking distance of the Bow Bells.
Right over my head. Right over my head, but I'm just gonna go with it. I totally know what you guys are talking about. Totally. Retire, LOL. We're all criminals, he said.
I mean,
and look at this. Sim Tam says, "Hey, here I'll make it up to you too as well." The handsome Jose and the hairy Colin. How is that? It's perfect, my man. Perfect. I love it. I love it. And
we're being blessed by everybody this morning.
Absolutely.
This afternoon.
Yeah, it's a morning for me for sure. Everybody, though, if you are watching and you are a member, the link to join the show is in the members section on the Facebook page. I went ahead and posted it in there. I'm guessing that's where Mia found it.
I did.
She's so cool. You're so cool, Mia. And yeah, Daniel saying he finishes at 2. Jose, if you're still on at that time, I will write the predictions on the chat, mate. And if we're not,
just respond back to my message that I left on the community page, because I've answered you, Dan, and I've actually left the fixtures you missed out. I've left them there. So just respond back to me on there, mate, and I'll catch them from there, because that means I'll get all 6 or 7 in one go.
Boom, boom, boom. So, geez, football, right? That's the thing. That's the thing we all love. Anybody
talk about it?
We don't have to. We can talk about anything you want. I was just gonna say I saw Lo Celso scored a goal. I'm getting ready to watch that.
And Romero.
Wait,
and
Romero scored. So he gets to. Okay. Was it a header or was it? Well, I'll watch it. I'll just watch it. But here comes Argentina versus El Salvador. That's not even a real goal. That shouldn't count. No offense to El Salvador.
Yeah, she got them 2 scored for Argentina. Johnson scored for Wales.
Ooh, that was a nice goal though by Lo Celso. I can't lie, that was nice. The interplay between the whole team was lovely.
Kulusevski assisted for one of the Sweden goals, but they got beat 5-2 by Portugal.
Oh, really? Okay.
Yeah. So he assisted in one of the goals. Johnson scored for Wales. And then the other thing was that
Dane Scarlett got a hattie, it looks like.
He got a hat-trick for the under-20s. And Donnelly captained the England 19s, and there were 5 Tottenham players. 4 started the game, and Abbott came off the bench. So 5 Tottenham players played for the under-19s.
Snap! That's awesome. You can't beat that with a stick. I'm getting excited about Dane Scarlett. I've always wondered. I've been on the camp that's like, I don't think he's going to contribute. I don't think Dane has the tools to, you know what I mean, to step in and to be a part of this club. I didn't think he was Premier League material. Maybe I'm wrong. Hopefully I'm wrong. Everybody said that about a certain man with a statue that's been in a basement for 2 years. Everyone said he couldn't do it in the Premier League and that, his loans weren't impressive, and look what we got. So maybe we're going to get another Kane out of our Dane. I don't know. What do you guys think about Dane Scarlett? Do you think he's going to be able to contribute to the team?
Yeah, I think he's all right. I think he's better than what people have given him credit for. I think anyway. I think he's got that drive as well. I think he's got that real drive to do it. And sometimes wanting to and having that drive is better, because you can have all the skill in the world, but if you haven't got the drive or the determination, then that's not going to get you anywhere. But if you've got the determination, because you always want to do better, right? Because you're determined. So
Scarlett was like the new hot prospect a few seasons ago, and I think some of the previous managers said that this kid's going to go far, and this kid's going to go places.
Did you say geezer almost?
Kid.
Oh, I thought you were going to say this geezer's going to go far.
Kid, because he was a kid at the time, and they said he's going to go places. And I mean, I don't know what your thoughts are, Mia and Colin, but the under-20s team, Scarlett played, got a hat-trick. Divine, I think, was a substitute and didn't play. Divine seems to have fallen off a cliff since he's gone to Plymouth. He played the first 3 games, and after that he's been subbed, unused, come on, got a few minutes here and there, where Phillips is getting more game time than Divine at Plymouth. And in the under-20s, Divine wasn't even selected in the first 11. So yeah, it's a bit of Scarlett seems to be pushing on, although I don't know how many other strikers the under-20s have got, but yeah, it just means that you've got a further player next year. He will be home. Well, sorry, he'll still be under 21, so he won't count as part of the squad. So if you have to have a bigger squad for next season, you've already got a youngster there that can count without taking one of your 25 spaces up.
Exactly. Yeah. Well said. Well said. I think after his latest haircut, his latest hairstyle change, he seems to have like jumped up a notch in skill. So if that's the case, definitely don't cut the hair, Dane. Keep it long.
But he's bulked out as well now. He looks
Yeah,
like a man. He doesn't look like a kid anymore.
That's very true.
Yeah, no,
So
I
it's
agree.
true.
He was
he's bulked
because
out.
before he was like a bit slight, wasn't he? He was quite a slight boy. But yeah, no, I agree. He has bulked out a little.
Yeah.
And
He
it
looks-
doesn't
he
look
looks
like
more
it's
like a
affected
man.
his speed, or sometimes when players bulk out, it hurts them in other areas of their game. But Dane, yeah, it doesn't look like it slowed him down, so that's wonderful. James, a Tottenham fan, was letting us know when we were talking about goal scorers that Johnson also scored. I just watched his goal. It seems like he almost was offside. That was hilarious. I watched Johnson's goal, and it looked like he just about he didn't even need to hit it. He was just there.
I think
it was already going in.
I think Ben Davis scored as well, but they chalked it off. After a really, really long delay, they ended up chalking it off.
See, I'm gonna have to check that again as well. I love me some Ben Davis. Descartes says he's actually he'll actually come chat online the week after Easter. He's been watching cars go round in circles all day. Might have had a drink or two. You don't have to behave tonight, Descartes. Don't worry about that. We don't.
The Australian Grand Prix on. That's what it is. The Australian Grand Prix on there at the moment in Australia.
Oh my God! Nice.
So this morning, earlier on, about 6 hours ago, 5 or 6 hours ago, it was qualifying.
Yeah. We've
and
sweet.
bearing in mind it's like 11:20 for Dakar. It's now 11:23 in the evening.
Jesus, Descartes, thanks for joining us, man. I appreciate you sacrificing these late hours to spend with us. And look who is in the background, you guys. It's Donna. It's one of the Spurs higher ups, the big wigs at Tottenham. Donna Cullen. What's up, Donna? You good?
Wagwan, Mr. Colin.
Wagwan. Hope you're well, Donna. Hope
I'm
you're
doing
well.
good.
Good.
Donnie,
Me
you
too.
sound awfully like a man trying to put on a woman's voice.
My throat is hurting a bit.
Ah, you've got a really distinctive accent as well. It doesn't sound much like a London accent.
Hey,
Just saying, if it's Donna Cullen, it doesn't sound like Donna Cullen's
I don't
in
talk
a
to-
London
I-
accent.
I hadn't met her until now. You know what I mean? So I don't know. But Donna, it's good to have you here. What did you think about the international games? Have you got to see any of those goals scored by our boys yet?
Yeah, I heard that Mr. Romero, Mr. Lo Celso, and Mr. Johnson scored goals. I am very happy for all of them, although I don't enjoy the international football that much.
Yeah, I get it. Sanchez.
I agree with that. I think
I-
Donna's a geezer. I ain't gonna lie.
I think that international football also kind of sucks, but I'm right there with. I agree with everybody if that's okay. Daniel E is talking about Scarlett and says he puts him in that parrot bracket, hyped up to the moon, but he's not Tottenham level. Yeah, I wonder if we're at the point where Parrott is a better prospect than.
Do you know what? My personal opinion on this, right, is
Did Barrett score a goal?
No,
They haven't. They've not played yet. I think they're playing today.
Okay, well, I bet he will.
I
I
think
bet he will.
the Irish play today. But for me, Parrott, when you look at Parrott and Scarlett, Dan, because you've put the comment up here, my personal opinion is I don't put them both in the same bracket. I think Scarlett is a far better prospect than Parrott, and I thought that before, and nothing has changed my mind. I still believe that he's got a higher ceiling and he's a better prospect than Troy Parrott.
Something about Troy Parrott's last loan, or this latest loan to Excelsior. Is that where he plays? I don't know.
Colin, he's doing well. He's
Yeah.
getting goals. He's getting assists. He gets starts. He's not the sub. He gets starts. He's got the number 9 shirt there. But yeah, for me, Scarlett, just for me personally, it's personal opinion. I'm not going to give you stats or anything. For me, it's personal opinion. I just believe that he's got a higher ceiling than Troy Parrott.
What about you, Mia and Donna? But we'll go Mia first, then Donna. Troy Parrott or Dane Scarlett? Who, if you could only
I
pick
think
one?
Dane Scarlett, because I think Parrott had his chance, and I think that he was messing about and didn't take things very seriously.
Party boy type
and didn't
stuff.
take things seriously, and I think he messed up his opportunity to actually do anything good. Where I think, like I say, I think Scarlett's got more determination, and even if people might not think he's like the super high level, the problem we've got is the biggest thing coming out of our academy is Kane. So everyone's comparing to Kane, and you can't do that. Everybody's an individual. You can't compare every single one of our youngsters to Kane, and I hate that people do that because it's not fair on that youngster, because they've all got their own path. But I do think Dane Scarlett has got that determination more so than what Parrott did. And I think Parrott hit his ceiling where I don't think Dane has yet hit his ceiling.
Yeah, boom.
I'm
boom,
with
boom.
you there, Miss Mia. I completely agree with you. I think that this culture needs to drop when we compare all our youngsters and all of our upcoming players with like the legends of the club. This is kind of discouraging for the players, in my opinion.
Definitely. I could see that. I could definitely see that. We've got Graham Spurs GCTV saying now the youth teams are all playing the same system. Maybe they will integrate next season in cup games.
Jesse, the link's on the community page.
Whoa, Jesse's in the house. What is up?
Big up, Jesse.
Yeah, biggest up. Hope you are
So
well,
you wanna
my
come
friend.
on,
Wagwan, Jesse.
Yes, Wagwan. Hope you can make it onto the show. And I'll be on yours at 9. Well, 9 or so tonight. 9:10. I'll be there. But yeah, Graham makes a good point. Now that the youth teams we're all playing the same system from top to bottom, front to back. Hopefully, we will see more players integrate.
Mr.
Yeah.
Colin, the Arabic troll is here in the chat. Spamming.
Okay, no worries. It's okay. We will take care of that. I will make a boom. Now he's gone. Okay. So thank you for that, Donna. I appreciate you. And again, I appreciate you taking time out of your busy day, being Daniel Levy's right-hand person, and you're here on our stream. How is Daniel?
Right-hand person in what sense?
Right, exactly.
Do you rub his bald head?
Mr. Levy's not right hand. I have equal ownership status in the club as Mr. Levy. I'm not his right anything. I am on my own.
Do you? Yes. Yeah. Well, wonderful. Well, how is Mr. Levy? Because he's not here, and you are, and we know that you probably talked to him more recently than us. So
He is doing all right.
Good. I hope so. I do appreciate that he's kind of taken a back seat in transfer dealings, and he's letting the football people do the football things, as everyone has wanted them to do for a long time. So
they might make an appearance in your chat, because there's quite a few of them that have got that are on YouTube, that have got I've seen their accounts on YouTube, and they go on a few people's chats. A few of these board members, so they may make an appearance in your chat. Who knows?
Little does everybody know, I am paid by the club to say nice things about Daniel Levy. So, but guys, we have so many wonderful people in the chat still that I haven't said hey to. Jesse, of course, one of them. Daniel is being hilarious in the chat. We've got Graham saying that we need more mods, and that is possible. Would you like to? Is that you saying that you're volunteering to be one, Graham? Because I would absolutely give you that power. Absolutely. Oop. I don't know. Nope. Didn't mean to do that. And Lily White Lane is in the house.
Robbie.
Lily
Hi,
White
Robbie,
Lane.
mate. You're
Big
right.
up, Robbie.
What is up, Robbie?
And if you haven't done, please go over and subscribe to him, because he's a lovely, lovely guy, and he's young and he talks so much sense. Like, he's got a really sensible head on his shoulders. So yeah, he's a
that type of thing. That type of thing makes me very happy.
Destiny's here.
Destiny. Awesome.
You-
What's up?
Eugene is here.
Dang, this is the time. This is the time
Eugene, you
spot
can't
to
be
do
saying
this.
that when we've got Miss Donna in the house. She'll be passing your name on to Mr. Levy.
And
Uh-oh.
Ben's here.
Oh,
Good
never
afternoon,
mind.
Hey,
He
what is
was
up,
in
Ben?
the house to say
Ben.
things negative. So
You're a member. You know where the link is, buddy. You can jump in, Ben. We would love to have you. Destiny 5, you as well. Everybody who's a member, the link is on the members section on the YouTube page. So please,
On the
everybody.
community page.
I
the
think I
community
would love
section.
to see Ben Kaufman and Donna Cullen having a discussion. That's what I would like to see.
I don't know if it's ever happened. So yeah, I would love that as well. We'll see what we can get. And look at this, Ben, the mod extraordinaire.
There we go. Fantastic.
Yes, everybody, make
you sub to
sure you jump
Robbie.
over to Robbie. Yes, Lily White Lane. Nothing better than a young woman who talks Spurs and talks sense. I really do appreciate that.
Yeah.
So
And he's,
go
like I
over-
say, he's just a genuinely lovely, lovely guy. So yeah, he talks much more sense than my teenagers do. So
hey, your teenagers are good. I think you give them a hard time. I think they're good kids.
I do give them a hard time because they deserve it.
What ages again do you have, Mia?
15 and 14, but they'll be 16 and 15 this year.
Wow,
End of the year.
wow, yeah. So you do have your hands full. Yeah.
I do.
And like you were saying, they're probably eating you out of house and home. There's no food.
Yeah.
There's probably no food around.
Are they year 11 and year 10 this year then, Mia?
Yeah, well, Alex, no, because he got put back a year. It's a long story, but he's
Okay.
not in the year he's supposed to be in. But Jake will be. Yeah, he'll be in year. He'll be going into year 11.
Okay,
Sweet.
Yeah.
That's
Because
awesome.
it's in the olden days, you worked with the old money like I do. It was year 5, weren't it? For the last year of school, and then
Yeah,
you
and then year
had the
six.
sixth form, yeah. But now they've changed it all, didn't they? So I had to
Yeah.
keep up with the changes.
Yeah,
Um,
and also they changed the grades. The way they grade things is so confusing now.
1 to 9.
It baffles my head because
I know.
They
I
do-
can tell you. I know all about it. And the glide
When
paths, I
they-
know all about it.
Do they
'cause
not
when
have
they
like
send-
letter grades and shit like we do?
no, what they do, they send because when they do now, they do end of year, end of term exams to see where they're going to be by the time they're in their GCSEs. Like they've done that with Alex, and they confuse the heck out of me when they give me all these numbers. I'm like, I don't even know what it all means. If I'm honest, I'm like, okay. He's on
7, 8,
target
7,
to do
7,
good.
8, 7, 8, and 9 are all A's, but different, separate levels of A's.
What in God's name?
A
That
6,
sounds
a
so
6 is a
goofy.
B, a 5 is a C, a 4 is a C, a lower C, and then 3, 2, 1 are lower levels.
That's what I'm saying. See how confusing it is, Colin? I don't even understand it. I'm like, I don't even get it. It's
Yeah.
properly letters like we used to.
I had to go through it with my two, so my two youngest, so I now understand it all. But now they're doing the
I got
A
all
levels, so I don't have to think
C's.
about it anymore.
I got all C's, and now I'm here doing YouTube, so everyone can see. Do better than me at school, and then but
I
yeah,
don't know, if you
I
get
was
C's and you want to work hard towards getting something, you could if you wanted, guys. If you can only reach,
Yeah.
just always do your best. You can only ever do your best, so always just do that.
boom. Look at that. We've got motivational speakers on the show today. No, but Destiny 5 says Auntie Mia seems strict. I'm scared. I would
I
be.
am.
Yeah,
I
I'm
am.
glad.
To be fair, Destiny, even my own dad said that I'm scary. He's like, "You're scary." I'm like, "I know."
Mia,
fine.
were you a bad kid like growing up? Is that how you know?
I've always been a really good. My brother was the rebel. I was the good girl.
Hey, well, I need to meet your brother. If you were the good one and he was the rebel, he must be crazy. So I would love to meet him.
I'm
But
just scary now because I've learned to be tougher. So I've got a tough attitude because I've learned
my
to be tough.
mom is the same way. I think you and my mom would get along well.
Yes, I really want to. I'd love to meet your mum. She's amazing.
She wants to do more Spurs content with other ladies out there. So we can get that
Yes.
going.
Definitely.
Yeah. And speaking of wonderful ladies in the community, look who is here making first appearance on the channel. It's Jess.
Hi, mate. How we doing?
Hey, I'm good. How are you?
Yeah, I'm good, mate. I'm really good.
Good
Hell
afternoon,
yeah.
Jess. Jess,
Yeah.
Mia, Jess.
Nice to
Hi,
meet
you all
you.
right? Nice to meet you. How are you?
So Jess, I've heard from Jose. We've been talking a little bit. Not like I don't want to say we've been talking about you. That sounds bad. But he was explaining that your Leeds all the way through and through. Then you've got Liverpool supporting youngins at the house. So you've got
my ladders.
Sort of a soft spot for Pool. And then yeah, all right. Okay. So do you think they're gonna drop off with Jurgen Klopp leaving? Or do you think they'll have somebody else step in and kind of fill that gap pretty quick? I don't know. I think Liverpool might be in for a bad year or two as they rebuild. I don't know. Just wondered if you had an opinion.
It's weird. I think the mentality's been set with Liverpool over the 8 years that Klopp's been there. Like, it's been put into the youth system and worked its way up. So I can't see the style of play changing. Will Liverpool struggle next season without Jurgen Klopp? Yes, absolutely. He's irreplaceable. But, you know, unfortunately, he's decided to take the road. He's decided to take, and whoever comes in's got big shoes to fill at Liverpool.
Can I ask a question, Jess? What went wrong? Why did your son support Liverpool and not Leeds?
I don't know. He loves his Liverpool. I won't lie. He does like Leeds. He's like me. So he's massive Liverpool, but likes Leeds, and I'm massive Leeds. I've got a little soft spot for Liverpool, so we're both a little bit finger. Yeah, but I'm not even from Leeds. I'm from Grimsby, so Cleethorpes. I'm born in Yorkshire, so Grimsby's my home team, which is even worse.
I just wondered because in my house, the boys
we're
were
the
Tottenham.
same person, by the way, Jess.
My boys had Tottenham stuff from when they were born, and they got told if they support Tottenham or they're out of the house. If they don't want to support a football team, fine, but they're not allowed to support anybody, especially a team that's wearing red. Hell to the no. I would be like, heck no. No way, not happening. Out of my will, out of my bloody house. Not happening.
That's there are my family is a basketball family, and it's like that here. It's my family all went to the same college, and if you don't follow Indiana University basketball, you're not allowed at family gatherings at my house, or my family. So I get it completely. But look at this, guys. We got a new member in the house. It's Elias. And as I say that, as I live and breathe, here he is in the back. Elias, what's up?
Have you stopped becoming Donna Cullen?
Hello, guys.
Elias, what is up, G? How are you, man? Doing good?
It's such a hot day in Malaysia today. I'm sweating, and yeah.
Well, it is not hot here. I have a coat on in the house and a space heater underneath my desk, so it is chilly. But yeah, thanks for becoming a member, and thanks for being here, dude. It's nice to have you. Have you met Jess before?
Colin, give me a minute. I think one of my video is on, so I need to close.
Okay. Well, yeah, no worries, man. No worries at all. So Jess, there's no championship and there's no Premier League football this weekend. So no Leeds. What are you doing to keep busy? So you did a watch along yesterday.
No, FFP show.
Did FFP yesterday.
FFP
doing
show.
Brazil today. Brazil and England today.
Hell
and
yeah.
then straight over for Late Night Live. Just done a bit of different football this week. Quite a few women's games this week, to be fair. But we've had good views on it. It's done really well, to be fair. So yeah, I had a good week, to be fair.
I'm glad that somebody is taking the time to do that. I mean, I don't think the women's game gets enough love and appreciation. So the fact that you are doing these watch-alongs, I think, is a really cool thing. Big up and good on you.
I just want to ask: is anybody doing the watch-along for the Spurs Leicester, the FA Cup semi-final game?
Women's.
I offered it to Ellie. I offered it to Ellie to do.
But I think Ellie might be going for the game, right?
Well, if she is, I don't know. But I did offer Ellie to do it on the channel.
Oh, interesting.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, that'd be really cool. When and again, sorry guys, I'm a terrible fan. When is that?
Somewhere in April, I think. Yeah.
Okay, cool. Well, hopefully, yeah, that would be wonderful. Look at this. We've got some people I haven't said hey to in the chat. First of all, Descartes is saying he's loving the Spurs Leeds crossover. He's got no way to watch the championship here, so we need Leeds to get to the Premier League so he can watch the games. Yeah, Descartes. I was gonna ask how it works over there in Australia. How what games you get, what games you don't get, but it sounds like it's strictly Premier League over there for you guys.
Yeah, I think they get Optus Sport out in Australia, and I think Optus covers the Premiership.
But you know what's
Sweet.
crazy? When I was younger, Leeds were massive. Obviously,
Oh,
massive
yeah.
team when I was younger, and they was around playing all the big games. Hence why their hatred for Man United, isn't it? So.
Well, and then what happened? And then okay, sorry. So I'm gonna be dumb here, and Jess, I need your history here. So what happened to Leeds? Everyone's
Hold
like,
on, hold
oh,
on,
you don't
hold
want
on.
your team to do with Leeds. Whoa,
James, the Tottenham fan, has just become a YouTube member.
Big up, James.
James, get your butt on the show.
So
We would
James,
love to
yeah,
have you on,
the
man.
link's in the community page, James. If you want to come on, and you're more than welcome to do so, because today is a members show.
And thank you so
James,
much
for
becoming a
people that
member,
don't
man.
know, James, for people that don't know, has just started. He's a youngster who's just started his own YouTube channel, and I think he's James Loves Spurs. I think he calls the channel. We gave him a plug the other day, and he went from like 4 to 15. I think he had like 15 subs when I last saw him.
Nice.
So
Well, jump on, dude. We'll see if we can get that up higher, and it would just be nice to see you, meet you, talk with you. So yeah, man.
So you're asking Jess a question. Sorry, I cut in because he.
Oh, well, I was just gonna ask Jess. So everyone's like, "Oh, you don't want to do a Leeds, and don't let your team." It was money, right? Something with money happened. But yeah, what happened with Leeds? Did they just overspend or something?
If you're talking about when we got relegated, like in 2004, yeah, we just overspent and massively have to sell us assets. And this time round, we did very well in first season. Second season, we struggled a bit, and the last season, we just carnage. It were awful being a
Yeah.
Leeds fan last season. We were just getting pummeled every week. But now we've got the right management, we've got the right owners, and it seems to be he's brought players back round, and it's all good at the minute for Leeds. And if we can get up and just stay up next season, I'll be very happy. Just stay up. That's it. I'm happy.
Yeah,
Progression.
I hope for the same thing. They were a fun team. You guys were a fun team to watch. I know that you were talking about how maybe the managers weren't quite right, but Marcelo Bielsa definitely was fun to watch that first season when you guys came up. He was in charge, right? That was the
Yeah.
season. Yeah.
Yeah. Joe, what's funny about Bielsa though? He used to actually walk around Leeds, and didn't he? He had a place in Leeds. He really took it to his heart. He did. I know
That's
that everyone
awesome.
says about the way that he played, and it was a bit kind of gung ho and a little bit mad. But I do think you see what he was like. He absolutely loved it. He did love it.
Yeah, he's well loved in Leeds, and he's at Uruguay now, and he's doing very well over at Uruguay, I believe. But yeah, when they brought Jesse March, and it were carnage. Just don't get the Leeds fans started on Jesse March; it'd be a nightmare.
But like I said to you the other day, Jess, when I was speaking about Leeds on your channel, I thought, because I talked about certain players, and I said that they were bought under Bielsa. You sold some already. The two lads that have gone to Bournemouth, you sold.
Yeah. Adams and Sinisterra.
Yeah, bought under Bielsa. But you've got other players that are at the club that might have gone out on loan, but you've still got some players at the club that came under Bielsa. So, under Jesse Marsh. So even though it was a bad time for Leeds, I actually think there's some good, if you want, has come out of it, because you ended up with still some good players from that era.
Yeah. No, you're right. The ones that have gone out on loan, if you speak to any Leeds United fans, or going to any content creators at Leeds, the rats, they won't have them back at Leeds. Marco Rocca and all that lot, Aronson, they're just, no, it's a no. But the ones that have stayed and come good, like Jorginho Rutter, Wilfried Gnonto at start season, we're chucking his toys out at Pram a wee bit, but has come round, and Daniel Farke's put that stability into Leeds that we needed, and thank God he's come to Leeds United, because what a manager he is.
Yeah.
For tough times that he's come into, Jose, he came into a club in August where he didn't know who was staying, who were going. And all these silly release problem with Leeds last season is they didn't care if they got relegated, because there were a clause in their contract that said even if Leeds got relegated, they could go back out on loan to a different team. So it were irrelevant to them. The ones that have stayed have, been loyal. Patrick Bamford's a prime example.
Bamford.
Is
Wow.
Lavare.
Yeah. So are you guys? Man, pardon my just like ignorance here, but are you guys are tearing it up in the championship this season? I would guess, right?
They've just gone top, Colin.
Good deal. Yeah, I was gonna say that shows how little I watch. I need to change that. But that's
Born to lose. Wow. He comes in mind, born to lose. I know born to lose.
Born to Lose.
Yeah, it comes in Leeds United. I've known him a while. Born to Lose. Yeah.
We need to if we could get Ben Koff, our lovely mod, to throw in James's channel link, that would be lovely. If not, I can grab it as well.
I'll read some of the comments out if you want to find it. James loves Spurs. I'm sure it's James loves Spurs. Is what it's called. Right, so you've got Born to Lose 73 says, big up to the panel and lovely to see the very fab Jess. Give her excellent channel a follow. Great watch-alongs. Yeah, you can put Jesse's link in there as well.
Oh yeah, we'll do.
Karu says, my friends here, I'm Spurs, one is Liverpool and one is QPR. So Dekaru has 2 friends and they both support other teams.
Dekaru's got 2 whole friends.
Yeah.
Well, what is QPR actually?
Sorry?
What is QPR?
Queen's Park Rangers. They're in the championship. When you were
Again,
talking
another team that used to be in around like the Prem and stuff, and people, if you know about the history of like what the Prem was, they used to be around. That wasn't that like it was a while ago now, obviously, but there was another team that sort of slumped.
Yeah. So when we were talking about how you ended up supporting teams, your children's and all that, Spurs GCTV says, as I said on Jose's stream the other night, I fouled as my 2 sons are Liverpool and 1 in Arsenal.
Oh,
absolutely
shit,
fouled.
brother.
Completely,
oh,
absolutely disappointing. Spurs GCTV. Honestly, I'm so disappointed in you.
Graham, we still love you, mate. Don't worry about it. You're still a good chat, mate.
You're still a good man, but it's just disappointment.
I'm so sorry that you have to. Yeah, is it awesome whenever we've been finishing above Arsenal all these years, just to rub it in your kid's face? I would.
Daniel E says, I'll be real. I think people should let any individual pick their own team, seeing as my mum put me in Spurs from day one, and I've not seen much great times, have I?
No, it's about loyalty. It's about sticking to loyalty, whether thick, thin. Look at someone like Jess who supported Leeds and they've gone through loads of bad times. You've got to support your team, man, and you pass on that pain because I had to go through the pain, so now my children have to go through the pain.
It's like getting bullied in school. Whenever
it's like a religion, I guess. Like you don't get to follow or like what your background is, I guess. Like if there is persecution or if there is racism towards you, you have to go through it.
Spurs is my religion, baby.
It's in the genes.
Yeah.
Dekaru's saying, yeah, Leeds are well known here in Australia more than a lot of the current Premiership teams.
Because they're the old school team. Everyone, it's a big team, a big team.
And then he says, we have Optus Sports streaming. We get Premier League, but not the cups. Yeah, we get the women's games, Italy, Japan, South Korea. Lots of games, but not all.
Dekaru, if you ever need to watch some cup games, hit me up. I could help you out a little bit. But
if you want links for Leeds games, I can help you, Dekaru, as well. As I know you were in mine, weren't you, last night with FFP? If you ever need any links, mate, just hit me up. I'll send you links for Leeds. I can get them.
Oh, dude. Destiny's comment here. Yes. Bielsa and his little stool used to make a laugh. Legend. I loved that thing. Yes.
And then he also says, look, Bielsa hiding in the bushes watching rivals training sessions.
Derby County, with binoculars.
That is so cool. What a legend. Absolute legend. I'd probably be doing stuff like that too if I was a manager. For some reason, I always get Bielsa and the that smoking, the cigarette smoking fella from Chelsea mixed up. I don't know why. I guess they're both older.
Maurizio Sarri.
Yeah. Well, that was a weird appointment, wasn't it? I thought
he's
that
out
was
in Italy.
He was the Chelsea manager, right?
Yeah.
For a while. Was it Chelsea? Yeah.
And the only manager I've ever seen that they just let smoke down there. That was very interesting. He's like, hey, I
thought it was Ancelotti has done it before as well, like in one.
Oh, really?
But it was after the game. Like he celebrated the win with the cigar, I think.
Oh, okay, yeah, no. Sarri was like smoking during games, if I'm not mistaken.
No, I think didn't he chew cigarette ends because he was
Oh,
butts, wasn't it? Cigarette butts, yeah.
Yeah, the cigarette butts. He used to chew them.
That's funny.
But the thing with him, he was a funny bloke, weren't he? He was a funny bloke, Sarri.
He really was. He also sat down a lot too. On like a, so. Yeah, interesting guys. There's been some interesting managers in the Premier League. One question I wanted to ask you guys, why does it seem like and I guess there's not a real easy answer to this, but do you guys think that we're going to start seeing more younger managers in the Premier League? And I know that we've had some. Oh, Kuva, shit. Big up, Kuva. He says big up to
Kuva.
everybody. Kuva, I haven't seen you in a hot minute, buddy. It is really good to see you, Koovs. Everybody, Kuva is one of the best people in the world.
Can I answer your question regarding the younger managers? I think
Please
the trend is already I think the trend is already going to come in like the 1 or 2 more years. We will see a lot more managers like below 50s. The Arteta, I think Arteta sort of like that generation is already more or less coming into this scene and take over. Like Arteta is one, then you've got Nagelsmann, and I don't know why, but Ryan Mason, he's not there. I'm not going to put him in there. But
I get that.
there was a discussion that I was having on another channel the other day that perhaps Levy is trying to prepare Mason to like to be prepared for that generation of managers, more or less.
Yeah, you've got to be
But
good.
he's definitely not there.
But to become a manager in the Premiership, regardless of your age, you have to be good. And we've seen some young managers come into the Premiership and not cut the mustard.
AVB, anybody?
But you've got some homegrown managers as well. So Frank Lampard didn't tear it up, did he, when he was in the Premiership?
Yeah.
Stevie G.
But do you know what happens though, Jose? What happens is they get a manager's job because of their name and not how good they are. That's the problem. They don't work their way up. Because you look at Vincent Kompany, he's sort of worked his way up. And I know they're not always doing great, but at least he's actually, I think he's going to be a good manager. But I think he's not just gone by his name and gone and got this massive job too soon and made it so like it is. Do you know what I mean? Like where they can't do the job. So I think that's the problem. They're giving managers not by their name, not by actually how good they are.
Yeah. Vincent Kompany. Did you just say him? I'm not sure. I was
Yeah,
sorry.
she did. Yeah, she said Vincent Kompany. Yeah.
Yeah, another guy who's not really cutting it. But yeah,
I think he's not cutting it, but I think, like I say, he's not cutting it in the Prem, but he's giving it a good go, and I think that he will get there eventually. Because I think he's got the ability to be a good manager. It's the same as the Luton manager. He's quite young, isn't he? He's not that.
Gary O'Neill's pretty young at Wolves as well, and he's 40. Gary O'Neill. He's done a very good job at Wolves.
So I don't think we're going to get a batch of younger managers. I think we'll do well, but I think too many of these ones that were football stars get given chances because of their name, and it don't work.
I agree. Mm-hmm. Frank Lampard and Steven Gerrard are prime examples. I know he did well at Rangers, Stevie, but he didn't do very well at Villa. And where is he now? El Ittifaq.
I think the Prem management wasn't cut for him.
I wonder if he would have got a job in the lower league if he would have been better and then worked his way up.
Leeds were interested in him at start season before we got Daniel Farker, but yeah, Leeds were interested in Steven Gerrard. Then obviously,
are you happy? Are you happy that you guys didn't get him?
Yeah, because they were going mad, Leeds fans. They weren't happy that they got Daniel Farker at first, but he's changed opinions.
Exactly, I love that. I love when a manager can come in and turn that doubt around.
Actually, the Wolves manager is just 40 years old. I thought he's older.
No, Gary O'Neill's 40.
Yeah, he's just 40.
Joe, I'm going to be honest.
Than Arteta.
He's younger than me. That's mad.
We have a guest making his appearance as a member.
Let's bring him in.
James.
It's James. What's up, my guy? How are you, man?
Yeah, I'm good. Give me 2 seconds. I'm just trying to sort my headphones out.
No worries.
Let me read some of this. So Robbie's saying, generally prefer going to Wickham, my local, with my mates than a Premier League game. Lower league atmospheres, terraces, and gritty games are great to go to.
So my first game I went to in England was a wow, I'm having a hard time thinking. AFC Wimbledon match. That was when they were at their old ground. It was a couple of years ago. It was like the last match, I think, actually, last home match they played at their old ground, and it was just such a great time. I had a blast. So I totally agree with that. Sometimes lower league matches are tons and tons of fun.
When I lived in London, we weren't far from Charlton, and Charlton was always a really good game to go to. It's got a really good family atmosphere. Like it's really really good to go to the stadium and that. So it's actually like a really good one to go to, and it weren't even that far. So I always look out for Charlton to see how they're doing, because obviously that's my local team when I was in London.
Yeah. And
Used to be a good team,
love
though,
it.
Charlton, didn't they? At one point, in
Yeah,
the
they did
Premiership
used
a
to be a
lot.
good
Yeah,
team.
really
Yeah, they
good team,
did.
Charlton.
And then again, they got effed over with money, with owners, and all that jazz. They really messed up, and they dropped out.
Seems to be the case with a lot of teams, unfortunately. Spurs even were in a spot kind of like that, at a time. So. But yeah, I was going to say, just a real quick touch on AFC Wimbledon. The walk to their ground was...
Tequila's come in. He's saying hi, because otherwise we'll lose the chat, mate. Sorry.
No, you're all good.
Lily White is saying... So Robbie's saying Leeds and Sunderland fans are better fans than most Premiership teams.
Damn.
Tequila's now saying that he used to hide in bushes, but wanting to do with football, though.
Hey.
And we've got a question for Jess, which I'm starring. I just want to make sure. Right, David Clark is saying... Can't stop because on wallpapering, that's what happens when your missus retires. You get a long list of DIY jobs to do. Only hers are on a toilet roll. Just to say, great show and come on you Spurs. Thank you very much, David.
Big up, David.
Big up, David. I appreciate
have we got
you,
anyone
bud.
else in here? I'm in a hype. Hype's come in saying Rodon's having a good season with Leeds, having the best defensive record in the Championship, losing only 28 goals in 38 games. Hopefully he can help Wales winning the playoff final on Tuesday. So that's a comment coming in from Inner Hype. But I've started the question that Robbie from Lily White Lane's got for you, Jess. And it is, if you kept Marsh, do you think you still would have gone down or stayed up?
We'd have still gone down, mate. He lost the dressing room. We lost the dressing room at Crystal Palace. There were a lot of drama going on behind the scenes with Jesse Marsh. And no, mate, if he'd have stayed, we'd have still gone down either way. He kind of set it in stone. It didn't matter who came in after that. Unfortunately, we were already down. The players they just give up, because it's like I say, most players like Patrick Bamford are closing the contract that says if we get relegated, they'll go down to half your wages. And a lot of these players that were brought in with Jesse Marsh, like Brendan Aronson and that, was said, if we do get relegated, you can disappear and go somewhere else. So the mentality at Leeds at that time was it didn't really matter to most players. And if he'd have stayed, no, we'd have still gone down, mate. It wouldn't have mattered.
The players already had in their heads their next destination, kind of. Is that what
somewhere
you're saying?
else? Yeah. Because their clauses was stipulated to say, look, if Leeds get relegated, they can go out on loan to another club, Premiership or abroad. Whereas people like Patrick Bamford, Jorginho Rutte, Wilfried Gnonto, all had clauses in the contract that stipulated if we get relegated, you'll go down to half of the wages. Whereas Leicester didn't do that neither. Leicester still pay full wages in Championship. That's why they're in such a precarious position at the minute. But yeah, no.
Do you know what though? It's a funny one, isn't it? Because the players obviously they've got that stipulated in their contract and they don't like it. But if they didn't have that in their contract, then you'd be in the position of Leicester. So it's a no-win situation because players aren't going to be happy and they want to move, or they can stay and be all right about it. But if they want the wages, then they're going to be stuffing the team.
Yeah, absolutely.
So it's not really any win situation.
Actually, I like Leeds under Jesse Marsh quite a bit because of their attacking, the way they used to work as a team actually, and they were very open in terms of their play. But again, they had no defender that you can say that is good enough to defend at the back and play that kind of a system. So that really ruined Leeds, and I think that became the reason. Like in some games, you will see them scoring like 3 goals and then conceding 4 or 5 goals, and they were losing the games. Like that's last season that they had in the Premier. I love watching their football.
You must be the only player that did, because not if you speak to any Leeds fans, they'll say last season were an absolute nightmare. Nobody were happy with Leeds United last season.
But was you, even with Bielsa though, people started losing faith in the fact that he obviously only wanted to play one way though, Jess, innit? Like it was
one style of football.
One style of football. And although it was, like I say, they were always fun games to watch, I'm not going to lie. When you had Leeds on the screen, you knew it was going to be a good game to watch. However, I know even though as much as everybody loved Bielsa and fans were devastated when he left, it was a bit of like a what do you do situation, because he really, the way he played wasn't going to really do you guys any good. And then Jesse Marsh come in and didn't do anything really. He didn't really do much, and I don't think the fans took to him and the team didn't take to him.
Yeah, that is true. And then if you speak to Leeds fans now, his name's Mud, Jesse March. It's just, yeah, it's a very, I mean, me, I'm very, it is what it is. Unfortunately, we had the wrong owners. The manager who came from, no disrespect to where he came from or all that, but you're talking of Leeds, it's a massive club. It's not,
They're not just some, yeah, exactly. They're not
crap hot team, and I think that's where he struggled, Jesse Marsh, and it just proves because he's not been in management since.
Damn. Yeah.
He was linked to like the US Cementi job at one point.
He was linked to Southampton money at one point. Leicester City, they very nearly took that when Brendan Rodgers went, but no, he's not really done a lot since. And he hasn't helped himself since what interviews he's given.
I think a job in maybe the ladies football might suit him.
Well, yeah. Who was it that? Why can't I think of his name? Gary Neville that tried to do some coaching of some women's football. Didn't go very well for him.
Phil Neville won it. His brother won it.
Phil Neville,
manager. Yeah, he was an England women's manager. Won it before. Serena Begum took over.
That was pretty. That went pretty bad for him.
Can I ask a question, James? Are you now set up, mate?
Yeah.
Yes,
right, James. Welcome to the members show, and thank you for becoming a member. What would you want to say? What do you want to say? What's your first words on the stream? What would you want to say? What do you want to talk about? What do you want to talk about, mate? Come on.
It's a good question. I was going to talk about what your feelings on the international friendlies. I don't really find them fun, if that makes sense. I just think they're just boring. I don't know what.
I'm right here with you, and a chance for our players to get injured. You know what I mean? It's injury risk. That's my least favorite part.
Especially if Maddison plays today, I could see him getting an injury, and then that's it. We're stuffed. I don't mind the Euros and World Cup, but friendlies, I don't see the point of them, really. I
think Jose would agree with you on that 100%. Jose is not a big international football man, but I think he does understand why the players are so into international football. But yeah, when's the last time you watched an international match, Jose?
Don't know.
Yeah, see you guys.
But I'm saying I don't know, but it all depends what the family are doing tonight. I've not planned to watch anything tonight, but if the family are not doing anything, then I might tune into the Brazil-England game. But that's providing that they're not doing jack. But if they are doing something, then I won't be watching any football tonight either.
Gotcha.
I watch Euros, but that's about it. I don't watch
I watch all that, but when you've got the international weeks, I don't watch much of that because, to me, I'll be honest. To me, I'd prefer, and I don't care whether there's mismatches. I'd prefer if you've got 64 teams, right, or however many teams you've got. I'd prefer they all get put like the FA Cup. They all get put. The balls all get put into a pot. And you bring out the teams and they go into groups, so you don't seed teams and all that, because you could end up with a group with 5 top teams in it. Do you know what I mean? And I'd rather see football like that. To me, the way it's done at the moment, where they seed some teams and then they seed the next part and the next part and the next part. At the end of the day, you get some huge mismatches. Although it's become tighter, you do get some huge mismatches in international football, and that's why I find it boring.
I get that.
I think I'll watch the Brazil game just because it's just it's not watching San Marino, England thrash them 5-0 or something. It's over by 3-0 and they've got no chance. At least Brazil will give us a good game-ish. So.
David Shears in the house. Good afternoon.
David.
Hi, David.
Big
Good
up,
evening to David. Good evening.
I'm not seeing him about. I hope you're okay, David. I'm not seeing you about.
Yeah,
It's
David,
not-
long time no see, my man.
9:05 in the evening for Mr. Shear at this time. 9:05. I've got
David,
another question for Jess. Got another question for Jess.
Oh, what do we got? Kuva.
If you
Thank-
can only pick one, which would you choose? Leeds being promoted or Man United being relegated twice?
Ooh.
I suppose it depends what Leeds United fans you speak to on that one. I'll go for Leeds being promoted, but I know what most would say. I'll be nice and say Leeds promoted.
I
There you
like
go.
that a lot. Yeah. That's the classier answer, Jess. So good on you. Good on you.
Thanks for the question, Kuva. Superb questions, mate.
Yeah.
Superb questions.
Kuva's always got good questions. Kuva's a smart dude. Maybe one of the smartest dudes I know. So big up, Kuba. Thanks again for being here. I was going to ask all the Spurs people in the house, especially my man James. So we've been talking about Patrick Bamford of Leeds. What do you think about him? Do you think he could do a job at Spurs? Do you think he's the quality, of the level of quality that Spurs would need? And do you think he could either come in as a starter or a backup at Spurs?
I think the problem with Patrick Bamford is his injury record. I think, I discuss it with my dad. So my dad really likes Patrick Bamford, but my dad just says he gets injured quite a lot. So that's what worries me. I think he will do a job for us, but not maybe the whole season, because I think he'll get injured, and it will be like him sitting on the sideline for a few months, if that makes sense.
I see that.
But
I
would have him, but he's quite injury prone. That's the problem with him.
If I remember correctly, we were linked to him pretty heavily at one point. Jess, what do you think it would cost for you guys to let Bamford go?
Probably, I think his release cost is about £8 to £10 million, Patrick Bamford. But Bamford isn't the problem for Leeds United this season. It's been Perot. He's it's Perot. That's the issue. Well, Bamford didn't start first half of the season at all. They were on bench, and then Perot's not really done a lot. Bamford to come in, and I think he's on 8 now. He's only 3 behind Perot. So but if we can keep Bamford fit, he's an asset. But he's right what he's saying. He has got a bad injury record. Very bad.
Dakar is pointing out the irony that I'm talking about stealing Leeds players. What the Leeds fan here. Just curious. I've always liked Patrick Bamford as well. Anybody else in here have any feelings about him? Do you guys think that? I mean, I think he's a quality player. Mr. Destiny 5 does not agree. He says Bamford is not good enough for the Prem, let alone Spurs. Them's fighting words. Like I said, we got a Leeds supporter in the house, Destiny.
No, but she's right what she's saying. He's not good enough for Spurs, no. A bottom half team, but not for Spurs, no. No, he's not good enough for Spurs, and I'll say that as a Leeds United fan, no.
I'm just curious, is Luke Ayling still at Leeds?
No, he's at Middlesbrough, mate. He's gone out on loan.
Oh, okay. I mean, he could have been a solid player as a fullback, but he's
lost
not
his
good
legs.
defensively.
He's lost his legs.
The thing is,
really?
no offense, Jess, but I think looking at all these kind of players that we know, they had their opportunities when they were in the Prem, and I just don't think they'd be good enough if they come to Spurs. I think the fans, although we don't want to set our standards, I'm not saying set standards really high, but I just don't think these players have got it, and I think that will be we want to improve on our team, not go and say get rid of players that we think are not good enough just to replace them with players that are just probably average and not good enough.
If I were a Tottenham fan and you were bringing Patrick Bamford in, I'd be worried. There you go. And that's me saying it. Yeah, and I'll say it as it is, he's not good enough for Tottenham. You need, quality, and he's all right in the Championship, and he'd be all right in a bottom half team, but not in for what you guys are putting for now.
Right, I've got another questions coming. 2 questions, but I've only started the first one. Right, Jess, you can pick one current Spurs squad player, I think, to go to Leeds. Who would it be? And for us who support Spurs, if we could pick one player to take from Leeds, who would that be? But Jess, because you've been asked first, if there's a Tottenham player that you could take, who would that be?
I'd have Son. Obvious.
Yeah.
Absolutely. Well, have Son.
Hold on, we're keeping him.
Can you imagine?
You could have Bamford, we'll have Son.
There you go.
Okay. Jesse, let me give you another scenario. If you were a Spurs fans and who, let's say, also happen to support Leeds, which player would you take, let's say, from Spurs to go to Leeds, for the development's sake, a youngster maybe, or somebody? What do you think?
I don't know much about Spurs youngsters, mate. I'll be honest with you. I am.
Okay. Let's just say the starting 11 player or bench player. Yeah.
Son, I'd take Son. I'd take Son off your hands all day long. Quality.
Oh my God.
We were interested in Sessegnon, Tequila. We nearly got Sessegnon in January. We very nearly got him.
He's got a Son in his name. That's why he's saying you can have Sessegnon.
Sessegnon.
I love it.
That's a good one.
That is good.
Right, so
I think Sess could do a job.
We'll go around. Mia, if you could take a Leeds player, who would it be?
I don't know if there's any that I would say that that good that I think would be quality for Tottenham. I'm not, no offence, Jess, but
If you were going to go
Yeah.
for either, I'd either go for Wilfried Nant or Jorginho Rutter. They're the two players. Chris Somerville, they're the three star players at Leeds.
Somerville, yeah,
I
Somerville.
wouldn't at all. I'd go for Archie Gray.
Yeah, Archie Gray, youngster coming through doing really well.
He scored yesterday for England.
Yeah, he did.
On his debut. Archie
His
Gray,
brother's even better.
is he?
His brother's even better. His brother's a striker. He's only 15. His brother Harry Gray, and he'll even be better than Archie Gray. He's absolutely stellar coming through academy. Yeah, he's already in under 18s.
From
From
what I've seen of Archie Gray, he's a top footballer, and he could
I
come
love families.
and
that have-
he can play either fullback position, Archie Gray, and he could play midfield. He's that good. He's a really good footballer. He really is a good footballer, and he will be. If Leeds can't keep hold of him and they end up selling him, he's going to go for big money, in my opinion.
Yeah, I agree.
So,
I agree.
so
That
I'm
might
going to
be
say
good for
Archie
Leeds.
Gray. Who are you going for, Cole, from Leeds? It should be
I like
interesting.
that. I like that Joe Rodon fellow they've got over there on loan. I think Joe Rodon's a good player, and I honestly think everyone's going to call me crazy, but with the three defenders that we've got, our three starting defenders, I think Joe Rodon would be a perfect fourth. I think that he ought to get another look in before we go and splash a bunch of cash on another defender. I think he could do the job. So that's for me. But
Joe
totally,
Rodon, seriously, Colin.
yes, Mia, what's wrong? What's wrong with him? I think he's good.
I'm not being rude, but he's Leeds level, but he's not good enough to play at Tottenham. That's why we gave him and put him away because we don't want him. Are you mad? Have you lost your mind? Like,
We need to turn this. We need to get this into like a proper yelling and no, but
No, yelling.
no, it's too
No
early.
yelling.
I'll wake up Beth and I'll be in trouble. But so
Hold on.
yeah.
Same question to Elias. Elias, is there any Leeds player that you would take?
Yeah, Melior, I actually agree with Kuba. He just not put it in the chat. I think I would take Melior. In fact, before we signed Vicario, I was actually saying to some of my mates that actually the Melior, he would have been a good signing. With that kind of reflexes, with that kind of abilities that he has, he would be actually a very good player. I think at Leeds he struggles because they don't have a good defense. If he is in a proper defensive line, in a proper team, I think he will be a good goalkeeper.
That was last
And
season, though, Leeds. I've got a good defence this season. Yeah, Meslier last season were poor, but this season Meslier has been stellar, and he's got a good forward in front of him.
28 goals
Yeah, they've been
in
solid
38
Leeds this
games.
season. Last season,
Yeah.
yeah, absolutely, because they had Pascal Straub playing at left back. He's not. a left
Is
back,
Melior
it's
still
Pascal
around
Straub.
at Leeds? Just curious.
Yeah,
Yeah, still the first choice keeper.
it was number one at Leeds. And they've only
And-
conceded 28 goals in 38 games, Elias.
That Joe Rodon guy's
I
been
see.
helping
Oh,
them to
that's
keep
not
that
bad.
awesome defensive record too.
Let me look at
Right, let me go over to James. James, who would you take as a Leeds player?
I'd take Nonto. I really like Nonto. I think he's a class player. But yeah, I'd take.
So
Can I
we've
tell you a
got-
secret? I don't know nearly enough about him. I'm gonna have to watch some goal compilations or something over here on my other screen while.
So
while
you've
we're
got
talking.
you've got a few people, obviously because it's a Tottenham channel. Got a few people that have commented. Daniel East taking Somerville all day. Destiny says he'd take Nonto. David Shear says we can give you Endon Bailey if you want him.
Oh man,
Only cost
yeah,
you a
you guys
packet
could
of
have.
polos. We only want a packet of polos and 50p for him. So it's all good.
Coops
Can
is saying
you imagine how he would be in the championship though? I actually think he would be sweet.
Coops is saying he'd happily take Meslier back up for Vicario. Destiny's
Yeah.
saying Nonto's a Spurs style player. Daniel East saying, seriously, do you not watch Somerville Spurs fans? What the Born to Lose saying plenty of Leeds players that are welcome at Spurs. Gray, Nonto, Somerville, Ruta, all quality. Good
Big up,
afternoon,
Born to
Kels. Hiya, Kels. Hope you're well. Good afternoon to Kels. She's
Hey.
a support. She's co-host and one of Jesse's
Jess is okay.
Jesse's blue spanners, because Jesse's got a blue spanner army there as well. A big.
Have you seen Jordan's? Jordan's even worse than mine. Everyone's.
I went into his show yesterday and I saw that me and Daniel Lee were made spanners as well, and like, everyone was talking was a spanner. I was like, wow.
Hey,
Well, I do wanna say
that keeps the
before that-
riffraff out. Yeah.
I did want to say before that you two were spanners, but you know.
Yeah, I've always been a spanner, Mia.
You gotta say
Master says-
spammers.
Years
No, a
ago,
spanner is a spanner.
I know.
Somebody you say that someone's a bit silly, call them a bit of a
Oh.
spanner.
I
You've
just
got-
wanted to make it West Ham.
Look.
I just wanted to.
Swim Master saying years ago, Frankie great, Eddie great. It was Lee's heyday. Tequila's coming in with another Aaron Lennon would be good. Well, who can actually cross the ball?
I miss Aaron Lennon.
Kuba
You know
saying-
who reminds me of Aaron Lennon? Jeremy Doku. He's a lot like Aaron Lennon actually in terms of his playing style.
Interesting.
Kuba saying Somerville would be a good for the Community Shield. Let's see how many people get this reference.
I definitely don't, but
While you think about it, sorry, Kels is saying would love Mickey van der Ven at Leeds. I think
Holy
he's a
shit,
brilliant
yeah.
defender. You can't
Absolutely.
have
No,
Son.
we are not giving you him.
They've got two players. Like Jess and Kels have picked two players that we're like saying nah.
Not Mickey and Son.
Bill says, big up Jess. I go Leeds every week. The team is pretty good now. It's between Ruta and Gray for me. Hi
Big up,
Bill.
Bill.
Hope you're well, mate. Nice
Yeah,
to see you
man.
again.
very good to see you. Thanks for jumping in, man. We appreciate having you here.
Tequila's saying catering might not be of the quality and Dembele needs in the championship, though. If
Trust
there's
me,
a
he'll find something to eat. Don't
if
worry
there's a
about
Burger
him.
King near the
Listen.
stadium, he's fine.
As soon as you go
Exactly.
up further north, they just fry everything. He'll be fine.
Wait,
Yeah.
they don't fry it? Yeah, I mean,
They just fry everything. If you go to Scotland, they fry Mars bars, cabbage cream, whatever you want fried, they'll fry it. So up north,
that,
they
that
fry
sounds about the
everything.
U.S. We've got, if you go to like a state fair, we have, so, states and dumb shit in the U.S. But anyway, there's fairs. Every state has a fair once a year, and they deep fry butter. You get a stick of butter that has been deep fried. Can you talk about clogged arteries?
Ugh. Oh my god.
Oh dear.
Yeah.
Cheers,
It's delicious.
Cheers, Dave Curry,
It's delicious,
you're too
though.
kind. You're too kind, mate.
Dekaru's good people. I love
Yeah,
Dekaru.
he's too kind. Right.
But
So-
yeah,
I've caught up. We caught up with the. No, there's another question. Did I start the other one? Yeah, here we go. And I don't know.
Yeah.
Right, Destiny 5 saying, would Leeds take back Phillips next season if they get promoted?
For me, no, he won't get in the current starting 11, and he hasn't really shone in glory going to West Ham, has he, at the minute? No. I think he needs a full season to get back to match fitness. I really do, Calvin Phillips.
I was
think
really
he's gonna
impressed
have
with
it.
him at Leeds, and then he's just kind of dropped off a cliff. His form has dropped off a cliff kind of since he got his move. It seems like.
Done
Yeah.
nothing at Manchester City, not played. I think 308 minutes, won every trophy more or less going to him, but now he's at West Ham and he's struggling at West Ham. I have a
You
fair
think-
few West Ham in my chat, not doing so good, they don't want to.
Oh yeah, so we were talking about old managers and younger managers coming in. I was just asking that because we have so many managers. It seems like they just keep getting rinse and repeat and job after job after job. We were talking about West Ham. We were talking about. I don't know. It just sort of amazes me that some of these older chaps just keep getting Premier League jobs. And like we were saying, that probably will change in the future. But Roy
I think it will take some
Hodgson,
time.
yeah. I mean,
That's a
it's-
surprise one, actually.
Neil Warnock. I know that him and Roy Hodgson are like the same age. Neil obviously it doesn't have quite as high profile of a job.
Big up Roy Hodgson. I love a bit of Roy, bless him.
Boy,
Roy the boy, innit?
yeah, he's a cool dude, and you can tell that he just loves it. Like he legitimately loves the game. Has a lot. I don't think he's gonna hang it up until he has to. And if you need your team to stay in the league, not get relegated, I'll call Roy. That's his specialty. But yeah, I was just wondering, and then hopefully too we see more we see more black coaches. That's something that there's surprisingly little that surprises me. In the U.S. that is becoming less and less of a thing, but it seems like in England it's still. That's a bummer. So that's why I was so happy to see Vincent Kompany in charge.
Yeah.
And I wish that they were doing better.
Vieira
The style
was
of football
there.
was fun to watch. His style of
Vieira
football is
was
fun.
there.
Oh yeah, you're right. You're right.
Yeah.
And then I mean we had why can't I think of his name? The Wolves fellow.
Nuno Espirito Santos.
Yes, Nuno.
He
and
is Portuguese.
yeah, but he didn't. I'm pretty sure that he's like, but I thought that he was born.
I think he's
Northern
Latino.
Africa somewhere. I'll Google it. I will Google it.
Just remember, do you remember the game SNES? Colin.
No. What is it?
Super Nintendo, the SNES.
Oh yeah, I had one of
Okay.
those.
So if
Yeah,
you remember
yes, sir.
SNES, Spurs, Nuno Espirito Santo.
There you go. Perfect. Okay. Yeah. I'm just trying to figure out where he is from. So he was
Sao Tome, Portuguese Sao Tome and Principe. What is that?
could have swore there was okay. Interesting. But yeah.
Oh, he's Portuguese and Galician.
there.
What is
Okay.
Galician? I don't even know.
That's me.
Oh, okay. Sorry.
It's my
Sorry,
region-
Jose.
It's my region in Spain, Galicia.
Oh, cool.
I
Interesting.
didn't know that
okay,
he's half.
so-
I didn't know that he's half Galician though. But there we go.
Yeah, he's half Portuguese, half Galician,
There you
according
go.
to Wikipedia.
One of your mates, perhaps.
Right, so look, you've got Sages Bethlehem Green saying the best managers are Spanish or Vasco. I don't know whether they're Vascos, but they might be Spanish, but they're not Vascos, I don't think.
There's so much inner Spain politics and little bits that I don't know.
Kels is saying that Phillips would not get into the current Leeds team. And
Damn, not
Dakari's
even the
saying-
current lead team.
Dakari is saying it's nice to see you, Kels. Good to see you here. I've been enjoying the Leeds content. I'm currently very ignorant, but I'm trying to learn, and I will get there.
Decaro, I'm just ignorant on everything. So if it's only leads that you're ignorant on, you're doing great because I'm just.
And Bill
all
is
of it.
saying Phillips is a classic case of what not playing regularly does to a player. Pep calling him fat was out of order too. Mind you, 150 grand a week will ease the pain.
Pep
And
called him
we
fat.
have- yeah. We have Daniel Sandoval saying, "Good afternoon, La Familia. One love back to you."
Sorry,
Daniel
Pep
Sandoval.
called who fat? I'm just curious.
Phillips.
Phillips.
Oh, Phillips.
Big up, Mr. Sandoval.
The thing is with Pep, obviously he's got a very high expectation, and if you don't take on board, I suppose, what he says, he sees you as, well, you're lazy and you don't want to obviously do enough to be in the team. So he's saying to him, look, you need to be in shape, which I understand you can say to someone they need to be in shape. To out and out call them fat is a bit mean. But
Did he say the word fat? Did he say the word fat?
I think he insinuated it.
No, I think he said
overweight.
something. I think I know which story it is.
But
there
the
was
thing is,
some mention.
The thing
Sorry,
is,
yeah.
it's just that obviously he has to know that he's got to be in shape, right? And that the manager isn't going to accept that. And Pep's quite strict on obviously those things. So I guess Pep hasn't really got any other way. It's a bit like it's my way or the highway. I'm not trying to justify what he said at all.
Right.
But
Yeah.
it's
I'm
a
with you.
difficult one when players aren't doing what they need to do to try and push themselves to get into the team, where they're just content to sit on the bench and take their money.
Yeah, he came back
So-
from they bought him and he came back from the Euros, and Pep said that he was overweight.
Oh,
coming back from the Euros.
Okay, so
That's a
I
pretty
just-
common thing for managers to say.
Yeah,
oh,
that's
they've
pretty
come back
common.
a bit overweight, or they're a
That's
little
what I'm
bit off.
saying. If you've been out away and the manager's telling you need to get back into shape because you're looking a bit on the bigger side than what you did before, I can understand it. But I think to say someone's blatantly just saying, well, you're fat, and that, like I say, that's probably not the best way to go around it.
A bit out of line, yeah, for sure. But Phillips, I was gonna wonder. So we talk a lot about club signings at Spurs, or we have in the past. Is it a club signing? Is it a signing that the manager wanted? Was Calvin Phillips a Pep signing? You think, or was it a board signing? I know that none of us are huge City fans, of course, but yeah, I just wonder. He doesn't seem like a Pep player to me, which is the only reason I ask.
I think it could be that particular season they sold off a few midfielders like that were performing, so they were like looking for a good midfield prospect or like good youngsters who can later on come on into the scene. So I particularly think that it could be a Pep signing, but it didn't turn out to be a good prospect in training, and then he just couldn't gel with his identity of football and his footballing philosophy. So yeah, he never just played. It happens.
It does, yeah. Especially with a team that's got money to burn like that, and they can afford to not play a player that costs a fair bit. Jess, what is the pup's name? We got to know.
This one's Princess, my little chihuahua.
Oh, nice.
Do you know what? There's always someone with a chihuahua called Princess, and they're always not a princess, and they're normally quite like aggy dogs. Because I know I've got a small dog, Jess. I'm saying this because I know I've got a Frenchie who's small, and a Frenchie's and a pug. My pug's really small, and she's got the worst attitude ever. Like she's got a proper little dog attitude. Her and chihuahuas don't get on because they bark at each other. They both like at each other. I'm like, oh my god, attitude issues.
And if you like what Mia's just said, then she's segue in. Down there, you've got, if for the people that haven't done so, please subscribe to Mia at Spurs Between the Lines.
Yes,
And
yes.
The links in the chat.
Boom, boom.
Furthermore, if you like another person who's a dog lover, please subscribe to Jess at Jessie Talks Football. The link is in the chat. And
Jess,
then
who's
you've also
new.
got James,
James.
young James, who's above Colin, has started a YouTube channel, and it's James Loves Spurs.
Yeah, let's get James up, guys. Let's get his subs up. Let's show him some love, everybody. Let's
Let
get
me
those
go and
numbers up.
subscribe it.
And then you've
Eh.
also got, thanks Colin, you've also
Yes,
got,
yes, sir.
if you want to support his co-host, then you can always come over to El Tel Cockerel.
It's good content. It's good
Trying to see
content.
what
I
other
can't
links
lie.
have been put in here.
And Jose's got some good stuff on his channel too. I really enjoy his mop-up shows. Lots of stuff. Those are fun because just about anything goes there. There's not a lot of
Slightly.
rules. Not a,
I'm just wondering, why is it called a mop-up show?
Because the mop-up show was to do with anything that you need to talk about. It's just a quick mop-up, but it became more a mop-up shows you quickly mop up anything that's happened since the last game. Right?
Oh, okay.
But apart from
Mop
that,
up all the
yeah,
dust.
we-
I thought it's because there's lots of wet. That's why you need to mop up.
and then what we also do, it becomes a question and answer session
And I
where
thought
you
he
can
just
ask.
say he ignores what I say.
You can ask because I know you too well. Hold on, you're doing me a disservice there, aren't you? What's going on with that picture?
you love it.
You're
Look
having
great.
a tick laugh, aren't you? God, I look like there's something wrong with me. Behave yourself, Mr. Sievers.
Sorry,
Um,
sorry. It's early. I'm slap
Right.
happy.
Bill's saying I've met Calvin and his granny back in the day quite a few times. Such a nice family.
He was with his granny. That makes me happy. Anybody that's got love for their elders and their family are good people in my books. So
Dekaru has left. He's saying wishing everyone a good Saturday. It's now switched over to Sunday morning here, and it's time for him to go to sleep. Good night, or good night, Dekaru. Thank you very much.
Good night.
thanks for joining us, dog. It's been nice.
Shem Tam says Angie's words. Every signing is mine. I only bring players I want for me. Is what Levy told him to say. There's no way some of these signings work in his system, so why would he bring them in?
Which
We
one?
come
Which
back-
ones, Shem?
We
Which
come back to
signings?
that. Hold on, we come back to that.
Interesting.
Daniel saying doggy
I
dog
think he did say
word,
that.
and Kells is saying Calvin Phillips needs to go abroad to get a fresh start. He will always be a legend at Leeds, but he would not displace our current midfielders.
Damn,
So
that's saying something. Nice.
Okay,
Hell,
talking about the midfielders at Leeds, how is Harry? Oh no, Harry Winks is at Leicester. Sorry, not
Yeah.
Leeds. Sorry.
so with this, does anyone want to take this?
I just want to. I like to answer a question with a question. It's my thing. But which signings do you think that we've made recently that don't work in his system? I think that most of the signings, the
He
signings
has
that have
played
come in since.
everybody except Ashley Phillips, I guess. Among the
What
signings he
works
made.
or doesn't work?
Yeah, I don't know if there's any players that he signed that don't work in the system. I can't. I'm having trouble thinking of any. I know that obviously some players brought in before he came in don't necessarily fit the system. Richarlison and
But
players-
do you know what
players-
my
Brian
issue
Hill.
is with this whole thing with the signings. People will go back and do revisionism, and so they'll say, "Oh, but that must have been a club signing because it didn't work out." But if it does work out, it must have been an Ange signing. That's what I don't like, and I think that's why he's come out and said every signing that comes in, I've agreed to. I've said that's my player, because I just think otherwise it's silly to say and revise, do revisionism, and say, well, that can't have been his player. Why not? You're just assuming that because it hasn't worked out. Unless he doesn't play the player, unless he specifically gets a player and never, ever, ever plays him, then you'll know. That's what I would say.
And I agree with you completely. I think that the signings that have come in since Ange's been here have all been his. I really do. And James, I wanted to get your opinion on this, buddy. What do you think about this? Do you believe what he's saying here? Do you think it's Levy whispering in his ear, telling him what to say, or do you think that he's actually owning up and taking ownership of all these signings?
It's hard to say because, like, it's probably both ways. I don't think it's like, oh, he's saying this, but Ange's probably not just like it. It's yeah. I don't know what players haven't worked in the system yet, because to be honest, we haven't seen. Well, we've seen most players play under the system, apart from like the ones that we bought before him. So like people like Brian Hill and I don't know, but like people like that. I haven't seen anyone that would like hasn't fit the system. It's hard this season because we've got still players that he didn't buy in, but that are sitting on the bench that probably won't, maybe not like, especially like Brian Hill. I know he was bought before, but I don't think he'll suit Ange's system. I think he's too skinny basically, and I think if he came up against, I don't know, let's say a Kyle Walker or someone like that, or someone like Van Dijk, he's not gonna get any like he's not gonna get past him like, and I just don't. I think it's hard because I don't think there is any players now that Ange brought in that's like, you know, I don't know, that don't fit the system. There's players before Ange came in that, you know, don't fit the system, but I don't think there's any. I don't think there's any that are like, you know, that don't. But yeah,
that he's brought in.
But yeah, I think it's a difficult one because, like, you know.
So I'm just throwing questions at you, James, and I apologize. But Werner, what's your take on Werner? You think we should keep him? Think the 15 mil is a good price? Do you like what he's contributing for that price?
He can't for starters. I think he's a good player, but he just can't hit a barn door. Every time he's free on goal, he'll hit the post or he'll
try to go around the keeper and completely miss the goal. Or
I think for a squad player, he'll be a good signing, but I think he'll give competition to like, it's hard because I think he'll give competition like for like a bench place, but I don't think he'll start.
What we know, if we're going to be playing in more competitions the next season, which we all hope to be in Europe in one fashion or another, we'll need players. We'll need a deeper bench. I personally have liked what I've seen of the fella. He's put himself about, as you could say, and he seems to know when to make his runs. I don't know. He just seems a pretty intelligent player to me. We're pretty stacked when you think about it, though, with players like Manor Solomon, returning. I also think it depends on what Solomon does. Do we get rid of him or do we keep him? Because if we keep Solomon and Timo, I don't know how that's going to work. But because I don't know when Solomon will be back next season, but we don't know exactly when he's going to be back. Yeah, we thought he was going to be back weeks ago.
Because I was watching. I don't know if you guys know We Are Tottenham TV. I was watching
Of
them do
course,
like
yeah.
them doing a like what you would keep and what you would, and they were getting rid of Solomon. I don't know
Wow.
what you guys' thoughts on Solomon are. Like, do we keep him or do we actually, do we sell him in this? Well, I don't know if he'll go anywhere, but if we try and sell him in the summer, I don't know what you guys' feelings on.
So with Solomon, I think it's a tricky one because I think that actually he can be a good player because he's a bit different to the wingers that we currently have. So it would depend if we're going to bring anybody else who's similar to him, because I think what Ange wants is the same position but different types of players. So depending on what we do with our wingers that we currently have, I think will depend, because I think we'll get rid of quite a few and then maybe think about bringing some in. And if we do sign Werner, which at the moment I'm not a fan of, I think he has to prove himself a bit more to me before I would want to sign him. Even though I know people were saying, well, what can we get for that money? But I still think he needs to contribute more before I would say it would be a solid investment to get him to come to be permanent.
What type of numbers do you want him to put up? What type of numbers would be good enough?
I've said I would like him to do like 13, 14 goal contribution until like when he
end of
the season. Yeah, I said that's.
I've always said 12, but yeah, right. We're right in the same spot.
I think because that's a reasonable amount, and I'd say okay, fair enough. He does contribute, but if he don't, I'm not going to be impressed, because I think that maybe we need to rejig, get some money for other players, and think about it, because of his money the wages that he'd be on as well. I just think, I want us to think about it, because it isn't just the money we pay for him; it's also the wages we've got to counter.
He's on twice what Poro makes is what all I know. I don't know the numbers, but
if we factor that in, the cost of the grand cost of him would be more. So I just don't know if that's a good idea. So I would maybe get somebody else. And with Solomon, he's a tricky one, like I say. I think Ange's got a lot of thinking to do in the summer with who he's going to get rid of and who he's going to keep, I think.
Yeah, definitely. Jose, haven't asked you any questions.
Got a question, Solon. Swim Masters off topic. So any of you know this? It's the answer's been given, so don't cheat. Off topic, quick trivia for the panel and the chat. Anyone old enough here to remember Roy of the Rovers? If yes, what was the club he played for?
Manchester Rovers. Manchester Rovers. Manchester Rovers.
Yes.
I used to read them when I was a kid. Yeah.
There's a comic, weren't it?
Yeah.
Roy of the Rovers, number 9 for Manchester Rovers.
Idea.
That's awesome.
Number 9 for Manchester Rovers. So we asked a question, but Kels has already
now
asked.
Now I'm showing my age. I don't like that, Swim Master, because now you're making me reveal how old I am. That's not good.
How old? 25, 26? Man?
27.
21. I'm 21. Don't you know?
Oh,
18.
Dang, yeah.
Yes, you got Kuva. Kuva's sub to Jess says, I like the brutality, honest assessments of the club, and I have a soft spot for them, as all my in-laws are in Leeds. I think Bill has subscribed to you as well. So Bill has gone over and said that he's subbed to you as well.
Nice job. Let's get some subs over on to James too, everybody. Make sure.
I've subbed to James, yeah. I've subbed to James.
And then you've got Bill says, look, he says, Jess, it's so refreshing to hear someone with our accent on a Spurs channel.
Hell yes. Hell yes.
We get picked up on our with Yorkshire.
That's why we found Jess and we welcome her all the time. And you've got Leeds Angels marching on together. She's 21. Go girl.
Yeah.
Hello, Leeds Angels. Hope you're well, mate. Hope you're well.
Good to have you here. Thanks for joining.
Hi to all the Angels.
Hi, right back at you. Good to have you here.
And then I had another question starred before you asked me a question, Colin. It was Kel says, does Richarlison need replacing next season? I think Spurs need a better quality player next year. So do we need to replace Richarlison, Mia?
Joe, what? This is a tricky one for me. I like Richarlison. I really do like him. I think he's a nice guy. And I think that he really worked hard on himself to get better, which I think that he's really got to be commended, and to come out and speak about mental health. So
yes,
I think to him, for me as a person, that just shows you that the strong personality that he's got and the kind of person he is. He's very generous as well. He's never really been accepted at Tottenham because everyone was thinking he's a Kane replacement, which we're never going to get a Kane replacement, let's be honest. However, if we got the money we got back for him, I do think there's better out there that we could possibly get. And I know there's people out there who love Richarlison, so I'm apologising now to all the Richarlison fans, but I do think there is somebody better out there. But the problem we've got is getting that money back for him. Is it worth selling him or getting someone else and having him and that somebody else? Because I do think we do need two players. So do we get someone else and get rid of him, or keep him and get someone else?
He seems to be such a form player that if he doesn't play a lot, I worry that
and
maybe.
if he don't play, he's mental. I think mentally, he won't accept, and that's why I think we should sell him, because I don't think he'd be happy to sit and wait to get his chance. So I think that's where the problem lies. I will say the other day when we played, I believe that ball that went across the box, if Richarlison was playing that game, I think he would have scored that. He would have scored that goal because he would have been in the box. And I said that so many times. I've like, if Richarlison was there, he would have scored it.
Over to James. James, what do you think, mate?
Oh, it's a difficult one with Richarlison. My dad really likes. My dad's a really big Tottenham fan, and
good man.
He really likes him for his something housery, and then. But I think he works well for the team. He puts himself about. Sometimes in goal, he's lacking a few finishes here and there, but I don't think if we tried to sell him, we're going to get anywhere near the money we paid for him. That's
60 mil or something, right? It was quite a large sum of money.
And I'm like, I don't think we'll get anywhere near that. Maybe I don't even know how much people would pay for him.
30, maybe.
Yeah, I think if we get like a replacement, and he could be a good squad player, but. Richarlison might not like that sitting on the bench. He might throw his toys out the pram and start.
He might just lose his mind, like we were talking about. He's been really open about having to see like a therapist or a counselor. I don't remember how he worded it, but he's talking to somebody. He's doing good. I actually put this up the other day. It was going to be a talking point the other day. I never got to. I'm a big mental health. I think that needs to be given more attention, and I think a lot of players probably struggle with mental health issues. The Dele, the Dele story that came out, and everything he was struggling with. So the fact that Richarlison was open about that makes me really happy, really proud of him for that alone. But personally, I think Spurs should aim to be doing better. The only way we're getting our money back for him too is if you sell him to the Saudi league, and I think he's got more ambition than to go there and play, personally. But Jose, real quick.
Hold on, I'm just going to catch up some in the chat because otherwise we're going to lose ourselves again. So different versions cut right. You've got the fact that we are pondering a player like Werner shows Daniel Levy still letting his club down, even after being the richest club in London. Shem Tam says I think Veliz will not be good enough.
Those are fighting words to Jose, Shem, so we better watch out.
Hasper, good afternoon, Hasper TV says Ange is a puppet. Sorry.
I disagree, but I love you, Has.
Yeah, Kuba says, I think Ange is offered a selection and targets by the recruitment team and simply says yes or no. I feel that's how a lot of clubs operate if they have a director of football or similar. Shemtam says that Phillips has had a decent time on loan, but his defending is reminding me of Dyer.
A lot of this.
Bill says if Ange picked the players, we'd be seeing players from all over the world come in, e.g. Japan. We have a transfer team now, and the manager will like it or lump it. That's the way I see it.
All right, Bill.
And then you've got who else can? Sanchez Bethnal Green says Sanchez works well. Shame he hasn't got the service. Destiny reckons that Stuart Charlton's too emotional at this level. And we need to find a focused, mature, better striker. Leeds Angels are saying you will get top 4. You must keep Big Ange. He's been great for you this season.
Ange
And
in,
then-
baby.
And then
Yes.
he also says, it's for me, you've played the best footy I've seen in ages. Sanchez
Agreed.
is coming back in saying, you lot are crazy. Give Richie service and I bet he starts banging them in. Problem is the service and the bad management. We haven't seen him in a while. We have Scotty M here.
Yeah.
And he says, as long as we have Richarlison and players like him, we'll compete for nothing.
that is a very Scott.
I
M
mean,
answer.
Scott M's got the standards that are so high. Unless we have Mbappe, I don't think he'll think we'll compete. So I just don't think that's really
Maybe Mbappe to Spurs. I'm just kidding. Richarlison's
then
best
you've got-
season is 10 goals.
Neil saying Richie's a great workhorse and he's scoring for now. However, we certainly need another striker. Scarlett scored a hat-trick for England yesterday. I think maybe he could come good. Bill's just Yorkshire Bill, and he look Richardson is crap.
Hey,
No,
he's,
not watching his words.
I was saying he's telling us how he feels, and I like
Yeah.
that.
He's
I like
just
that a
crap.
lot.
Actually, I wanna have a bit of a disclaimer because last season I really disliked Richarlison, but this season with the amount of numbers that he has put on, like I mean, you gotta give priorities due. 10 goals. No, not every player can actually score 10 goals in Prem. So we gotta be a bit. I guess what we all want from a player is to have those capabilities like dribbling, very technical, can take free kicks and all. Like not every player is that kind of player. We gotta accept it as well. So Richarlison, I think he's a very straightforward player, and we all just don't like it. But he puts in the numbers, guys. But also another problem that I have with him is that he only puts in the numbers when he's like starting regularly. You hardly see him like having braces or hat tricks in like fewer minutes. That's not something that he does.
But I think there are very few players who can be that like super sub and can come in without playing much and really contribute. I think those players are kind of a rarity, and so a lot of players I think need to have consistent game time to be in their best form, and so I don't think that's that much of a concern.
That's what Joe. What the one thing I will say is that I've got to sort of agree and say if we basically want him to score goals, and then when he is scoring goals, people are complaining that he's not doing X, Y, and Z. Do you know what I'm saying? Like people want the Richarlison to score goals, and when he scores them, people are still saying, "Well, he's not good enough because of X, Y, and Z." But the main thing is he's a goal scorer, right? So you've got to give him props for the fact that he is scoring goals. I won't ever disrespect him for that. You know, I think that he has put up numbers this season. So, and that's what we wanted from him.
You confused me for a second because you said X, Y, and Z and not X, Y, and Z.
I think she meant Kane.
So I was like, I don't know what you're talking about.
Did you mean Kane?
No.
Right, so
No.
you've got
but it is a problem with our fan base. I think that we do expect like once a player like Bale, Modric, or Kane they leave, we immediately expect a player who can fill in their shoes. Those are like legends, exceptional players. You can't just replace them in an instance. So we gotta be a little patient with that process.
So you've got Neil saying thanks for putting my predictions in. By the way, no problems at all, mate. You're in. I don't know what James has put his in yet, but I have messaged him in the private chat, but he's not responding back to me. So Daniel Lee says, yeah, sell Richie and put the extra cash and get someone proper like a Pender.
I don't know.
I've started a question. I've started a question that's going to open a can of worms, but I'll start it anyway because we're being asked it. We've then got look who's turned up. Sniffy. Someone mentioning, or should I say, dissing Richie. He's a Richie fan. M says there is a massive gap between Mbappe and Richarlison.
Nobody is denying that. Nobody's denying that, Scott.
Biggest gap.
You've got Kuba saying, I think the younger you are as a Spurs fan, the more likely you'd be okay with Levy. But people my age remember when we were a proper football cup winning was expected. Neil says, if we had someone like Eze or Elise, we could afford to have a striker that only got 15 or 20 a season, as they would make up the slack. Now, the question we're being asked, thanks, Kells, just threw the grenade in for us.
I know.
Right, I started it, but she's thrown the grenade in. It says, "Are you Spurs supporters on the panel happy with Daniel Levy, or is it time for him to go?"
Shit.
Kuva did put a comment in there, so he's obviously seen this before I could get to, because you guys were talking about something else. But right, I'll start with you, Colin.
God damn it. Daniel Levy. I'm torn, you know. There's that expression, you know, the devil you know is better than
the devil you know. Better
devil-
the devil you know. Yeah.
Yeah, and I kind of feel like that to a certain extent. You know, I wouldn't want an ownership in place. I don't know. I understand that Joe Louis isn't a squeaky clean guy. You know, that the way that he made his money too was a little shysty.
By the way, what's going on with this case? Is he like winning it, or has he bailed, or what? Any idea?
I think they're just pushing it, kind of kicking the can down the road type of thing.
Oh, okay.
Whose case?
You know, Joe Louis.
Yeah, Joe. The case is still ongoing. It's still going. He's admitted. I don't know how many charges he was charged with, but he's admitted. He's either admitted them all, or he's admitted some, or whatever.
Insider trading too, or is that what it was?
He's admitted some. Yeah, he's admitted. I don't know whether he's admitted all of them or he's admitted some.
Yeah, he's old. He could literally push us back forever. Probably he might not ever have to deal with it. To be completely honest, I know that he's getting up there in age. Yeah, I mean, I fuck Levy. It's tough, and people will crucify me for saying it, but I think that we could be in a lot worse of a situation than we are right now. I think, you know, we haven't been you know, relegated under it. I know that's not exactly really high standards. I don't know. I don't know, guys. He's got
Actually,
I
have a slightly different take on it from last year. Actually, last year I was like full on, like I really did wanted to see Daniel Levy at this club and all that. But as I am maturing as a fan, I'll say, I think there are two sides of the coin. One side is he is bringing in the money to the club with his business projects and whatever he does in all that. He is doing that. However, I hate the fact that he's even involved in the footballing operations. As long as he stay completely outside the footballing operation and just focus on the financial side of things and the management of the club in general, and stay away from decisions related to transfers, related to whatever, I'm fine with him being there. But when I say Levy, I mean I want Levy to stay away from football side of things totally. Whatever he does with his business, nobody cares. Like Joe Louis, like stay away at the side. You can be there, but don't interfere with the operations of the football club in terms of the football team.
And you mentioned Levy making all this money. If the money would go back into the team, if we saw this money, because I think that's why everyone's so frustrated. Levy's good at making money. He's good at making money, and you know, and good on him for that. But if we could just get that money spent back into the team and put back into, you know, players and starters, and everyone said, you know, I think it was Daniel in the comment saying, you know, that we are the richest team in London or whatnot, but we definitely don't act like it.
But we don't act like it, right? Exactly.
Yeah, we got a big old wiener, but we're not swinging it around. And so, you know, yeah, Levy just needs to start swinging that thing and you know, making moves. But I don't know if he's ever going to be that guy. I think that he is I don't want to say beholden to the shareholders more than he is to the fans, but you know, kind of. But what, James? We haven't heard from you, my man. What say you about Dan? Loaded question.
Yeah. To be honest, I don't really get into like. I don't really care. I'm not being funny. I don't really care. I'd rather care what we're doing on the pitch than behind the scenes of. Obviously, it's annoying when we don't bring, like, you know, we waste, you know, all these like concerts and whatnot. I get it's good for the club, but like at the same time, I don't think he has Scooby-Doo like what he's doing about like bringing players into the club. I don't really want him out, or don't really want him staying. I'm just like, I don't really care, to be honest. I just like, yeah, I don't get into the politics about, Daniel Levy's this, Daniel Levy's that. I'm not really aware of what he does and what he doesn't do. You know what I mean?
We can't change it, right? I mean, I know that everyone's talking about protesting and and stuff, but at the end of the day, I mean, I don't think we're going to make this guy quit his job. Maybe I'm wrong, but yeah. So I do see what you're saying too. I mean, at the end of the day, how much time do you spend thinking about something that you can't really change?
I just think it's just what it is. Like, we can't, if we go down, I don't know, the top and start, saying, oh yeah, we're gonna get him out. What are 10 people gonna, 10 people, people that actually, like, I just don't think whatever we say is gonna happen. So it's like, you might as well just pull it with it.
And what if we get some American? What if we get Todd Bowley? You know what I mean? Like, it could be bad.
We could get relegated if we do that.
Hold on.
No, I don't think we'll get relegated.
Right, let's go to Mia for her thoughts, because you've all had a go, and I want to hear Mia's thoughts.
My thoughts are that it's difficult. It's a difficult situation, because for me, I feel like that I spend time defending, in a way, some of Daniel Levy, because the other side can be sometimes quite irrational with what they say and the way they come across with it, and some of the points that they make. And I think that people want to jump on Daniel Levy's back for every single tiny thing, when I think that the problem we've got is that football isn't black and white. Black and white is just, it's either good or it's bad. It's, and that's not how football is. When it comes to times when we haven't won trophies, it has been because of Daniel Levy, a huge, huge part of it. And I understand that, and I always will say that. But some of it has been down to players and managers' decisions as well. So the reason that we haven't won trophies, to me, isn't just purely down to Daniel Levy 100%. Because if people who do that, they won't credit him for anything that's good. They only credit him for stuff that's bad. So that's where I kind of say, listen, you can't have it both ways. You can't say everything he does is awful, and then anything he does do, anything that's okay, they say, oh, it's lucky, or it's the manager, it's in spite of Levy. So I think that some of the stuff that is chucked at him can be quite disproportionate with the fairness of what people say. And I always try and be very balanced. I want him to stay away from the footballing side. I'm realistic. Listen, with Newcastle, they were going crazy for years about who owned them, and he only went when he wanted to go, right? It's not, people say it works. It don't, because he stayed and he stayed and he stayed until he bled them dry and did an awful job at Newcastle, and he only went when he wanted to go. So my realistic expectation is that we're not going to be able to get him out. But I want him to stay away from the footballing side and let football people do that. When it comes to the money that he makes, that all goes back into the club. People misunderstand. He doesn't take any dividends. Not like if you speak to Man United supporters, sorry, I know you don't like them, Jess, but if you speak to Man United supporters, they take dividends, and they basically let the club go into disarray, and it's the savings falling down. They've got rats. It's awful what they've done, because they just take dividends out, because they make so much money. If someone like Daniel Levy was in charge of the money of Man United, you can imagine what Daniel Levy would do with that money at Man United, and because of the way he runs stuff. So you've got to understand that it goes in hand. The money side of it goes in hand with the business side and the footballing side, because you have to make that money for FFP rules. You've got a business is self-sustaining. You can't keep chucking money in a business, because that's not how businesses work. If you do that, you're going to go broke. What business do you know they keep putting millions and millions of pounds into it? That's not how business is working. You have to understand that what we're trying to do is get all the money in, so we are able to spend within our FFP rules, because there are these rules. And while people don't appreciate that, and people might not like it, and they say things about me saying, no, I'm defending Daniel Levy, or I'm this and I'm that. It's not. It's because I try and see it with my business head, a business point of view and a business head, and understanding the logic and logistics of it all, and not from my heart being a Tottenham supporter, which of course I want to win it all, but I also understand that's not how football works. There's only a certain amount of trophies for us to win. So I also understand that's a fact, that you can't, we want to compete, of course, but when I was younger, we built up to that being a competitive to get to those bigger trophies, because before we were winning cups. I absolutely understand we were, but the problem is that we weren't anywhere near where we are now. So it's sort of like he's done this and it's built up, but now we have to do it. We have to be competitive, and we need to do that. So that's how I feel about it, and people don't like it, and I know people do disagree, and I respect them, and I respect anybody who wants to go against ownership. If that's what they want to do, that is absolutely their choice. But I don't like pointing fingers and saying it's fans like you, or you get the club you deserve, because I'd never do that to any fellow. I would never do that to any fellow fan, whether what my belief is. I would never do that, because I think as fans, we all love our club, and I want everyone to be respectful in the comments, because we all love our clubs. Do you know what I mean? Like, it doesn't matter how
I'm not a fan of the blaming fans thing.
Yeah.
Can I add on to that a little bit? Because I have something to say. I agree with Mia like about 80 to 90% of what she said, except one thing that I slightly disagree with. I think when it comes to Tottenham not winning the trophies, no, I'm not going to fight. Actually, we have fight a lot in the past, but I'm beginning to understand more her perspective now. I think when we say that winning trophies is not on Daniel Levy, I think that very much actually misinterpret the picture of what's happening.
No, I didn't say it's not on Daniel Levy. I said some
it's
of
not
it.
Completely on Daniel.
I said completely, because when those players go on the pitch and they miss penalties, is that Daniel Levy's fault? No. When we get a penalty against us in a Champions League final, is that Daniel Levy's fault? No. Do you know? So you've got to understand that some of them things are outside factors that he does not control. None of us control.
I completely agree with that.
Football is football. You know?
I completely agree with that. But I think when we say that Daniel Levy, he has done a lot of good. The problem, I think, when people say that lack of trophies at Tottenham, I won't just say missing out on trophies, but let's just say lack of trophies at Tottenham. The fact that actually our financial output or our financial position doesn't translate into the success, and that lack of trophies then does come back to Daniel Levy at a huge proportion. He is responsible for the lack of success at this club. So that's where I stand on. And that's why I say that actually if Daniel Levy keeps on putting in money for us and just keep himself limited to that job, I have no problem with it. But the fact that we need someone who can utilize that money well into the footballing operations of the club, he has 100% failed in that job. Like literally, he has failed in there. In many aspects of this club, he has failed in that job. And I would like to see somebody doing better than him, like having a CEO or someone who actually controls the transfer side of things and all that. And I'm actually quite a big fan of actually that lady who used to manage Chelsea's operations together with Roman. She was a proper footballing. She was not a footballing person, but she used to handle things in a very well way. The way she used to put clauses in the transfers and get money out of things as well. Like she was an all-rounder football / business acumen person. Yeah. But Daniel Levy isn't there. We all know that he has made some silly decisions, like that Doherty transfer out. We all remember. Like we didn't even know how many players we can loan out. And we had to actually give up on him on a free. Like, if you ask me personally, I would have actually kept Doherty and sold Emerson Royal at that time. But that to me was one of like the silliest decisions I've ever seen in any business.
Fair, very fair. You know who didn't answer? His name is Jose, and he didn't give us his take.
Sorry, just going to put this in there.
I'd actually like to know Jess's take as well, because being from an outside point of view, it's always interesting to hear.
Jess has just put in the chat. She put in the chat earlier. I saw her saying it's really interesting to hear our opinions from the panel of what we're thinking. She actually put that in the chat earlier. So
boom.
Go on, Jess. Sorry, go on.
But me personally, I wouldn't want to comment on Daniel Levy because I like Tottenham in general, and I think, look, he's a bit like Marmite. You'll either love or hate him in that respect of Daniel Levy, but he's solid, and you've got an owner there that I know you get frustrated at times and with transfers and stuff that goes around on the club, but I would rather have a solid owner like Daniel Levy in charge of my club than somebody that's going to come in and ruin Tottenham and go just spending X amount of money. You're right, there is FFP guidelines. For me, I'm not a Tottenham supporter. I'm just, I don't mind Tottenham. I've got no qualms. Is he the right man in charge? I wouldn't want to comment and say yes or no because I don't know Tottenham well enough to do that. For me, on an outsider's point of view, he looks a solid owner, an owner that knows in some respects what he's doing with FFP. Like a lot of people have been saying in comments, the 9th now with money and stuff. I think he's done a good job since he took over from Alan Sugar.
Def.
Yeah, financial side of things, of course.
Financial side of things, maybe it would be better taking a back seat and bringing somebody else in that knows more on the footballing side of it, and let Daniel Levy take a back seat a little bit and let somebody run it.
Yeah,
that is happy with, that knows a little bit more on the footballer side of it. Still own the club, but take a back seat and let somebody else come in. Like the 49ers, for example, at Leeds. They are a consortium that own Leeds United, but they've got their own director. They don't really sit on the board. They've brought somebody else in to sit on the board. So for me, yeah, absolutely. Maybe just take a back seat and get somebody else in. But for me, I wouldn't 100%. Want to slag the guy off because I wouldn't want to offend anybody at Tottenham because I don't aspire to know, ins and outs of Tottenham. I don't mind Tottenham. I think they're a really good club. I like them. There's no issues with Leeds. But in my personal opinion, maybe take a back seat and let somebody else do the footballing side of things. Then everybody's happy.
Yeah, I think a lot of us want that. Yeah, I think a lot of us want that though, and that's what I've said I would like. Do you know what I'm saying? So it's not actually dissimilar to what I have said, but you then get some people who are so opposed, Jester. It's very difficult sometimes, and I understand everybody's got their point of view, but I think that it's difficult when fans maybe like I try and be reasonable and I try and say things like be balanced and not everybody obviously appreciates that balance.
What is the majority of Tottenham fans that would actually want Daniel Levy out? What is the swing on it?
I don't even know anymore.
50-50 in a way.
I think it's less. I think it's less. I think there's more people that are Levy in than Levy out at the moment.
I don't think people are Levy in actually. I think what you'll find is people are like me. They would say, listen, I just want him to step away from the footballing side. Yeah. I think a lot of people are like that. They're not necessarily people call me a Levy inner, a Levy sympathiser, but it ain't. It's the fact that I want him to step away from the footballing side,
Right. So yeah, but I'm saying that if I'm looking at that as the other side, right, as opposed the out and out Levy out people, right, the Levy out people have grown in numbers. But I still think the other side outweigh that number at the moment. If you're asking me.
Can I just say, Scott M, calling fans weak and dumbest fan base in sport. This is what I'm saying, man. Like, honestly, I respect you've got your opinion, Scott, and you're very much opposed to Daniel Levy. But calling fans dumb and things like that, it doesn't help your case. It really don't.
So can I just say, Leo joined us earlier, so I'm just going to say, Leo, right?
Big up, Leo.
And although I haven't answered,
can I add on to something that we were just discussing? I think the problem here is somebody I think just put up a comment in the chat that he's taking a huge salary and ENIC is using the club as like a money making machine. The problem actually that comes in is that when you are making that money and when you are not putting into the footballing side of things, it makes fans think that yes, they are basically making money out of the club because it's not going into the club. And that's where I guess we need to draw the boundary line. Like, okay, we need to really see from the pure financial point of view as well, like how much of it actually is going into their pockets. And the mistakes I think Daniel Levy has made to give that impression is like his huge pay. Actually, I think that's a big mistake that he has made. And then all these ticket prices increases and all that, I think that doesn't help much as well. So he needs to be a bit more careful with the operational decisions that he makes to improve his own PR.
Right. So, sorry. Also, we've got Jordan Hyman, Liverpool FC has joined the chat.
Jordan,
so
thanks for being here,
Jordan.
Bro. Yes.
So, Right. So what I'm going to say, I'll see someone put a comment. Danny, you've put a comment in here as well, right? All I'm going to say, right, on the matter is, if the Levy Out campaign was that strong, then the people that go out and protest, what does our stadium take? Stadium takes what, 62,000 people?
Something
If the
like
Levy
that.
Out campaign was that strong, you would have 62,000 people and some more protesting every game at the stadium. The fact that they don't tells me that the number of Levy Outers compared to the other side, however you call it, whether you call it sympathisers, people that just want him to step away from football, or people that want him in, seems to me the number's greater than the Levy Out, because otherwise the campaign would be much stronger. Now I'm not in the camp. I'm not in the camp
So-
of one or another. I'm just trying to see it from the way that I look at
I
it.
think, Jose,
what I
you,
see.
you make a really good point, but I think the problem also is a lot of our fan base, in a way, they haven't made up their mind fully yet on where do they stand. So when the things
Yeah.
are going good, they would be slightly worried that, okay, yeah, Levy's doing a great job and perfect football, and then they will be on one side. But when you have the situation that we had towards the end of last season, or when we were without a manager for about 7 months when Nuno came in, those kind of conditions, that's when you would see actually the numbers going big, and then the stadium also, you would hear the chants
Right.
of Levy Out and all that. But that's why I say that our fan base in a way is not consistent in its narrative.
I don't
I
think
get
it
that.
is. I think that actually what James said is a very good point. I think a lot of our fans just want to go to football and be involved in the football side of it. I think that people are just, they go there for something to do, like something to do. It's a
Get your
hobby
mind
for-
off of life
Yeah,
and,
I think
and
that, yeah, because
troubles.
it's it's something that they enjoy, that they're passionate about and they love. So I actually think it's not now. I think it's actually a lot of fans are probably quite like James, where they're just thinking it's about the football for me. It's about what goes on that pitch, and that to them is what matters.
Right.
And I
So
don't say that's a bad thing, James. I'm not trying to say, do you know what I mean? That's what I think everybody should support the team how they see fit. So
right,
And
I
there's-
haven't
it's-
answered.
it's-
I haven't answered it. You asked me. You said there's one person who hasn't spoken yet, and it was me. I've not answered. I've let everyone have a go, and I've not answered. And what I will say is that I agree with a lot of what everybody has said so far on the panel. There's a bit of everything that I agree with, right?
Jose the
uh,
diplomat.
And no, I do. I agree with a bit of everything, and I agree with what some of the people are putting in the chat. I agree with a lot of different facets of this, right? But for me, I will turn around. Like Mia said, they don't give away penalties. They don't take penalties. He doesn't do all that, Levy. The players on the pitch do all that. Then, furthermore, on that as well, what I will turn around and say is that have we misspent money? Because it's not as if Tottenham don't spend money, because they bloody have. Tottenham are one of the biggest spenders of transfer fees in the last 5 years or so. We are one of the biggest. If you're looking at the top
Are we?
six, well, yeah, we are. Spending
The
money
fifth-
wise, forget the money that we bring in. Spending money, Tottenham have spent loads of money on transfers. Have we been wrong in the transfers we bought in? Have we bought the
Yes.
wrong players in? Have we, or have we
Yes.
bought players that have misfired, have not played well? Have we overpaid for players? Because we spend money. So there's a
Fucking
fallacy there about-
Soldado.
There's a
And
fallacy.
Dembele, Sanchez, Reguilon was quite an expensive transfer apparently.
So
who else?
therefore,
Lo
a lot of the stuff, yeah, a lot of the stuff, you know, we have spent money. So you're gonna blame him because we haven't spent money, or do we blame the people that were in place to go and find the players, scout the players, and bring them in? Do you know what I mean? So at the end of the day, you know, there's a bit of everything involved in this. Now, my personal opinion, my personal stance on this, and I said this last week, is that for me, by the end of the summer transfer window, I would make it clear what my stance is when I can see what's happened in the transfer window. And for me, I believe that Ange Postecoglou is a man of principle. And if Ange Postecoglou believes that he hasn't been backed, or the players that he wants haven't been bought in, I think that Postecoglou, being a man of principle, will walk away and say, I ain't putting up with this. So I want to see what happens by the end of the transfer window to see exactly where I stand on this. But for the moment, I do take on board everybody's opinions, whether they're sympathisers, whether they just want to go and watch the game, whether they're Levy-inners, whether they're Levy-outers. I agree with a lot of things that are made by everybody. I just haven't made my point and I'm not in any camp, and I won't be until the end of the summer transfer window.
That's a
Boom.
fair
Love it.
I think that's the problem, though, is that a lot of people say, "Oh, we don't spend," but you're right. You're absolutely right. We have misspent a lot on a lot of occasions, and he signs the checks. He's trusting people who obviously weren't doing a good enough job, and that is on Daniel Levy. 100%.
Yeah.
That's on Daniel Levy. That's his responsibility. I will never not accept that. But in some ways, you've got to like sort of say, okay, then he's made good deals as well. But nobody will say, oh, this deal was a good one, or they'll say, oh, it was because of this reason or that reason. That's where I kind of feel like I might be nitpicking, but people who keep having a go for the wrong reasons, I feel like when it comes to it, you should have the same principles when you're slagging him off as when you're possibly giving him somewhat credit as well. And that's what gets me a little bit with the whole situation, and maybe why people assume that I'm a bit of a sympathiser, a happy clapper, or whatever you want to call me in the chat, Scott. Do you know what I mean?
And can I thank Kels? If you're still here, Kels, can I thank you for throwing that grenade in?
Yes, Kels.
Absolutely. And we are still.
I
I
think-
think actually, can I just say, I think all of
Yeah.
us have handled that very well, and none of us went into a screaming match or calling each other names or insulting each other. So I actually think we did very well with that.
Yeah.
Kel's setting a wall off on somebody else's channel. Do you know what I mean, Kels? What have me back on again now? Dirty me, Kel. Until I see you later.
Bloody league.
Nah, I'm messing
man.
about, Kel.
Yeah.
Kels is superb.
Kels-
Well
Kels
done,
is the
Kels.
best,
It's a great,
yeah.
great question to ask.
I think
Great
I think
question to ask.
somebody made a comment here, like we bought a lot of players, the payday players in the past. That's one of the problems with Daniel Levy as well. That maybe we haven't discussed yet. The problem with him is that he's not the kind of owner. When you like a particular player, you put in and throw in all the money that you're going to get for them. He will haggle and haggle and haggle until the point where the player is like gone. Like for example, the Luis Diaz deal, or it's too late. Other clubs have come in for him. That has often happened to us.
But
We
does-
lost Bruno
does-
Fernandes like that, and that is one of the consistent problems that we have had over the past year. He's
But
such
can
a
I
haggler.
just, on the other
Does he
hand,
get
like,
praise for
on
the
other-
good players that we do bring in, though? Like,
Yeah, I was about to say, like, can I
No, I would
just
give
say
him
on the-
praise.
on the
Madison,
other-
great transfer.
On the other hand, will people say then the good deals that when he did haggle and get that bit of extra money to then put towards another player, people don't say then, oh, that was actually a really good deal. Well done, Daniel Levy, because he actually got that bit of money off there, and actually that helped us being able to get this X player. Do you know what I'm saying? So that's where I said the balance is lacking in what people say about things like that. And I,
No, 100% you're
agree on players. Some players, yeah, we have lost out on players. I completely agree. But other times it's been other reasons as well. It's not just been the whole haggling thing. There's loads of different factors basically. But what I will say is people won't always say that. They always will be like, oh, but we lost out on this player. But what about this player that we've got? You know, that's the thing.
Yeah.
Vicky van der Ven were a good signing for him, and there were a lot of people interested in him. One that I know Liverpool were interested in him as well, and he managed to get him. I think people always see the negative and they never see sometimes the positive as well. They always go the good pathway and then not the good.
Negative. It's easier to see the negative. I get that. You know what I mean? It's just the way that it is. Unfortunately, but yeah, I think that nobody's perfect. No chairman's perfect. No owners are perfect.
Yeah.
So you have to look at it that way. I'd also want to throw out what's the alternative? What would be better? You know what I mean? I don't want to be Chelsea. I don't want to be City. I don't want to be, you know what I mean?
Liverpool.
One of those teams. Liverpool. I think Liverpool's business model is okay.
You can't bring Liverpool into it. Their business model is very, very good. Is Liverpool's? You can go for teams like Manchester City and Chelsea that deliberately break FFP rules and other rules with, but Liverpool are a very sound room. I can say that much.
Yeah. So
But Liverpool, I think they also have that football heritage, or basically their history to back them up in terms of their trophies and their European glory. So players do want to go to that sort of a club, and they wouldn't mind like a player can, I think, go for slightly cheaper to that kind of club. Whereas for Tottenham, we have got a glorious past as well, but we haven't had as glorious of a past as.
But Tottenham are a big club.
Do we have any?
Yeah, Tottenham are a big club, but not as big as
options?
Liverpool still.
So Scott, I see what you're
I
saying.
don't think
and
so. I think they're
agree.
on
I just
par.
don't know if there's any other options out there. Are there realistically any options? Have there been any talks of anybody buying the club that you would like? Have there, you know what I mean? It's easy to say we want Levy out. Yes, we want Levy out. but
Say we want Levy out.
who in? You know, I guess is what I'm at.
The problem is with the alternative is we don't know how they're going to behave, and what, like Jess said, is they could come in, break all FFP rules, put us into a situation that could be completely awful by overpaying for players. We could be in a complete state. You just never ever know, and that's the problem, isn't it? When you're saying about new owners, it's good to say, okay, fair enough. People want to say Levy out, cool, but that we don't know what's going to come. We don't know if it'll be good or if it'll be bad. That's the issue, isn't it? Because we never will know until we get there.
It's better the devil you know than the devil you don't know in some respects. I think I'd rather be.
I kind of disagree with it. I kind of disagree with the devil you don't know sort of a thing. I guess you can always try to upgrade, because if you don't go for that sort of mentality, you are never willing to take a risk.
Yeah, but if you take a risk and you lose, then you would be saying we would rather have Levy in. I would rather have somebody that financially is sound and structured than bring somebody in that could just ruin Tottenham and what Daniel Levy's built. In my
but then you would never know. So the devil you haven't seen could be a good devil also as well. It's like 50-50. The probability is both ways.
I'd rather stick with Levy for now and see where you are. Me, just my personal opinion. I'm not a Tottenham fan, but I'd rather be run sound. Leeds was run unsound after last season. No, it's nothing to do with that. I see what happened when bad owners came in at Leeds twice, and look what happened to Leeds United. We ended up in League One. We wasn't in the Premiership for 17 years. I've seen it. I've been there with it. So I would rather have, even if it was at Leeds, Daniel Levy, with what he runs and his ownership standards, keep away from the football side of it. I'd be happy. That's just my personal opinion.
That's what I'm saying about Leeds, though. If people don't know just about Leeds beforehand,
exactly,
they were bigger, how big a club they were. They got effed over with all the money stuff and the stuff that happened at Leeds. Then maybe it's not like as understandable. But you went through that, and Phil P, I could get hit by a bus, but I'd hope that I'd look across the road properly to make sure that I don't. So
yeah.
I was waiting for you to get back to Phil on that. I was like,
Phil P, don't start. He knows he don't want to deal with the fire.
No, actually, I think we handled this question pretty well, because one of the narratives that I really hate is when somebody say that, oh, the devil you haven't seen and all that, and then they bring in that thing that, oh, we could actually get relegated if a bad owner come in. I don't think that now the big clubs, or at least the top 6, are in that situation anymore. Financially, they are that stable that a new owner, even if it's a very bad owner, you will actually go to that.
Well, look at Manchester City. Look at Everton.
Yeah, but that's a different scenario. FFP.
But if you say,
but it's still there.
But if you look at it in realistic terms, Newcastle have got the richest owners, but they're not allowed to spend. Why? Because of FFP. So even if we've got an owner like that, we can, because we're obviously the only reason that
Daniel Levy's done work
because of Daniel Levy. So if they then go right up into the FFP right there, and then we can't, and then our FFP stuff, all that stuff that he did would have been for the owner to come in, just spend loads of money. It might not even work, and then what? That's the problem.
But that's just not Daniel Levy. Sorry to interrupt there. But that's just not Daniel Levy. If you look at all the other big 6 clubs as well, they do have a financial and sustainable model in a way, and some clubs that are slightly outside of big 6 as well.
Let's see first whether. Sorry, interrupt you, but let's see first with the Man City charges and the Chelsea charges if they didn't do that by cheating. Because if they did that by cheating, they're not sustainable by any other way.
I did this last night. I agree. Yeah, I agree. I did this last night. I took my 10. It doesn't. You bring it. All right, then Levy goes, and you bring a millionaire in, billionaire. Newcastle have got this, and they can't spend at end of the season. They're going to have to sell players to keep in line with FFP. So it doesn't matter in what sense of money-wise you bring in FFP, whether or not you've got a billionaire, a millionaire, whatever. Tottenham still wouldn't be able to spend in that respect and go out and say 70 million, 50 million, 40 million, and all this. It wouldn't happen. So for me, I'd be happy with what you've got for now. I really would. My personal opinion.
like Phil P has made a very good point. The club is successful off the pitch financially because of the fans. Pick up the fans. Like I completely agree with that narrative. Actually,
look who's here, everybody! It's Kuva, the Viking himself.
Big up everyone. I wasn't going to come on, but Jose nagged me.
Yes.
So,
I had.
Right, fair enough.
I'm glad you're here, Kuva. I love seeing you, man.
You've had some good conversations going, so I didn't feel like I needed to come on. But since I'm being asked so brutally by Jose, it's almost a threat.
Yeah, I don't. I really go out of my way not to make Jose mad. He's an intimidating guy sometimes. So you gotta watch out. He's rough and tumble. He might seem like a nice guy, but
I've seen the comments that Kuba was putting in the chat, and Kuba can see it all different ways. And I just thought that from reading the comments in the chat, it'd be good to get him on because, Kuba's got an all-round opinion on a lot of this stuff that we've been talking about. So I just thought it'd be interesting to hear Kuba's point of view.
I quite often find myself in a sort of unique viewpoint with things because for example, last season when there was the big the thing on Levy out, and you also had to be Conte out, and people were saying, Conte out, but Levy's okay, and I was very much Conte out, but Conte out, but still Levy out as well. So I've had this view on ENIC for a long time now, and it goes way back to when we sacked Glenn Hoddle at the beginning of their reign here. They came in basically saying, Daniel Levy saying, we are looking to get our Spurs back, the Spurs way of playing. So they got Glenn Hoddle in, who's obviously a colossal club icon, really popular move with the fans. But then they sacked him after not backing him for a while. Who did they bring in? Jacques Santini, who at the time was an incredibly painfully pragmatic international manager. But instantly, I could see Levy for what he is. It's all talk. It's bullshit. Because if he believed in the Tottenham way, he never would have signed Santini as a manager. So from then on, I was scrutinising what I saw him doing. The sacking of Martin Jol at half-time is one of the most cowardly acts I've ever seen in football. Unforgivable act that was. And we've done what we've done regularly throughout this time. Yes, we've been building the stature of the club and the reputation around the world. That's a good thing. The stadium's a good thing. Although I love the old White Hart Lane, we did need a bigger ground, so fair play there. These things are all positives, and I won't take that away from him. But if you are building a football team, you have to keep pushing forward. And my criticism with Levy is that every single time we need to take that extra step to win us something, the funding's gone, or we buy substandard players at that point. And I look back, Harry Redknapp, even back to Hoddle, where we were all lined up to sign Samuel Eto'o and Fernando Morientes, two fantastic players. And we ended up with the likes of Helder Postiga and Bobby Zamora, who are not fantastic players. So look at it on almost every manager we've had, the same things happening. Pochettino, but I hear so many people saying, oh, he wasn't that good a manager because he couldn't get us over the line. I looked at his period in charge and I thought how close we were getting. What could he have done? He was able to turn to our substitutes bench and actually see options to change the game. We didn't have options. We had Vincent Janssen, Ben Davis, Eric Dyer, Bentaleb, Mason, Wimmer. The list goes on. It's all these players that aren't really good enough. You compare it to what Liverpool have done in recent seasons. They look to the bench when they need something happen. They've got a Jota on the bench. Great little player. Or go further back in time. Man United, when they won the treble, they're losing 1-0 to Bayern in the final of the Champions League. 10 minutes to go. They can go to the bench and bring on Teddy Sheringham and Ole Gunnar Solskjaer. I mean, we don't do anything like that. We think the job's finished when the first 11 looks good, and that's it. Because what does ENIC really want from a club? It isn't footballing success. It's to build the stature and increase the value of the club. And there is track record of them doing this time and time again all over Europe. Ask Rangers fans what they're like. Ask Sparta Prague fans what they're like. Ask AEK Athens fans what they're like. It's a regular. It's the MO of ENIC. They're not worried about the winning silver trophies because ultimately, unless it's the Champions League or something, it's not going to bring you much money. What they want is just that the crowds coming in and the merchandise and the advertising revenue streams build up the value of the club, sell it on. And I believe with our club, if we had continued to secure Champions League football got that sponsorship deal in for the ground, and then the Super League went ahead. I think Levy might have been looking to sell at that point, because that is what ENIC is. They want to make a return on what they're doing all the time. And it's well and good saying Levy never takes dividends or anything, but look at the massive wages increases he has. The club does worse one season, but he gets a pay rise. It makes no sense. If it was like really linked to performance, he wouldn't be anywhere near that level of wage. So I think we've got this sort of polarized fan base where half will be saying, look what we've done, and the other half will be saying, well, it's not even half, is it? But the other section, which includes myself, because I'm massively Levy out, will be saying, yeah, that's fine, but look what we should have been doing. Look what we could have been doing. We never, ever go the extra mile. We've become the bonsai tree of football. We're clipped and kept in this perfect little shape to finish 5th, 4th if we can, and that's fine. But when we need to grow, we will always be kept in this little pot that's contained by that ENIC puts us in. We're not going to get anywhere until they leave. Not unless something drastic happens, or we find a manager in the same ilk as Pochettino who can operate within those parameters and see if we can get lucky with it.
Do you think that that's what
managers? That's why I'm really into Ange, big style for all this.
Yeah. Okay, cool. I was going to ask.
Do this in spite of Levy, not because of him.
I don't think that's a very fair assessment to say we're going to do it in spite of Levy and not because of Levy, because everything negative goes, it's got to be Levy. But if we win anything, it's in spite of Levy. So surely if Levy does everything bad towards the club, if we win, that means that he's done something good towards the club to get us to
Yes,
win.
it will. If we win things, then it's proof
Yeah,
he's
that's
going
what I'm
okay,
saying.
isn't it? But I just
I'm
said the reasons why I see why we didn't get over the line before. We've
of
got a good
course.
first team, and there's nothing on the bench. You
I
can't
get that,
turn the game
Cobra.
around.
I get what you're saying, but I do feel like some of the decisions, the penalties that we've missed, the decision to have a penalty in the final, and we that wasn't actually down to.
There's luck involved in football too.
That's
that's
what I'm saying. So trophies aren't as linear as black and white, or you either you can definitely win them or definitely look like lose them.
No,
There's definitely in
but
between.
you can certainly put yourself in the position to have a better chance of winning it, though.
Listen, I completely agree with you. I'm not completely disagreeing with you, Cooper, because you know my stance on this. Like, I'm not completely disagreeing with you. Like, there's parts of it that I completely concur with you. But it's just that I think that to say if we win anything, it's in spite of Levy would be an unfair assessment if we're going to blame everything that he does bad on Levy, because you're saying that everything's because.
I think that would depend on what we see happening in the summer, wouldn't it? If we get continued in a really encouraging summer transfer window again, and we don't start re-signing half of the deadwood that we just got rid of, and when I say re-signing half the deadwood, I include players like Timo Werner, who isn't good enough. If we continue doing this, these value for money players to pad the squad out again, we're back where we started, and it will just be the same cycle all over again.
What's your thoughts then, Cooper, on the fact that Ange said every player that comes in is down to him? Like he wouldn't sign players that he didn't want.
I was saying this in the chat. As far as I'm concerned, when you've got a director of football and that sort of setup, you've got a recruitment team going. They are the ones going out identifying the players. They'll have a list of players that they've talked to the manager, and he'll say the sort of player he wants. You know, somebody really quick, or they're great at getting in a cross, or you need somebody like a dominant tackler in midfield, whatever the position is. And they will come back with a list of players saying, we can get these. Do you want any of these? And he'll just be going, yeah, no, yeah. So it's not this free reign of everybody in the world that the manager can just pick and choose. Because if it was, wouldn't Ange be looking at some of the markets that he already knows, like Australia and the Japanese football and things like that?
Unless he just doesn't think they're good enough for the Premier League.
That's possible as well, but they certainly seem to be okay with them coming over to Celtic. So
I just think there's a difference. There's a difference between
there is, sure, but it's the big marker for a lot of these is when it's players that the club has been trying to get for several years. A new manager comes in, and suddenly that player arrives. It's a bit of a coincidence that the manager wanted them, isn't it?
I mean, if they're a good player,
James, Are you talking about
Sorry,
James
I-
Madison? Sorry, I just wanted. Was James Madison who you were alluding to, Kuva? Kind of. I know that he's a player that we've been talking about for a while.
There's been several. You can take your pick on several, really, can't you?
Yeah, I was just gonna say I don't think there's a
Kulusevski.
manager that wouldn't want James Madison. You know what I mean? So I think
he's a good player. I mean, this
Yeah.
is one of the reasons I'm optimistic, because last summer we
Okay,
did sign
okay.
Madison, we did sign Van der Ven.
and then we made the one big signing in January in Dragishin. No other teams made a signing that cost.
Yeah,
you know what I mean?
these are good little things. We've got a long way to go, but that's what I'm saying. I'm holding back at the moment. This season, I said I'm taking my finger off the trigger when it comes to Levy. I'm having a little look over the top of the scope and saying, "This is interesting. Let's see what goes on here." Next summer, by the end of next summer, I will have a much better idea, as will a lot of other fans.
Jose, yeah, that's exactly. Yep.
So
Jose is
I'm
on the same
kind of
page.
when I mean, like Scott M, for example, where he gets so much flack in the channel, in all channels, because he's got a very hard line view on things. You've got to.
I just don't like it when he calls fans weak and dumb.
Yeah, I
but
think that's the
other than that,
problem.
I'm good
That's
with
my
Scott.
problem with it, Kuba. I don't mind his opinion. He's entitled to have a strong
Yeah,
opinion. but
he's very
calling
blunt,
fans
yeah.
dumb and stupid and stuff like that is unacceptable, because I wouldn't call him dumb or stupid for having his opinion or thinking the way he thinks. I just think that's an unacceptable way to talk or address to fellow fans. That's my personal opinion.
I like to think of it. That comes from his frustration at seeing everything that's happening at the club.
Yeah, but
I
that's
kind of
not-
get that.
That's not that like.
The weird thing is when he talked to Scott off camera, he's such a lovely bloke. It
Oh, I
doesn't
love
say
I love Scott.
Yeah.
He and I
yeah,
have been doing this for
as I was
years.
saying as well, I mean, I kind of agree with what he says, not so much about the fans, but about what the club needs to do. Because at the end of the day, if we really want to win things, we've got to have a very good team. And we've been a long way from that for a long, long time now. So this is not good. The difference mainly between Scott and I is time frame. Scott said we'll be saying we need this right now. We should be going out and signing top of the range players straight away. I'm a bit more lenient in that. I appreciate that with Levy here, we are not going to go out and spend £150 million on a player. But we might go out and spend 30, 40 million pound on 3 different players. I think that's probably the way to go.
And what do you think? What do you think about maybe the transfer market bubble having burst, and maybe there won't be very many 150 million pound players bought and sold anymore? You know,
personally, I think the financial fair play and all that stuff is just going to crumble and disappear because you are not going to keep your big teams down at the end of the day. If they want to go and spend, they're going to go and spend. The Premier League can't afford to lose a Man City, a Liverpool, Arsenal, Spurs all at the same time. They're not going to do that. So if the big clubs really want to get their way, they will. That's the sad reality on things. It'll be interesting to see what happens with Chelsea, but I'm expecting at the end of the day, it'll be another slap over the wrist. Dock them a few points because it won't matter this season, and it's dealt with. The Man City one would be the big, really big test of what they're going to do with enforcing things. Surprise, surprise, it's put off 3 or 4 years, by which time the rules are probably completely changed and it will just go away. That's what I'm expecting. I'm very cynical about everything to do with football in general at the moment. Money's
I get
ruined
that.
everything, and that's what we're seeing everywhere. All these chairmen come in at other people's clubs. Daniel Levy is not the worst, by the way. There's far worse around. You look at like the owners of Cardiff and stuff like that, that drag them down into obscurity.
Cardiff.
All this huge money coming into the game, and it's attracted all these people that want to get a big bite of that pie. They don't care about the football. They just see a business with a captive audience. Because let's face it, you're not going to go and leave the team you support just because you've got bad owners all of a sudden. You're going to complain about the owners, but still follow them. They know this. We are sort of slave to the club. So we're as fans, we're getting exploited. Our expectations are manipulated to make us believe that it doesn't matter winning anymore. Oh, it doesn't matter if we get relegated. We'll bounce back up again. Think of the buzz then. It's not good enough. Fans all over the place are being let down. And it's all these money men coming into the sport has absolutely ruined it. It was way better back in the day. God, I'm sounding old now. Sound like my dad used to sound. It was way better back in the day when it was actual families owning the clubs that cared about the fans, cared about the football, and you had proper sense of identity with clubs. Now it's just money. Follow the money trail everywhere. It's disgusting. I think the introduction of the Premier League has been a really bad thing. Champions League's even worse. Super League will just be, well, why even bother anymore?
By the way,
yeah.
since he mentioned was
Yeah, I
Super
mean-
League, is it going on? Is it going on, that thing?
Sorry, what's that?
The Super League thing, is it going on actually now?
Oh, it'll go on.
I heard the news
If
about
the money's on offer, it will happen. We know this anyway. It's the
Yeah.
same
Totally
everywhere.
agree. Yeah.
Yeah, unfortunately, that's it. Money ruins everything, and football seeing the brunt of it. I think this whole thing with not just our club but others, we have now got a lot of fans that are sort of conditioned to just shrugging and looking at matches because it doesn't really matter the rest of it. As long as you pay 90 quid to go to some Premier fixture and spend another 60 quid on food and drink or whatever, 150 quid out. Then there's the people coming from abroad that'll have the fantastic day out. Fair play to them. You're supposed to be able to do that. But now they have become more important than the lifeblood of the club, which is the local fans. Because you see that, especially when when the concessions for the older fans getting reduced, getting lifted completely. Where is the care? Where's the community? Where's the sense of this is Tottenham? This is like North London. No, it's just a global brand now. Anybody that's got the money is the priority customer. I'm surprised you don't just call them punters on the tickets or mugs.
That would be crazy. Punting.
Sorry, that was almost a rant going on there.
I liked it. No,
No,
I
it's
liked it.
nice.
I liked it. Yeah, for sure. I just want to
Actually,
say again, everybody. Oh, sorry.
Yeah, sorry.
cut-
So you
my-
give
my
a
fault.
shout out first, and I'll go on my point.
Yeah. I just wanted everybody to make sure you subscribe to James Love Spurs. James is joining us today, his very first time on the channel. And yeah, everybody go show him some love. We need to get his sub count up. It's low. He is just starting out, everybody. So if we could all go show him some love, that would be awesome. Head over there, like, subscribe, all that goodness. James, thanks again for being here, brother. So real quick, Swim Master, I start a question. I'm totally changing the subject, just at least for a second. Swim Master says, as a Spurs supporter, he would like a little more Leeds talk. The ratio is a bit off. Big up, Swim Master. So question, and excuse me if already discussed, but we haven't. What does the panel think of Jack Clark, who was at Leeds and we bought him, but
Is he
and that's a good question. So he was a Tottenham player, and now he's a Sunderland player, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
Is that and so yeah, I mean, so was letting him go a mistake? I know that's hard. It's hard to say now, but and Coovs, since you've been on and talking, and you're new on the show and on the panel, what's your Jack Clark take?
Easy for me, so I'll keep it short. Promising young player at Leeds, as they have been producing a lot of very promising young players. But the reason we got him, let's face it, is because he's cheap and we're having a punt on his value improving. So we could sell him on at profit. And that's what we do with a lot of players.
Kind of hurting their career in the process sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, anybody else have a Jack Clark opinion? Well, actually, I'd like to ask Jess. Do you think that
We've got Stu from the disabled team and said, look, from a Leeds point of view, it was a sale that was out of the blue, is what Stu's saying.
big up, Stu? Yeah.
I don't know much
I
about
agree.
it.
He'd only played 22 times for Leeds and scored 2 goals in that season when Tottenham got him, and then he went at Tottenham from 2019 to 2022, and he's never played. Doing all right at
He's never
Sunderland, and I know West Ham are sniffing around, but he never played for Tottenham. Went out on loan to Leeds, and then he went to QPR at second half of the season, Stoke and Sunderland. So for me, yeah, Stu's right, he did come out at blue, but why they spent that amount of money on him for a player that never played for Leeds, I don't know. But he's doing very well at Sunderland now, we'll say that.
What did we
Yeah, so
pay?
in like 1 year, he has
10
scored like
million.
24 goals. 24 goals
Yeah.
for Sunderland at the moment. Yeah.
78 appearances for Sunderland, 24 goals.
Nice. Hey, no.
What
that's
position he
great.
plays in? As a winger, a wide winger? What sort of winger he is? I've never really watched him.
He's a winger forward, so yeah, can play in both positions.
Oh, okay.
Sweet.
I guess
Sweet.
24 goals
To
for a
be-
winger is fine.
To be
Yeah,
fair,
that's-
we've upped our game now. We don't spend just like the sort of 10 million or whatever that fee was. We'll now go out and buy a Brian Hill for 3 times that.
Hey, I know we got rid of my favorite player in the process. That still honks me off. I really, really liked Eric Lamela. Was he good? No, and I'll probably get some shit for liking Eric Lamela too. But Eric Lamela had fire and heart, and he cared about the team like we do. Like Eric Lamela looked like if you stuck a Spurs fan out there and let them play. He understood the rivalries better than like anybody. And I think that comes from, having played in Argentina and having played in what's that massive match over there? I forget what the name of the derby is, but
El Bloodbath, probably.
yeah, might as well be. Exactly. And Lamela was just so fun. I'll never, ever forget stepping on Fabregas's hand in the battle at the bridge. That was a good one. Yeah, Lamela.
And he still follows us as well. If you see on Insta, he's always commenting and liking and like doing things on the Tottenham, anything to do with Tottenham. So he still follows us. I love it.
Big up. Yeah, dude.
He
Lamela,
was the one who
Lamela
scored the Rabona, right? And he got the.
Yeah, it was against Arsenal. Yeah,
he scored another sick one against. I think it was. Oh god, it was in the Europa League a couple of years back. That one was. I know the stakes weren't as high. It wasn't a North London derby, but he scored an absolutely sick curling like Rabona into the top corner. Do you guys remember that? It was in the Europa League. Hold on, let me see who we were playing. Someone has to remember that besides me.
Sorry, I was reading comments. Which player, mate?
It was Lamela and it was a Rabona, but it was in the Europa League, and I can't remember who we were playing.
Well, he got a great one against Arsenal as well, didn't he?
Oh yeah. Oh, it was against Asteras Tripoli or however you say that. But yeah, that goal was absolutely unbelievable. I'm watching it right now again because when I first saw it, I was watching it on a really dodgy stream, and he hit it, and I didn't even see that he Rabona'd it. I thought that it was just
same.
Oh man.
Yeah, I was the same as you. I didn't have a good enough stream to watch it, and it did something, and then one of my friends said in the chat, "Did I just see Lamela do something really weird with his feet?" And then the replays came on. I was like, "Wow, that was fun though."
It really was. I was at my wife's house, but that was before we were married. God, so that's been 8 or 9 years ago. But I was over at her house, and her whole family, I think, thought I was insane with the amount of like screaming I was doing. But it's football, baby.
Did you convert some Tottenham fans there?
So Beth, my wife, is a Tottenham fan now.
Wow.
My best buddy Nick, who didn't really follow football, is now Spurs. My mom, Spurs,
Is
and
it
then
Nick,
my buddy Sean.
our talking beer guy?
Different Nick, but he's awesome too. Talking beer is a great dude. But this is my buddy Nick. I don't think he's ever been on. He's a little shy. I don't think he'd mind me saying that. But he goes to London with us, so he'll be at London with me in 53 days. Who's counting?
Wow. Which game are you guys going for?
So we're fucking dumb, and there's no games while I'm gonna be there, which isn't the first time.
Oh,
But it was just the time that I could get off of work. So actually, there is a game, but it's an away match. So I'll probably I'll find a nice place to watch that.
What away game is it?
Knew you were gonna ask. 1 second, hold on. I have to look and see. It's either the last or second last game of the season. 1 second.
Might as well. Like yeah, you're there.
Yeah, exactly. So
You can get an away stand
What?
ticket.
Whilst you're doing that, there's another question that's just come in. Right, there's a few questions that have come in, but we didn't answer them because we've all gone down the route of it was all about the Kells question, but we've got some others. So Spurs GCTV, Graham asked this ages ago. He said the bigger question to those who want Levy out is who do they want? Big spenders like Chelsea and City, and the questions that come with that.
I think we discussed that.
Did we?
Yeah, we did when we were talking about
Okay,
the devil you
alright.
haven't seen. And
Swim Master's come in then and he says, just curious, has Elland Road Stadium and training facilities been renovated enough in the recent years for its supporters? Are your supporters happy or at least content with the facilities?
Training facilities for Leeds United are very good. Ellen Road does need a lot of redevelopment, but they have already said if Leeds get back in Premiership, they're going to increase capacity to 55,000 and do a lot of work at Ellen Road. So yeah,
Damn.
just about as getting back in
55,000.
league. Yeah, and Leeds will fill that quite happily.
Yeah.
Yeah.
No, that's
It's one thing
incredible.
I've always admired about Leeds. Always pack the ground out, always passionate support. Same with Newcastle as well.
Yeah, Newcastle, even when they were shit, we're always there. So yeah,
And you're gonna get tired of this one, Jess, because obviously Paul's G's asked a question, but he's not heard you saying it before. So for Jesse, how's Rodon doing? I hear very well.
Fantastically well, mate. We'd take him off your hands, and I'm sure that you guys would be up for the sale as well. Yeah, he's old school Road on his covers well. He's good in air. He takes a lot of knocks and blows, does Roden, but he's been fantastically well for us this season. A centre back when he were with Strauch, and now he's with Ethan Ampadu because obviously Pascal Strauch's out. He's done fantastically well again for Wales as well. Yeah, we'd take him off your hands 100%, and most
I
Leeds
had
fans
a-
will stay the same.
I had actually seen that we were looking at a player. Wow, so the Archie Gray. I had heard that Tottenham were interested in him, and that was just something I saw yesterday, and so that could potentially help make up the fee that you guys would need to pay for Rodon. How would you feel if you guys let him go? Would you be upset with that?
Archie Gray is going for more than what the fee is for Rodon. They
Oh,
ain't
okay.
letting Archie Gray go for any less than about 20 million. All right.
Okay.
Let me
All
tell you
right.
that now.
Well, I still think I would love him, but that's just me.
No, it will. I personally think if Leeds go up this season, Archie will stay because his granddad and dad both played for Leeds United. He's got that mentality of Leeds United, and he's an absolute stellar player. I think in 2 or 3 seasons' time, he will be with a top 4 club. He's that good, and his younger brother Harry Gray is even better.
Damn. Yeah, I was gonna say I knew we talked about that a little bit earlier, but I forgot to mention that I saw the links to him, and I don't really know if they were actual concrete links. I think it's just that Tottenham are interested, but who aren't Tottenham interested in? You know, but yeah, interesting. Anything that we've missed? Anything?
Oh yeah, I got a news actually. Apparently, we are linked with Dawson Adebayo again for.
Oh, great! Bring him in. Yeah, I think would be great for that fourth center back that we need. Would anybody here be upset with that signing? I think it's a little bit of a, he's not a Skriniar or a player of that ilk, but I think with the 3 defenders we've already got, I think that we could afford a Tosin Adebayo in our squad. I think we could definitely make room for him.
I think he's a prime signing because at the end of the season, what is his price going to be?
Exactly. But
Daniel Levy's price.
But we have so many people that don't want us to go get players on freeze and don't want us to. You know what I mean? I agree with you, and I think the free is good. But it's funny how many people hear that a player's free and they're like, "Oh, well, they're shit. Then they must not be any good." But free doesn't equal shit all the time. It's.
I agree. Yeah.
Yeah.
Trouble is, if he is free and it's a really good player, do you think we'll be the only team going in for him then? No.
Definitely not. But and you're right, and he won't have a guaranteed starting spot at all at Spurs. So, yeah, good point there. But I also don't know who else would be in for him. I mean, what teams realistically need center backs? I don't know.
Arsenal should get him. I think their 2 at the moment are probably a little bit too good for them.
Saliba and who's I don't even know their other center back. I know they got that
Gabriel
Yeah.
lately. Yeah.
Yeah. Good old Arsenal.
I've got a feeling with Tosin, it's going to end up somebody like West Ham gets him.
Oh God,
They've
sorry.
got a
to
habit
him.
of picking up reasonably good players for the money.
Yeah.
I don't see him as that sort of that elite level that's going to get you league titles and Champions League stuff. But he's a decent player. I think it'd be good for us where we are as a club right at the moment, because we need to just elevate the squad to a level where every player in the squad, even if they're sitting on the bench, they come on and you'd say, yeah, he's a good player. You're not like hand in face going, oh God, we've lost it now, which is what we do at the moment. So it is about building a squad, but there's levels, isn't there?
It would be really nice not having to play Emerson or Davis in that center back position next season. I'm excited for that.
I wouldn't even want to see either of them in the fullback role.
No, me neither. And I mean, no knock. I don't want to knock Davis too much, but I think his time has come to an end. He's been a good servant to the club, but I think it's about time that we let him go. But how long is he contracted for? I need to check that out. Let me check.
He signed an extension like last year, was it?
Why do we keep doing that? Anyway,
Ben
Davis.
Contract.
So it looks like
he signed a 5-year deal in 2023. Yeah, so there we go.
Yeah, wow. He'll be a free agent in the end of the 2025 season, it looks like. Yuck. Yikes. Yeah, I don't know. Look, we've got some more people in the chat that we haven't heard much from. Eugene says West Ham might change their manager at the end of the season. Yeah, absolutely. And Kels is pointing out that free doesn't mean shit, just like 100 million doesn't mean superstar.
That's true.
Exactly.
Scott,
by the way,
Tosin's very mad. That fits perfectly with the lack of ambition with our club.
On this, he's a free agent, by the way, in summer.
Yeah. Oh yeah. For sure.
No wonder Scott is saying that now.
And I just don't
I'm
don't
going
see.
to fall off my chair. Scott being negative about a player. Whew, I'm shocked.
I just can't see. So Scott, I understand being negative about players and stuff. I get. I just don't get being negative about Ange. That's the part that confuses me, brother. But that's okay. It's totally fine. I
get it. I'm a huge Ange fan, but I do get where Scott's coming from. We've literally just got rid of Conte. A few seasons
Conte was
before that, we had Mourinho.
They were both so fucking bad, though, man. That's what you know what I mean? Like,
it's the same deal. If you don't give those sort of managers players they need, they're not going to do very well.
Yeah.
The same will happen with Ange if we're not really.
But we did go get players that Conte needed. He wanted Perisic. We went and got Perisic and paid him way too much money.
Do you remember what Conte said about Perisic after a couple of weeks? He goes, "This isn't the player I remember."
Joe, the problem we had with Conte is that we knew that he would want certain players, and some of those players did not want to come to Tottenham. That's the other problem we had. And the players that we did give him, he didn't get all the players he wanted because, of course, we've got a manager that we weren't going to do that for. So that was stupid. That was completely dumb by Daniel Levy and co. That was stupid for them to do that because they knew it wasn't going to work. But Conte decided that some of the players that he got weren't his players after the fact. And Conte shot himself in the foot and basically came for the money. It was a bit of a mercenary. So
Mourinho was a mercenary too. He came to get his career going again. But Conte with this team would be so much better. Bill, I can't 100%. Say that because Conte wouldn't play. He wouldn't be playing about half of these players. He wouldn't play Sarr. He wouldn't play Udogie. He wouldn't play.
Yeah, but Jose, not Jose, Colin. You look at it. He has a perfect back three of Dragusin, Wandawan, and Romero. Then you got Porro and Udogie. Then you can play the midfield of Bissouma and Bentancur maybe, and
he
then
didn't
up
play
front
Bissouma.
But then you have no Harry Kane, and Conte was entirely dependent on him.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, true as well.
So it's
tough.
The
problem is that people say that, but he wouldn't no way have played a lot of our players because they're young, and that's the flip to what Ange is. Ange likes these younger players, where Conte likes the older, experienced players. So it's completely the opposite.
I think
really.
sorry, going to Scott M again. I'll say the annoying thing about what Scott does is I can't say he's going to be wrong. I can say I think he might be, and he can't for fact say he's going to be right either. But he's in a position where if he's really negative about the club and he's proven wrong, he'll go, "Well, I'm glad to say I was wrong." But if he's proven right, he's justified what he says. So sneaky Scott, I'm on to you, mate.
Hey. And I do like the fact that Scott is the first person to say, hey, they proved me wrong. That is
he's consistent, isn't he? That's what I'll give him. Never drops his standards.
Probably more consistent than me. I'm a bit all over the place, but I'm a host, so I have to be.
I kind of disagree with this one actually, because he left on a mutual agreement. Like, because if he came for a payday, he could have actually gotten his entire wage, just like what Mourinho did. Conte was slightly different. He didn't take off his entire wage when he left Tottenham. We didn't pay him for the rest of his contract, actually. Yeah.
That is fair. But yeah, I don't know. What do you guys think? Did Conte come to Spurs for a payday? I don't think he ever really thought that it was going to work out for him here. I don't think he saw himself here long term. I don't think
he always thought he was better than us. He never came and he actually truly cared.
Well, Mourinho too. They came in. It was like they were doing us a favor. They were like, "Oh yeah, I'll come to Spurs. I'll help them out." It didn't seem like they were ever really behind the team. And like I said,
if I'm harsh, I'd say that's probably what he was doing.
Yeah,
because we're in shambles at the time. We were desperate for a good manager. So we'd
already asked him. We'd already asked him once, and he said no. And
was he here for the payday? Was he here for a payday? Of course he was. All managers are. Otherwise, they wouldn't do it, would they?
True.
Yeah, but
I do feel like.
Sorry.
No.
I was going to say, Conte's like that girl that she turns you down the first time, and you keep asking, and in the end you're like, "Fine, I'll go on a date with you." That's what Conte was like.
Felt like it. Okay. It did feel like it. But
I have a counter argument to that. I think when a manager, if he doesn't really care about your club, I think a manager can just be very ignorant, like do whatever he's doing and say whatever you want to say. But you can just feel it in his attitude. You could just feel it in his style. I mean, I can't back it up with facts, but the kind of press conference he was given off, I think he definitely. I don't agree with the part that he does consider himself bigger than the club, but I won't say that he was entirely there for the payday. He could have gone to Manchester United, but he did clearly say that I think the philosophy just didn't fit. He rejected United, by the way. And then he came to us. And so when he came to us as well, it was not just like he's just doing his job and then just enjoying the salary. He was actually serious about the job. I can tell that.
Fair. Scott says that Conte was better than us. I disagree, but I think Conte is a dinosaur tactically. But again, that's just me.
Good afternoon,
look
Ellie.
who's here.
Ellie's here now.
Ellie's in the house.
Hello, how you doing? You have to address me Queen Ellie Hoybier. Sorry, I'm not having that.
I thought you were Queen Ellie Bentancur.
No, she flip flops. Ellie's a flip flop.
So she's Queen Ellie flip flop.
I just didn't want to curse my man because he was playing a bit rotten a few games, but then now he's picked up again. So come on, I'm back with my man.
When has he picked up?
He's always picked up. What are you talking about? What are you talking about?
Wait, Joey does pick. I'll tell you when he picks up. He picks up when he throws himself over the bloody ball and falls down. That's when he has to pick himself up.
Oh my gosh!
Lots of footballers fall down.
Yeah, come on, everybody. Yeah. Everyone trips over their feet.
Leave Hoybier alone. Stop picking on him, bully girl.
Yeah. But
I wonder.
I've been having a very interesting conversation just now. It's so funny.
I wonder with some of the Leeds fans as well, what their perspective is of the managers we've had over the last few years. Do we ever get somebody coming in that really surprises you and you think, "Oh, Spurs are going to win something now," or do you expect the same as most of us seem to expect, that they're going to get let down and get sacked?
Yeah, Jess, we'll throw that one to you.
Well, when Jose Mourinho come to Tottenham, I genuinely did think he'd bring you a trophy, but I do believe Ange will win something for you. I think you've got a very good manager in Ange. I really do. I like him. And I know people are going to say, well, he's in Scottish League. I understand that. But he's a very good manager. And if Leeds or Liverpool, for that matter, had Ange in charge, I'd be happy. I think you've got a solid manager there. I think he'll get you top 4 this season. And I do believe next season he will win a trophy for you at Tottenham. I think you've got a real good manager there. Real good manager. I like him a lot.
Yeah.
And I wouldn't come on here and disrespect a manager at Tottenham anyway. I just wouldn't do it. I wouldn't start calling him out and saying this, that. I'm a very positive person, but I do like him. I think he's a very good manager. And he'll do well for you.
Jess, can you be our chairman, please?
Yeah, that'd be perfect.
It would be. It would be a lot. Yeah, I'm behind that as well. And I agree. And mostly, so you're talking about, you think that we've got a gem and a good manager in Postecoglou. It's his attitude more than anything that I like.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? And it's his style of football. But the fact that he can get players to. He seems to be able to bring players in, to get players on board with his ideas. Players love the football that he plays because they're allowed to go out and express themselves. They don't have to go out and walk this tightrope that they had to walk with Conte and Mourinho. He asks them to go out and take risks. He says he'll take the responsibility if the risk doesn't come off or it doesn't pay off. I don't know. I absolutely love the dude, and I think that he definitely deserves all the time. He deserves his entire contract, if not more. His start to the season has been phenomenal. His points total is, this far into the season is great. I mean, I'll have to look, but did Conte or Mourinho do better than this in their first season? I don't think so. Does anybody know for sure?
No, they didn't. So okay, Mourinho in his first season, no. Second season, yes. But Conte's first season and second season both no.
Mourinho got lucky, and he kind of struck gold, I think, with his Kane-Son partnership thing that he had going. You know what I mean? Without that, I don't think Mourinho would have been very successful at Spurs. That was awesome.
You could throw back at that at the same time that he would have done a lot better if he was throwing some proper signings instead of what he did get.
Fair. Yeah, he was doing what he could with what he had. And in all fairness, he was picking up points and we were scoring goals and winning matches.
I can't believe this. I'm sticking up for Conte and Mourinho, even though I don't like them.
I like Mourinho more than Conte. I don't know. Mourinho's like that pantomime villain that you kind of have to like him. You know what I mean? Like I don't know.
Yeah. I've got my favorite gift is that if I speak one, and my brother actually got it on a cup for me for Mother's Day, and it's got the if I speak, I'm in big trouble. That's
that's one of my favorites.
I love that gift.
Yeah,
it's really weird, the relationship I have with Mourinho, because when he first arrived, I didn't want him. I was bitterly against it. And then when all things started going bad and the fan base started turning against him, I've got around to watching that All or Nothing documentary, and then I really started liking him as a person.
I know, me too. Yeah. All the work he did during COVID and stuff, he seemed to have like kind of taken to Tottenham at that point. You know what I mean? I liked it too.
What I really liked about him, when the things weren't going well for him in the January window, he actually went to the academy and like looked for prospects like Tanganga, and that time that was like a good thing for me. And it was during the transfer market he did that.
And also, I must add, he signed Pierre-Emile Højbjerg, which was the best signing we've ever made in the history of Tottenham Hotspur. I'm only joking.
Obviously, guys, I can't stay here. I got to leave.
He was great, though. He was great that first season. He really was.
He was. The second season, he wasn't bad with Bentancur in the midfield as well.
Yeah.
It's just the third season, it's been choppy, hasn't it? He hasn't.
Sure has. His head's not there. His head's not there, Ellie.
It's not that. It's not his head. His head is there, but he's been chopped and changed in and out of the team when the team have not played well. He started, and we've lost the game when he started, like Mia very, very kindly pointed out to me the other day. But do you know what it is with him, right? He he has to have somebody he's regularly playing with. You see, when he came on with Bentancur against Fulham, they've got a very good understanding, those two, right? Because they played the whole season
I won't
together.
deny that.
They were really good together, but he doesn't gel with the other players because he's one of these players who has to put his foot on the ball. He's not quick at moving the ball, but he's accurate at moving the ball, but he's not quick. That's the problem, and you need quick players in Postecoglou's system. So I agree with Mia. He doesn't fit the system. I agree with her, but I like him as a footballer. I think he plays with his, with his heart. And he's got a lot of passion. I've always liked that type of player, but they're not the best player in the team. Obviously, your Bales and your Modric's and your Gazas and your Hoddles, they're the ones that stand out,
But you need players. I get what you're saying. You need a player like that at times to come in and to.
Yeah, he'll do a job for you. He'll do a
shore
job
things
for
up.
you. Yeah, he'll do a job for you. But the thing is, at the end of the day, he's going to go at the end of the season anyway, and we're going to get we're going to get a better version of him who can actually move the ball quickly, and then it will benefit our team all round. And
Hashtag Nanny Calf's better.
Yeah, there is. Of course, there's better than Højbjerg. I'm not
You didn't
stupid.
hear what I said, Nanny Calf's better.
Oh, yeah,
Hashtag Nanny Calf's better.
Yeah.
Okay,
That's
on Højbjerg, I would add on a bit. You remember when we had Nuno? I think that time, if a midfielder that really stood out to me, it was Højbjerg. Like that time, he was having a good season, and even like the beginning of Conte's season, I think he was really having a good.
And I mean,
midfield there.
Pep loved the guy. Thought he was, the next Bastian Schweinsteiger.
Yeah.
And if you watch him for Argentina, not Argentina, sorry, Denmark, he
Denmark.
does amazing things. Seriously,
Yeah.
in the midfield. But when it
They
comes
play
to
him
Spurs,
differently. They play him differently. That's why, Elias.
He's
They
got,
play.
he's got the shackles off of him for
Yeah,
Denmark.
they give him more of a free role to join the attack, whereas in Postecoglou,
And he's relied on. I think he does well when he knows that he's relied on, and that he's, you know what I mean, and he kind of thrives with that responsibility. And I think we're giving him basically.
and I also agree with her. With Bentancur, he had a good partnership. Like
Yeah, he
if
did.
you watch those games, whenever we had one of the two missing, you could see that your midfield is kind of shook. Whereas here, I think it started the season that he was not even in part of the Postecoglou's plans, because he seemed to be going with Bissouma and Sarr from the beginning.
Yeah, do you remember when we played Brentford at White Hart Lane and he got gashed down the leg? And he went over to Mourinho. Mourinho is telling him to come off, and he's going, "No, I'm going back on." That reminded me of Graham Roberts when he said that story about breaking his teeth and then going back on.
Oh no!
Yeah.
We've had enough Højbjerg talk. The internet has told
Just
us.
last
The internet
last
has
comment on
spoken.
Højbjerg. You remember the Chelsea game when he plays at a centre back? Actually, I think that was his best game of the season.
I don't remember.
I
Honestly,
actually agree with that.
I've blocked that
He's
from my
all right
memory
at centre
completely.
back, yeah.
Yeah.
He's always had a sense of responsibility in what's needed in each position. So I'll give him that. I just don't think he's particularly talented. I don't think he's this hard man player that people make him out to be. He's a sort
He's
of
just a
irritating
physical.
player. He's not a powerhouse. He's not an absolute monster like we've had in the past, like a Wanyama or something like that, or even a Sandro. I think they're way more powerful players. Dembele especially. So he's a different kind of player. I can see him doing a good job for a lot of teams. But Bayern Munich thought that as well and ended up didn't really want him, because at the end of the day, he is a level below what they need. I think that's what we've got to look at him as well. He can do a job in certain things, but if we really want to go somewhere, not good enough.
And Destiny 5, who I don't know why he's not here with us, being a member and all, says, I agree, Colin, it's hard to play well at a club when you know you're not wanted in Højbjerg. And I agree. I think so. Jose and I have been saying that, if the team is doing what they should be doing, if the guys behind the scenes are doing what they should be doing, we should have already told certain players that, they're not in our plans and that they're free to go look for, another club. And I'm sure that Højbjerg has been told that. And so, you know what?
I'd look at that the other way round. If you're not wanted at all, wouldn't you be playing your socks off to either prove the manager wrong or to encourage another team to come and get you.
Yeah,
If you're not doing that, what's your attitude like? I'd question it.
that's a good point. That's a good point.
Yeah.
All right. Well, you've made Kuva. You've changed my mind. So thank you.
There we go.
Yes.
Job done. I'll see you next week.
Yes.
Southgate to MU.
He's
has it
easily
been done?
swayed. I'm telling you.
I really am actually easily swayed. But all it takes is a good point, and I'm open to them. Robbie is so sorry. I wanted to say I saw a name. I saw Parker in the house. I don't remember where Parker is. Parker's down here. One player doesn't want to tie a few if there's crap around him. Big up, Parker. Glad you're in here, buddy. Nice to have you. But yeah, I just really quick wanted to read. Where was I? I was on Mr. Lily White Lane. So he said, still think it's a myth that Conte played terrible football first season. He took us from 7th to 4th, playing brilliantly and destroying teams like Arsenal, City, Villa, Newcastle with Dyer and Davis.
Let's be honest, though. We've got 4th because Arsenal bottled it.
Yeah.
Okay. I won't necessarily agree with it because we had to beat them still on the way. And yeah, they do bottle it always.
Well, they've been the top the most and bottled it the most ever in Premier League history. Just
Yeah,
saying, when
that's
they call us bottle jobs, they must be arsey then, because that's what they always do.
Yeah.
No, I call them Arsenal. Sorry.
Yeah. No, I love it. I love it. And so, hey, real quick though. So, Adrian Stroka is also in the house. Big up, Adrian. Adrian is awesome. Anyone want to guess what color robe Adrian has on today? Gray or blue?
Grey.
I think you're probably right.
I'm going to say blue. No, I'm
We've
gonna go
been talking
controversial.
about Gray as a possible transfer target, so it makes
There
sense.
you go. Yeah. Adrian, let us know. Let us know what color the robe is today, my man. Look at that. That's my mom, everybody. That's Julie Sievers, my mom.
Big up, Julie.
Hello, mummy.
She's the best. And so, mom, if you're a member, if you'd like to jump on the show, you're more than welcome. Love hearing your Spurs takes.
Colin, I'm just curious. Did you become a Tottenham fan because your mom was a Tottenham fan, or
opposite?
Opposite. Okay.
I had to, man, it was like pulling teeth to get her to watch Spurs at first. And now she's addicted. Like it's bad. Like it's watching a match with her is almost impossible because she'll constantly be like, get him, defend. She's just constantly yelling at the TV. And
I
it's like,
love
Mom,
those fans.
it's like, Mom, they can't hear you. Stop. But big love,
Oh,
Mom.
You think that's bad? You should do what I say to the screen. I scream at them, even though they can't hear me.
You and my mom would get along. Like I said, she's looking to do some more Spurs content. So
She's
maybe
always welcome. Julie, you're always welcome on my channel, 100%.
boom. Look at that. Spurs ladies coming together. Rob Belcher. Whoa. Rob
Big up,
Belcher in the
Rob.
house. Yes. This is Adrian is the onesie king. Boom. Rob Belcher, if you would like to jump on, the link is in the community section of the Talking Ball YouTube page.
We've also got the biggest donut in here. We've got Spurs Talk Show. Sean is in here.
Holy shit. I feel like we are man. Wow.
I think we're the only ones streaming right now. Perhaps that's why.
Spurs Talk Show though, big up, dude. Sean, we don't always get Sean. This is nice. This is
I will say it's nice. I won't go that far. That's probably pushing it a little bit.
Well, because he called you a donut. That's why. No, but
What does it mean in the slang? I don't get it.
just like a, just like a.
Someone who's silly, basically.
Yeah.
So I called him a donut on his birthday as well. I messaged him with happy birthday donut.
He does not agree. He says we did not get 4th because they bottled it. Stu's agreeing that it's probably the gray.
No, it's the blue. I want to be right. Tell me I'm right, Adrian. It's the blue one.
And look who's back.
Is he
It's
here?
James.
Okay, I thought Adrian came with his robe.
No, James. Adrian, you're invited, dude. So who else?
It's been
have
a
we
while.
got
Adrian
here?
didn't go on streams.
Yeah, I've missed Adrian. It has been a while.
What, Uncle Albert?
Just want to do
Hang on,
some
nice.
wrapping around. Here we go. So yeah, for people that are watching, please go and subscribe to Mia. The link's in the chat at Spurs Between the Lines 1. We've also got Jess at Jessie Talks Football. So please go over and show some love to Jessie.
Yes, please do. Who's doing some streaming of her own pretty soon. So.
And then you've
Everybody
also
go for
got James Loves Spurs. So young James, we've got James, a Tottenham fan, has just started his own channel. James Loves Spurs.
Yes, let's get those numbers up. Get his
Kuva.
subs up, everybody.
Go over to Kuva as well. Kuva and the boys over at the Three Spurs Boys. So go and show
Yeah.
him some love over there, please, people. Let's see if we can get them up to towards 1K. And also not
Boom.
forgetting Talking Ball. We're trying to get Talking Ball to 1K as well. And then last but not least, if you want to subscribe to Colin's co-host, you can always go to LTL Cockerel. But that brings the links are all in the chat. The links are all in the chat for everyone.
Boom.
And you have got some more people coming talking. So Dragons D is saying that he believes that he's going to have a blue robe on with a gold cravat.
We're about to find out.
I
need to plug my phone.
Do you think it would suit him to have a pipe as well?
Oh, hell yes, it
100%.
would. Yes.
And some slippers. He needs the right kind of slippers, not like the old man slippers that you get.
And
Yeah,
Jessie's
I've-
advising us that she subbed to all of you guys. She just said she subbed to
Big
you all.
up, Jesse.
Jesse, you're the best. It's for real. And the community that you've built, Jesse, in such a short time is awesome. I really, really like your tight-knit group that you've got
Yeah.
on your channel. It's good stuff. Good stuff. You're
Jesse,
growing
you're
like-
a Liverpool fan or a Leeds fan? I'm just curious. Like, behind
Leeds.
that
Leeds.
Liverpool-
Yeah, so this is my little lad's bedroom, so I do my streaming in here because my
Oh,
bedroom's
okay.
far too small. So my office is like just here, and this is all Harry's, all his shirts, his Virgil signed shirt behind. Yeah, this is my little lad's
Hell
bedroom.
yeah. What game's he playing? I see him gaming over there. What's he got
Is it
going?
PUBG?
What are you playing, Harry? Grand Theft Auto, I think.
Oh,
Yeah, Grand Theft Auto.
hell yeah. Nice. Good stuff.
But I am moving out soon, so I'll have my own office then with all my own football stuff, all my Leeds United stuff, and all my scarves and everything. I should be moving by the time this next season goes. I'll be all moved in my own room. So yeah, all
Oh,
good.
sweet. I can't wait to see all your Leeds gear. It's gonna
Got a lot here.
I was going to say Grand Theft Auto. It sounds like you're preparing him for a move to Liverpool.
Oh, I wondered if we
Don't worry, we get it off Leeds fans. We get it off his own with bin dippers and stuff. He gets a lot of stuff, but he gives it back as well.
Good deal. Good deal.
And Danny's reminding us that he was the first Tottenham fan to go into Jesse's channel, into Jesse's
He was.
community.
Boom. Hell
Danny.
yeah.
He was.
But yeah, people,
Yeah.
I would say to you, go and have a look at Jess's stuff. Jess doesn't just cover Leeds; she covers absolutely everything. Last night she had a show all tailored around FFP. The night before that, she was showing, I can't remember, Benfica in the women's quarter-final Champions League. The night before that, it was another quarter-final watch-along from the Women's Champions League. She does a lot
Covered
of
everything.
different stuff.
Tottenham.
And on a Saturday night, she does a, do you call it Jess Party? Is that what you call it?
We do a quiz, don't we? Do Jesperdy, and then anybody can jump on stream and we just have a chat. We have
Jesperdy.
everybody on from Texas, America, Kentucky, and we just chat to them. I think we did a 9-hour stream not long back, 7 o'clock. We come off it morning, just people talking. So yeah,
Actually,
good for people's
pub
mental
where
health.
sometimes go to watch game. They have a lot of Lead fans as well. So yeah, we love those.
See, on a Saturday night, Jess does a show. Starts at 9:30, doesn't it, Jess?
Yeah, I think we're starting at 10 this week because we're going to do a Brazil game first, and then we're on at 10 straight.
And then she does a quiz show and that, and then she does she puts the link out and lets people just come on and have their say. I will say to you that once you go to the channel, just tell me what colour you think the chat is. It's amazing.
Love it. Love it.
I
Love
think
it.
you'll find I was correct about the robe. That's what Adrian put in the chat.
He's saying blue. Yeah. Yeah.
Link the
absolutely.
blue robe, he's saying. Yeah, he's got a blue robe on, Adrian, today.
See?
Adrian, my phone is dead, dog, but I can go get my charger if Jose can hold down the fort while I go.
Yeah, go and carry on. You're all right.
Thank you, sir.
Or do you want me to send in the link for you?
Yeah, that would be great if you could.
Okay, I'll do that. You come in with the show and I'll
Jesus,
do that.
Scott's driving. Good God, Scott. Hopefully you're using voice to text, but I doubt it because you're at names here. But yeah, be safe, Scott. We love you. No car accidents. I'm the king of those. So don't wreck your car like me, buddy. But yeah, so where are we? Well, basically, I just wanted to say
I want
too
to know
that
what my prize is actually for getting the robe correct.
good
We'll
question.
have to wait for Adrian to come on and tell you. I hope
Yeah,
it's something
exactly.
nice for you, Mia.
If you
Probably
guys
a
are
very long conversation about robes from Adrian teaching me probably about
Yes.
the history of robes.
Oh my God, I love Adrian history though. That's like one of my favorite times of the day. Okay, I wanted to pull up something else here too. Oh, I heard someone pop in. I bet it's him.
No, it's not. It's Ellie back.
Ellie's back.
Sorry,
So I wanted to
I
put-
didn't realise
Did-
my battery was low. And
It
Classic-
wasn't that. It's when you talk
classic
about
Ellie.
Hoybier. It's because you talk about
Yeah.
Hoybier.
That's what I was gonna say.
Yeah, I had to just go and tell him there's a lady called Mia who's after him.
And
Not in a good way. Not in a
you've
good
got,
way either.
what's his name? Adrian. It's been sent to you, mate.
Right.
And guys, if you're interested in some real goofy Spurs merch, check out this link here. We've got
I would
some
love it.
We've got some talking ball merch and some goofy Spurs merch that we have that I've put together. There's going to be more soon. And I wanted to tell if you're still watching, David Shear.
No, he's told
checked-
me. He's told me. He's messaged me. He's messaged me yesterday to say it's reached customs over in Australia.
Fuck yeah!
He did
Sorry about my
message me
language,
yesterday.
everybody.
He said to me that his stuff's reached customs.
Hell yes. I knew it was going to take a long time to get to him because he lives, in BFE, but
My
Well,
goodness, I'm just looking at the
when you-
merch and I'm like,
Colin, when you say it's like goofy merch, do you mean like it's unusual? Or are you selling like spark plugs and avocados and that sort
that would be awesome, and I really
It's
need
not,
to.
it's not too far from it, Cooper.
okay, it's a
Right.
blue robe.
It's there's accidentally an anime thing on there I need to take off from Chainsaw Man. But anyway, but I have it's just just some Richarlison stuff, a lot of Ange stuff, a really cool shirt with me and Jose on it, a mug with Jose and I on it. And then an Ange mug, and the mugs are cool because they are color morphing mugs. So whenever they're black, and then whenever you put in something hot, it changes colors and it shows what's on the mug. So
Wow.
yeah, just stuff I'm throwing out there in case anybody wants. But hey, look, and
I'm
it's blue.
disappointed. Can I request a mug? One that goes when it's hot. You have Romero, and then slowly all his clothes come off with the heat.
I will see what I can do. Yeah, I will work on that.
How
Absolutely.
about when it's hot, it's Romero, but when it cools down, it's Eric Dyer?
Ooh, I like that. I like that a lot.
I like my
Well, look-
idea better.
Guys, look who it is.
Adrian.
Adrian Sroka
Adrian with blue
Big up, Adrian.
robe on.
with the blue robe. I was
So
thinking
Mia was correct, right? Is it?
This is one of
I
4
was.
robes, actually.
Oh, you've upped your collection, have you?
Yeah, I got 2 sort of fleece ones and 2. This will go shortly because the temperature's getting a bit warmer. So I've got 2 sort of more spring summery ones. Look,
Nice.
The
I
spring
need to-
summer collection, as
Yeah.
modelled by Adrian.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wanna see 'em?
Absolutely. Yeah,
Okay.
we do.
You can
Yeah.
look at my books while I'm getting them right. Okay.
I love your bookshelf. He's got a sick bookshelf.
Oh, nice.
Yeah, he does, and it looks like
While he's doing that, I do actually have to go, Colin, because I
Cool,
wasn't
no, we-
planning on
we
coming
do.
on today at all. But
no problem. Thank you for
Thank-
joining,
thank
man.
you,
It's been
Jose for
forever.
inviting me on and nagging me for it. And big up to everyone. Good
Big
to
up,
see you,
Pete.
Jess. I have subscribed to you. I like the way you talk about the game. So go and see what you're all about.
This is
So,
a great one, yeah.
Ooh,
Right.
okay, yeah.
Nice one, Adrian.
You
nice.
like that? I think you like the next one
Kuba.
better.
Okay.
Kuba, real quick.
Same
Maybe
style,
Adrian, I'm off,
same
right.
style, but it's
Big up, Cooper.
Big up, Kuba.
Ooh, okay. There's some blue in
Well,
there.
well,
That's
why
nice.
don't you add one robe inside with Mr. Adrian's face on it?
Ooh, that's
Yeah.
another good.
I'll
That's a
put
good
back.
idea too. An Adrian robe. Oh my god, nice. You guys are
A
helping me out.
goofy
Thank you.
Adrian.
You know, on the back of that Adrian dressing gown, you should have the historian.
Oh,
Exactly.
Yes.
And you know what you can write there behind the robe? Shroka with the exclamation marks. Shroka robe sounds like a cool.
It
The
does. It
Shroka.
does.
The Shroka.
The Shroka.
No, Bill, your Bill's not going to get to see my collection of robes. Terrible behaviour.
I have a robe. It is a Harry Potter
I have other
robe.
collections,
It's a-
but there's CDs and books. Want to see them?
Let's see
Go on.
what you got.
I've
Show
got a
us
few.
your- show us your CDs.
Who lives in this house? Can you see? Right, okay. Let me just unplug this.
Who lives
Who
in this
lives in a
house?
house like this? Let me get rid of this. Right. Can you see them books or not? Oh, can you see them?
Oh,
Yeah, we
can
can
see.
see him.
Okay.
It sounds like it looks like a lawyer's library though to me.
yeah. I
Can you
see
see them
now.
CD towers?
Ooh,
Yeah.
yeah. You
Wow, that's huge.
stereo.
That's two aliens. One here. There's another one.
You got a nice stereo for them CDs.
Yeah, I got a proper Marantz CD system.
Marantz is such a. I had a Marantz receiver that I left at my old apartment because I'm an idiot. So oops.
Books.
So you
Adrian,
don't like reading, then, do you, Adrian?
I say
No, I
you
hate
can't,
reading,
you
obviously,
can't
yeah.
read. What are you doing with all those?
What, the CDs? I think there's 1,500 CDs on. Well, there's definitely 1,300.
How many of them book, by the way, still?
But they're all. I like rock and classical music, but all them CDs are classical. Every one of them.
Ooh,
yeah.
okay. Wow.
I don't mind classical music. It's
Oh,
all right.
Brilliant for it's
You know,
brilliant
when you
chill.
wanna chi- when
People
you
should listen
wanna
to it. It's brilliant
chill.
for chill.
Yeah, when you want to chill out.
What was that music you sent me the other day, Ellie?
What did I send you?
It was a lovers tune or something, and I said it was like the Sophia Loren type thing.
Oh yeah, that was from the advert. It was from the advert. Yeah, I did. I sent that to you. It's an Italian song, isn't it?
Yeah,
I like that. It's very romantic.
yeah.
So
it was. That's
who
what I
lives
said.
in a house like this? Right.
Proper lovers rock.
Yeah.
Adrian, thank you for the mini tour. Lee Smithy Smith in the house saying he just tuned in again. Is this MTV Cribs in Adrian's house? Big up, Adrian.
It's only a small house. It's only a 2-bed. I mean, like one of the ones those in England all know, the terraced houses with the stone bay on the front and 4 paces you're in the street. You know.
Yeah, yeah.
Sounds
So it's not
about like my place.
Well, there's only me here, so I don't need a big place. You know.
Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, for
Bill,
sure.
Bill
These
saying
comments,
he can
these
imagine.
comments are making me laugh though.
Yeah, Bill,
What-
Bill says he can imagine him playing Prodigy.
Smack me up.
Yes.
There you go. Look, smack my
This
bits
is
out.
talkable
Prodigy.
cribs. Talkable cribs. We should do that. Like everybody gives a
Mr.
tour
M,
of their
Mr. M's
house.
coming.
That
I'm a
sounds
fire
fun.
starter.
Good stuff. So
Destiny's saying he's the page master, Adrian.
hell yeah.
It's a fire starter.
Yeah,
Twisted fire starter.
Yeah,
getting all the love, Adrian.
I
yeah,
know.
yeah. It's just because
When they
Adrian's
stop talking
lovable.
about you, it's time to worry. You know what I mean?
No, Joe. I think I can imagine him singing, having a bit of Candy Shop as well.
Yeah. In
Ah.
a candy shop.
That's 50 pence.
I don't know what
What's
it
your
that
guys'
is.
What
taste in
that
music?
Mariah-
Man, I like all
what that
music, but my
Mariah
main is rock and
How
rock
about
and
it?
classical.
Rock is the best. Smithy Smith wants to know if you got any MILFs in your house.
I'm beyond all that.
I think that'd be perfect for Adrian.
I'm beyond all that, he says.
I'm glad to be out of it, to be honest with you.
Do you know what? He's so lying. He's got 3 of them in his hot tub outside.
He's got his Hugh Hefner robe on. We
Yeah,
already
you've
know.
got some
We already
mind, you have. Do you know?
They're
It's
hiding
always
behind
good
the bookshelf.
Yeah, always changes the
James,
tone
how
of
old
the
are you? Are
conversation.
you old enough for the conversation?
Yeah, I'm 22.
Yeah, he's laughing. James is pissing himself laughing. I can see him. He's bending down, laughing his head off.
Oh,
God
yeah,
help the men
yeah.
if Mia was accidentally put in a male prison.
Adrian with 2 noise abatements from the local council. Love it. love it. But yeah.
Have you been listening?
So,
Have you been listening to the show, Adrian?
I think I come on at about 2 hours 50 or
Or
something.
were you busy with the bills?
What were we
With the
talking
milk.
about when you came on, Adrian?
was it Levy?
Conte, I think, boring subject for me. I think you were talking about Conte. I didn't like him.
Oh yeah. Okay.
I'm not
Yeah,
a fan of any manager I don't think's the right fit. You know, right fits for me go back to Vic Buckingham and Peter McWilliam through to Bill Nicholson, Arthur Rowe,
Harry, goddamn
Joel,
Redknapp.
Joel, Poch. They're right fits.
Martin
I
Yule.
mean,
Redknapp. You missed Redknapp.
Redknapp, yeah.
Martin
about
Yule.
Ange?
Venables. Yeah, they're right fits, but because for the tradition of his club. But
Push
Conte,
and run.
no, they were never going to work out. It was always going to end badly. I mean, surprised fans didn't realise it from the start. But they
We
got
were
their
all just
fans
hopeful.
among
We were
Spurs
all just
fan base,
hopeful,
haven't they?
Adrian.
Conte and Mourinho had their fans among the Spurs fan base, but I just wasn't one of them. It's just that simple. I knew what happened.
Yeah, I mean, I think we all kind of maybe did, Adrian, but we were just hopeful. You know, hopeful that we could at least maybe eke out something good. Here's a question, and
Let me ask Adrian a quick question. Sorry, hold on. So, Adrian,
Yeah,
you're
yeah.
a season ticket holder. You go to all the matches and that. Are the fans still behind Ange?
Yeah. You
'Cause there's been a
don't
lot of
confuse
noise. There's
what happens
been
on
a lot of
social
noise on
media
X.
because
Yeah.
actually, although most of the people on social media they interact with interrelate with each other's groups. Social media actually in sport. If you Google it in sport and see what the reach is of sports fans in social media, it isn't that big in football. It isn't that big. It's mainly the same people over and over again in different chats. I think you can go and get the algorithm and look it up. We because we're always involved in like dissecting games and what's going on at the club and things like that. We get a bit more intense. Majority of fans don't even watch this stuff, so they don't get stressed out for it. And I remember going when there was a couple of demonstrations at the ground. I mean, I stood a little while with them. I ain't standing on my own feet for hours, a little while with about 3 of the demos out there. But you got fans. They look at you like as a curiosity. They probably don't even know there's a demonstration, half of them,
Yeah.
So,
I'm
Yeah.
trying
But
to find.
don't get me wrong,
I'm trying to find-
demonstrations really had an effect, like the balloons and everything else. They did have an effect. The singing in the South Stand did have effect. It did make the ball jump in, Daniel Levy jump. So it had the effect, right? It's not necessarily about numbers. It's about impact, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah.
True. Yeah.
I'm going
true.
back. I'm trying to find Kelsey's grenade because I was going to ask Adrian and Ellie because they weren't here earlier, but I can't find her grenade. But if I find it, I'm going to ask them the same question.
Okay.
Yeah.
I'm just trying to look for it.
It was an interesting one.
It was a conversation that brought a lot of. We all discussed it, and a lot of people in the chat discussed it as well. So I'm going to see if I can find it. To carry on, and if I can find it, I'll let
And
you
on
know.
that note, I am going to leave because I don't know if I can hear any more of the Levy stuff. To be fair, no, I'm joking. I
Hey.
need to go anyway. Got to
Yeah.
I've got to go off and feed the dogs because they're fighting. Otherwise, they're going to end up hurting each other. Because Minnie's going mental. When she's hungry, she gets really evil.
What's your dog called? Minnie?
Sounds like a typical woman.
Yeah, my
Minnie's
dog's
one
called
of
My
the-
dog's called Minnie. Yeah, I've got a chihuahua called Minnie as well.
Yeah, because she's only small, and also I love Minnie Mouse. So
You both got
There you
minis and you both got princess. Oh my god! Look, you've
no, I
got
haven't
so
got
much in common.
Princess.
Oh, you haven't
Oh,
got princess.
okay,
Oh,
okay.
okay.
I've got 5 chihuahuas, so.
My
Oh,
other
shit.
dog's Ozzy, ain't he? After Ozzy Ardiles.
That's perfect.
I-
I used to have
I have
I used to have a
two Chihuahua dogs.
Maltese. I used to have a little doggy too, little half Yorkie, half Maltese. She was my favorite. I'm also a fan of small dogs. So
I like cats.
me, I have two
Yeah,
cats right now.
We know about you and your pussies. Ellie.
My cat is sitting on the end of my bed now. She's licking herself.
Oh dear, that sounds even worse.
So I'm going to talk. If I speak, I'm in big trouble.
I'm in big trouble.
This is my cat. He weighs 25 pounds, which is probably terrible. You don't want that, but
That's probably heavier than me.
Is he a Maine Coon then?
so at least so I got two cats from the same litter.
Why?
One of
your dog looks like his cat a bit.
they
Yes,
do.
because she's obviously tiny, isn't she? She's only dinky.
Yeah, it is.
Mini.
I love the pet time when everyone gets to show.
I can
everyone
imagine
gets to show
you
the
getting
pets.
up in the morning, Colin, and having to wrestle your cat before you get out of
The
bed.
only pets.
It's only bad when he
pets-
jumps on your face while you're asleep. Whenever he wants food, he'll literally just jump directly on
Ellie,
your face.
you're wearing a robe as well.
Yes.
Okay, the gray robe is with Ellie today.
Aha. See, I knew there was a gray robe somewhere. I knew
And
there
this
would
is
be.
Ozzy. This is Ozzy.
Jose likes animals. He drinks with them.
Who?
Ozzy's not too sure.
Jose likes animals. He drinks with them.
Heyo.
I thought you said my name there.
Aw,
That's
hi,
my cat.
kitty.
She's
Mm.
licking
Keep it-
herself.
Keep yourself clean.
Come on, Iggy.
Ozzy
Right.
doesn't like being picked up, so when I pick him up, he looks like he's about to cry. He's like, "Oh my god, what the hell are you doing to
My
me?"
cat is so fat when I pick him up he can't breathe, and he's just like. So I get it. Jose,
Colin, do you have dogs as
Jose's a
well?
dog, man. No, not currently. So I just bought a house, so I could get a dog. I've lived in apartments for like the past 12 years, but I had dogs all growing up. And then when I moved, my mom got to keep them all. Thanks, mom. Shout out, mom. But they've all passed away now. So my mom just has cats, and I just have cats. But I do have a dog on my. I'm gonna go to the shelter and get me a dog pretty soon. A little one. I don't have a very big yard, so I need a small dog that can have some space back there. But yeah,
Nice.
yeah,
Nice.
and I'll name him something really cool like.
Well, I
Eric
would never
Lamella.
have dogs, by the way.
For Ellie and
my dog
Adrian,
will-
I found the question that Kel's posed us earlier.
Yes, get him.
Right, so I am still going to go though, because I do need to
Mia,
go and
thank
feed
you
the
very
dogs,
much
so
for joining us today, darling.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you, Mia. I appreciate
Yeah.
you.
Thank
I'll
you.
speak to
I
you
Take
for
soon.
care.
once had a
Take care.
good stream
Bye,
with
mate.
Mia.
Right,
Mia.
so Adrian and Ellie, we were asked a question that's on screen. And this is a non-Tottenham supporter that was asking us the question. We've all answered this, and we didn't have a fight. We didn't have a fight, but it was good to hear the opinions. So, are you Spurs supporters on the panel happy with Daniel Levy, or is it time for him to
You're going in
go?
my bedroom, on bed. Just grab us a. You don't put it on there. Put it on your phone. I'll watch it in my room. Grab us a monster smart fridge.
Okay, why
So-
we have two Ellies here?
No, Ellie's just come on now.
Oh, we did have two Ellies. She's Hoybia right underneath you too.
Right, let me
No.
remove one, and then she can come back in again.
All right, good, cool.
You there, Ellie?
Okay, this-
Ellie.
Right, I'll remove her because that's not her, I don't think.
Queen Ellie, where are you?
Hi, Ellie. No, it's not her. Right, Adrian, the question is for you to start off with then, because Ellie's not here. Are you Spurs supporters on the panel happy with Daniel Levy, or is it time for him to go?
I'm not happy with what he did with the ticket prices. I'm not happy with what he tried to sell us down the road with the European Super League. I'm not happy with that. But is it time for him to go? Well, who's going to replace him? What do we do? What are we talking about? Him just going, or the owners selling the club? What are we talking about here?
Good points,
If
good
it comes to selling the club, then that has to go all through the stock exchange because we've got, I think, 30,000 supporters that have got maybe one share or more in the club. I think they make up about 13% of the fan base or something. I'm not sure. But they would have to be consulted. And then, I mean, I've always wanted an investor or new owners to come in and just clear our debt. Just clear the debt. But Levy will be judged again. Now he's made this PR blunder with the ticket.
No.
I think his next stress test will be the summer transfer window. I think that will be very telling If we don't get at least 4 players in that window, which I think we will anyway, and maybe a youngster as well.
Adrian, I would add one more caveat here. I think 4 quality players. We don't want like 4 just leftover players from other clubs. Yeah, 4 quality.
You know where 3 are going to come from because we've been no matter every other position we've been linked with. Yeah, but the thing we're linking as well.
You used to wear these glasses.
Sorry, go on,
Ali, are you
Adrian.
scolding
Go on.
You know that he's after a centre back. You know that he's after a midfielder. All the media rumours have been rife about them. Striker sort of dropped off the radar a little bit, but we need another striker because we don't know if Richarlison will go to Saudi Arabia in the summer and get our money back. If we do good, sell him. But if not, if he finishes the season well, he's got 10 goals, then you keep him because we just need the strikers. Otherwise, we fall. I don't think Davies and Emerson will go unless you bring one in for them to go out. So I don't think the fullback positions, as much as I'd like to, I'd love a Cambiasso for Juventus who can play on both sides. But but I don't see us going, unless an opportunity arises, I don't see us going for a fullback in the summer at all because I think our priorities will be centre-back, midfielder, striker, and then there's talk with a left wing. I don't want Neto, he's injured again, isn't he? Like, you know what I mean? I wouldn't mind Rafinha. Rafinha was at Leeds. His stats are excellent, even though he hasn't got all the game time at Barcelona. I would take Rafinha. There are younger wingers out there, and you got Stanislas Dumba,
Rico Williams. Is it Rico Williams or the?
Yeah, Williams. There are Concalves at Sporting or whatever it is. There are loads of Yazer at Napoli, and we've been linked with so many wingers, right? So I'm confident we'll get the players, and we won't have to worry too much for competition because even if our rivals nip in and get a player we might want, and most of our rivals will be restricted to buying one player because of FFP, and we can spend. We won't. We can actually spend
300.
270,
450.
I did a big post on this yesterday. I posted it in the group, actually, in your group as well. When I post them in my Spurs group, I post them in in your WhatsApp groups as well. Like so. I did.
I wanted to add on to.
Sorry, what you said about how much we could spend, that's not including any sales, though, is it?
No, it's not including sales.
Yeah.
I mean, and that is under. Because what you're allowed to spend your money on your revenue streams, you have to fall into the gap of what is players' wages, cost of players, and agents' fees, really. So out of that, you're only allowed to spend a percentage of your revenue, and that's going to go down again. So, but we are all right because of the stadium. Anything you spend on infrastructure, academies, Women's Super League and all that doesn't come into financial fair play at all. None of that. You can spend what you want on that. So invest in your club structure, you can spend what you like on that. But, we're going to be in Europe next year, right?
Yeah, Champions League.
That hits us a little bit. Because we can't get rid of Skip Sessegnon, Brandon Austin, and Alfie Whiteman, the 2 goalkeepers, because under the normal 8 homegrown players rules, that works fine.
Excuse me.
But in Europe, if you've got your 8 homegrown, that's fine, but 4 of them have to be academy trained. And we've just got 4, 2 goalkeepers, Skip and Sessegnon. So we aren't selling them, guys, as much as people would like to get rid of all 4. The 2 goalkeepers aren't that good. Brandon Austin's under 21 goalkeeper, but they're not that good because we wouldn't have given Fraser Forster, who must be 38 next year, a year's contract if we thought Austin or Whiteman were going to take over. And that's why I think Josh Keeley's gone out on loan to Barnet because
that was a real dog. Sorry.
I think he's going to be. I think in a year's time he'll be Vicario's number 2, and we've got Gunter as well. So all right. So this is the 4 homegrown for Europe is a thing. This is why if you want to get rid of one of those, we've now got to bring. Where's the academy player? Well, you could get rid of one if you bring Parrott into the squad next year because he's 22.
I was waiting for you to say that.
Yeah, you could bring him into the squad. Now. He's injured now though. He couldn't play for Ireland, but he's had a decent season in the Eredivisie with Excelsior, and Ajax and Feyenoord have been looking at him. Most Spurs fans here seem to think, oh, he must be rubbish or something like that. But the point is, you need to see him in this league. Kane was rubbish before he came back to this club, and look what he turned it to be. So
Yeah.
I don't know if he's got it to make it, but if you wanted to get rid of one of the goalkeepers, you could bring Parrott in and get rid of one, or unless you want to get rid of Sessegnon or Skip. So, but I don't see them going. I don't see them going. And then a squad of 25, it's not that hard. We've got other players to sell yet, haven't we? We've got to sell Roden to Leeds, and I'm sure he wants to go there, so he'll probably go for 10, 12 mil or something. We'll get our money back probably. Then you've got Spence at Genoa. If he's got an attitude problem, don't want him. You've got Tanganga at Millwall, you get a few mil for him. You've got Reguilon at Brentford, you get a few mil for him. Then you've got Gill, who can't get in the team, you'll get a few mil for him. You've got Lo Celso, you get a few mil for him. And Dombelli, we might have to pay Galatasaray off of us.
You'll have to pay somebody.
But
We got to convince him that the food in Turkey is good.
I
He can
can see us
stay.
getting rid of 6 or 7 in the summer, and see us getting rid of 6 or 7 and getting about 4 in. And then, Ange, he lets little clues slip now and again. When he was asked, this was interesting, got my attention. I'm always trying to pick up on things, and he went, "How long do you reckon it'll take to be where you want to be with a squad?" And he said 3 transfer windows.
I saw
If
that.
you
too,
said 3 transfer windows, right, then straight away I'm thinking, hang about. Even an average transfer window, 3 players, that's 9 players to me. So, and he will be ruthless. He's been ruthless with the squads when he was at Celtic and other teams before him when he's got rid of players.
Oh yeah.
There will be a clear out. Our team basically, to me, we know he likes Johnson, Kulu, Son. So that's about the front 3. We don't know so much about Solomon. We need to see him back fit and firing. That would be 4. You got the 4 midfielders at 8, and we got 6 defenders really with the goalkeeper Vicario. That's 14.
Yeah.
So now we can fit in another 11. So 3 transfer windows would do it. I think that would do it. And it also hints in him staying, longevity.
That takes him to the end of his contract as well.
By then, the fan base will have decided on Ange one way or another, won't they?
Yeah. Adrian, that'll take him to the end of his contract as well, because he's got a 2-year contract. So then if he does succeed in those 2 years that he's got,
He will.
Yeah, I think he will. I think he will as well. I've got a lot of faith in Ange. I like him a lot. I like him as a man as well, let alone a manager.
Yeah. Same
Yeah.
here. Same here. I wish he was my dad.
What,
but
instead of Donald Trump?
Yeah, God. Don't get me started. I don't want to get kicked off the internet or something. But
No.
he's.
Let's not go there.
Yeah.
What was the question you wanted to ask me?
Oh, I've changed this. Dang it!
Because I missed
changed
it.
the comment. I brought up.
Sorry, I don't know
There we
what's
go.
happening, but I got chucked out. I don't know what happened.
Right. So the question is, Ellie, are you? It's come from Kels, who's Leeds, but she's just asking us the question. Said, are you
Okay.
Spurs supporters on the panel happy with Daniel Levy, or is it time for him to go?
No, I think, do you know what? I am a Levy outer, but I think he's fantastic at the business side. So keep him on the business side and not to meddle in the football side. Let all the people that you've recruited, Daniel, if you're listening, let them do the business. Don't interfere. Because when you interfere, we have a lot of problems. And there's too much negotiation and too much in the press when you see stories like we could have had Grealish for 5 more million, and there's lots of little stories that come out. We don't know whether they're all true, but I don't know. When he went up to negotiate with Charlotteson's deal and Spencer's deal, those two have gone pear-shaped, really, because although Richarlison's picked up this season, he's not the answer to our striking thing. But I don't know. I just feel let him do the business side because he's very good at that. Nobody can doubt that he's good on the business side. But we are in the business of football, so he's got to put his not all of his eggs in the football side, but a majority of them, because he's got other ventures going on, obviously, to bring money, but put that into the football side as well as developing the women's team and everything like that. That other things that he wants to do, because I think he was going to build like an academy section for the women as well, and he's got a little section, but I think they're going to do an extension on that as well for the ladies, which is really good.
I think that's going to be done over the golf course that we've leased on the council. There's a protest movements and all that.
It's Trent Park Golf Course, isn't it? That they're doing it over.
Whiteweb? Is it Whiteweb?
I think Whiteweb. Sorry, I got the name wrong. Yeah, so I think he's taken us to a point where we've got lots and lots of money to spend. So just back off, Mr. Levy, and just do your business side. Bring in loads of money for the club. Make us even more sustainable than we are even now. And I know I'm supposed to be Levy out, but, in terms of the business, you can't fault the man.
I think we'll have 100 mil to spend in the summer. I mean, we didn't take the 50 mil loan off of ENIC. We didn't take that over that share issue thing. That's not been taken. If you said player sales are the sales I did a rough calculation. I thought we could get about 70 million on player sales. And then whatever else is in the kitty. And you don't get all the money in one hit, do you? This is like the Kane money, for example. You won't get that
not a bad thing.
in one hit. You get it a down payment, and then you get the rest usually over the.
Yeah, but that's how we buy too. So it's
exactly. So, but when you do sell a player, once you've agreed that fee and the bank knows you've got that money coming in, you can borrow money on that to go and get players. So it doesn't restrict you in the window waiting for money to come in. You can then go and do that. So that's what happens. And I think, this is we say it every season, but more than that, because the recent transfer windows have been so good for us, and they have been good, right? This is why this one, we build some momentum up here, and we need to kick on now. We need to kick on in the summer. And that to me is 4 players. That's 4 players to me.
I just wanted to add something else to Levy as well, right? So basically, his PR is pretty dire, right? Because it's really bad, right? Because, the thing is, he goes to Cambridge University, sits in that beautiful chair, relaxed and talking about Tottenham and how, he's a Tottenham man. And why didn't you go, Daniel Levy, to a Tottenham college or a Tottenham school and talk to the real Tottenham people who care about your club? Yeah, who care about your club from your own area in Tottenham. I know he's not from Tottenham; he's from Chigwell, but
close enough.
I know he gives back to the community. I know he does lots of projects and he's championing them and all that. But when you want to do PR, you go to Cambridge University. What have they got to do with Tottenham? They've got nothing to do with that.
He owns a big chunk of ENIC as well. He's virtually a billionaire in his own right, Daniel Levy.
Oh,
yeah, why not go to somewhere like Oxford that's still in London? If you want to go to let's say a big university, why not there?
Oxford's not in London, though, Ilya. It's miles away from London.
Is Oxford not in London?
What he should have done is gone to a Tottenham school.
My geography is bad.
He had my school, my old
Mine
school,
too, don't worry.
which is called the Drayton School, Bladesmore Community School now. He invited them to the opening ceremony. He could have gone to my old school, because lots of players back in the day, even I posted something about Pat Jennings today, that he came to my school, and I had the honour of taking him around my school at 13 years old. That's the sort of PR exercise he should be doing.
Yeah, if he leaves Scotland, Scott Munn's the chief executive officer, so he virtually runs. He's Daniel Levy's number 2, basically. So then you've got Johan Lange, who will know a lot about the Scandinavian market. Right? He's like our main football director of football
for us, hasn't he?
So you've got him, then you've got Ange, and the other person part of the recruitment team would be Rob McKenzie as chief scout. So Curtis is just a coach, Millie Jellinik's a coach, Ryan Mason's a coach, Wayne Burnett runs the under-21. So you've got Simon Davies, who we nicked off Man City Academy, to runs the academies as well. So you've got him there. I mean, the setup's really good now. It's been torn to pieces and rebuilt. That's all down to Paratici. Paratici did all this.
And I love that they brought Jermaine Defoe back to our club to be a coach.
Did
Fantastic.
that Jermaine Defoe documentary come out yet? I know there's supposed to be a documentary about like him. I don't know if that's come out yet or not. Let me look that up.
Not that I know of.
Defoe. He's such an awesome guy. I was going to ask everybody. There's going to be a documentary, the official documentary following former superstar striker Jermaine Defoe. Yeah, I guess it hasn't come out yet. But it looks great. I love Jermaine Defoe. I'll definitely check it out. I think we should all share our favorite Jermaine Defoe moment.
Okay.
Who was that?
You know Jermaine Defoe.
Sorry.
What, the 5 goals he scored against, was it Wigan?
Yeah, it was Wigan. Yeah, for like the 9 for when we got like
9-1. Did we win 9-0, 9-1 or something like that?
I think it was 9.
Yeah, 9-1. Yeah, they got a goal. We let them have a goal.
But Jermaine Defoe is awesome. Loved him. His second stint with us was almost more fun than his first, in my opinion, just because he was so shoot on sight. I love it. Oh, hey, so the Defoe documentary is already out on Amazon Prime. Thank you, Kufa. I will absolutely have to watch that. And if anybody's got Amazon Prime, check it out.
I've got it.
Yeah, good watch. Good watch. Disabled team, Stu was saying it has to be his connection with Bradley. He talks about that a lot in the documentary, from what I understand, and how it really changed him as a person. And I was
gonna say that's my favourite moment as well. So, but he's beating me to it, Stu.
Jess, who are leads in for apart from Roden? If you get promoted, you'll be buying players. Obviously, maybe you'll fish in the same league you're in now, but.
Yeah, Jess, do you guys have any? Is there any players you guys are after? Oh, you're mute. You're muted, Miss Jess.
49ers have already said they're going to back Leeds heavily in the summer. They have already started clearing the deadwood out, like with Luke Ayling. Cooper's contract finishes at end of season. I personally haven't heard any names muted at the minute regarding Leeds United, and 49ers keep the business well under wraps. They don't let us know who's coming in. If we get Rodon, I'd be very happy with Rodon. Conor Bradley from Liverpool won't be a bad loan for the season.
Where's your squad weak, do you think? Where do you think you need to improve your squad?
We need a proven number 9 in the Premiership. We cannot go with Patrick Bamford. He's too injury prone. Joel Perrault, he wouldn't do well in the Premiership. We just need the out-and-out number 9 for me.
Yeah.
Bamford's a weird one. He almost plays like a second striker, or he kind of reminds me of what's that fella's name with the Dybala? He's almost got a Dybala-esqueness to him. Not as quick, but yeah. I don't know.
Jesse,
he's definitely not. Sorry.
No, it's all right. I cut across you. I thought you'd finished. Go on, Colin. Go on, finish what you were saying.
No, you got to go next, Elliot. I don't even. I was just.
Jesse, I was just if you had your choice of striker, would you go for sort of a fox in the box, or would you go for somebody who's a little bit more like Sonny, who can score worldy goals, and somebody who can run with the ball and be strong with the ball, or would you prefer just a clinical finisher who just stays in the box like a traditional number 9, or someone who can play a bit?
Fox in the box.
I think fox in the box maybe, because I think we've got that sort of with Patrick Bamford, because that's where he's. Perrault's totally different. Perrault is sometimes he's on our last defenders. That's how deep he is. For me, I would like somebody like Son, because we haven't got somebody at the minute that can bang a 25-yard goal, and Perrault is not that player. And if Bamford gets injured, we're going to struggle. We've got Mateo Joseph as well, that's just coming through for Leeds United as well. But we need a quality number 9 to stay up.
That Archie Gray is quite tasty. I like Archie Gray. Scored a fantastic goal the other day. I think he's going to be a very good prospect, and he comes from a footballing family as well. A very good traditional Leeds United footballing family. So he's got good heritage there.
It always blows my mind when players have multiple family members, or you know what I mean? How so many footballers can come from so few families. It's crazy to me. in the blood, I guess. In the blood.
We had Les Allen, Paul Allen, Clive Allen.
I wish
Crazy.
Glenn Hoddle had a son who's just as good as him.
Yeah.
I'll tell you who's got a bit of Glenn Hoddle about, and this is going to be a big shout from me. A bit of Glenn Hoddle, sort of hybrid Dele Alli about him.
Yeah.
That young kid, go and watch that young kid, Lucas Bergvall, the Swede we just nicked in.
I like him.
He looks like he's going to be an absolute sensation.
Was that a Longa signing?
Divine for England, and I mean, as Spurs are supplying so many players for all the England teams at the moment, apart from the senior one. But yeah, I mean, he just looks. I mean, I know it's that league, but his skill is just unreal.
Yeah, I'm excited to see him. Hopefully next season he might even make the first team.
He'll be in the squad. He'll be in the pre-season squad. Mark my words, he'll be in.
Definitely.
Right? And I'm not bothered about him going away. If we talk about the pre-season, there's so many things that exasperate me about this club. Last year's shambles of a tour, right? Forever just getting on a plane, off a plane, play a match, on a plane, off again, no rain. And then the worst thing of all is to come back 2 weeks before the season starts. You need your squad back a month, especially if you've got any new players. You need to get your signings in early, and you need to have them players with you a month before the season starts. I know we got the Euros this year, so that changes things. I don't know if players have to cancel their holidays and all that, but even if it means you're on your pre-season early, and if players are still on a holiday, then they can meet up with the squad. You know, aircraft do fly all over the world. You know, you haven't got to wait till all your players are back. Then you've wasted a week or two, and then you fly out on a tour. I mean, I know we're going to play one game in Melbourne, aren't we? Where Ange came from,
Melbourne North,
where he came from.
Yeah.
And then we're going to. I think we're going to Korea again on the money spinning tour.
Yeah.
And we might have a friendly against Celtic or Rangers. I'm not sure. Might have been part of the deal that Ange coming here. And we got a friendly against Bayern as well. That's probably part of the Kane deal. So I'll just hope.
Adrian, can I ask you a quick question, right? So I've been watching Dane Scarlett since he was like a little nipper at Spurs, right? And I think like the loans that we've done for him are similar to the ones that Kane had in terms of like he hasn't sort of set the fire going at the clubs that he was on loan on. Do you think that he's a real prospect? Because I believe he is, and a lot of fans.
Yes.
A lot of fans on social media don't think he is,
and he's younger than Parrott.
At the Grand, they do. What's your opinion?
He scored a hat-trick yesterday for England.
Yeah, I know.
He's ever so quick on a turn. You remember Kane's last game against Shakhtar Donetsk? Kane got 4 goals, and he turned and spun on a sixpence, didn't he? And put that one in, didn't he? He got the 5th
goal.
Yeah.
Brilliant.
No, I mean everyone raved about him. We got to sort these loans out, right? Because this is just. I mean, I don't know how exactly the deals are worked. I know for older players, the club that wants to loan one of your players, they pay you a fee and his wages usually, I would assume, on top of that, or it's just one big lump that covers the lot, whatever error it's worked. I just think I know what I would do with loan players when they're going to another club, because they're on a wage anyway, which we pay. It's in our accounts, right? So if we're loaning Rodon to Leeds, I would be saying to the Leeds manager or their admins, right, you play Rodon, every time he plays 90 minutes, we'll pay his wages. If you don't play him, we obviously ain't paying you nothing, and we might sort something out if he gets half a game or something like that, one half or something, half his wages or something like that. Poorer clubs would then be encouraged to play the player. I mean, it's no point loaning them out if they're not going to get game time. It's just no point. They don't have to play every game, obviously, because no one plays every game when you're a member of the first team squad, do they? So, but like you need to incentivize the club that's loaning your player to play him.
I know. And do you know when Dane Scarlett was at Portsmouth, they sacked their manager, and then the new manager that came in didn't really fancy him, put him on the wing. Yeah. He's not a winger.
And the reason,
waste of space.
And there's also like it comes down to club connections and player connections where a player ends up as well, because Scarlett and Phillips went to Plymouth because
Yeah.
the Plymouth coaches were coaches with the England squad, and they knew them. So you get that if they know they were the coaches, they know they're going to get game time because the coaches like them and want them.
Yeah, Divine's
And
there at the moment,
yeah.
isn't he?
You know, I
Is
mean,
Divine coming back this season to join the first team? Because there's a lot of
Is he-
rumours that he is.
Well, the difficult. Sorry, I covered this earlier when we started the show. I turned around and said that obviously Scarlett's got his hat trick. 5 of the Tottenham players, 4 started, 1 came on as a sub, and Donnelly captained the under-19s, and Scarlett scored a hat trick and in the under-20s.
yeah,
The player that we were all raving about, and they're the same age, is Divine and Scarlett. They're in the same age group. They're the same age.
yeah,
right.
they are.
And I understand what Adrian said, and I know all about the bringing him back from the League One loan and sending him out Championship to Plymouth. But after 3 games, Divine's fallen off a cliff because he's either been an unused sub or a sub after the first 3 games. The person that's getting the game time there is Phillips. So at the moment, I would turn around and say, based on the evidence that we've got to now, to today, that the prospect at the moment for Tottenham's first team, if you want for next year, is actually Scarlett rather than Divine.
yeah, Scarlett and Bergvall.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So they'll loan
Actually,
out,
Bergwall,
they'll loan out
I wanted
Divine
to add.
again.
And I
Sorry,
tell you what, I
Mark.
think the player we've got who's an absolute just his stats an absolute freak is Mikey Moore. He won
I know.
two
Yeah.
league cups last year when the teams won the under-18s and under-17s won them cups.
Yeah.
He scores and creates chances for fun. He's like a complete footballer. All the European clubs wanted to take him off us, and he ain't going nowhere now. We've got Ange Ball, but he's just so young. But you know, some players they mature late. Few of them mature late actually, but and others don't kick on. But if he just progresses the way he is, I mean, the goals and his assists are just mental, and so are Donnelly's as well.
He's at match days, Mikey Moore. I see him all the time.
Yeah.
He's walking around with Jamie Donnelly's there, but Mikey Moore's there as well. So they must invite him on match days because they know
We-
they're going to be part
We
of the
could
team.
loan Leeds, Lancashire, or Parrott next season. Will Lancashire, I mean, like he was at Arsenal as a 16-year-old. He left. He went to Sheffield United, and we paid £3 million for him, and he's only 17, and give £3 million for him. And he's banging goals in for fun. I mean, the under-21s are top of the league. I think they got 2 games in hand and a top on goal difference. They can't stop scoring goals. There's not too much mention of fullbacks there, which is a pity. Charlie Sayers, who got a Southend. I don't doing. You hear about Gunter, but Josh Keeley's out on loan. You don't hear so much about the midfielders. It's the wide players and the forwards that are like awesome at that level. Like
I like
They'll have a
Noel
league.
John. I think Noel John's a really good player, right? He's got a really good pass on him. He's tenacious. He's skillful. I like him, but the thing is, he hasn't had a look in the first team since we played him pre-season.
No, he did go on loan. He went on loan to Charlton and they didn't play him.
I know, it's
And I would
ridiculous.
have thought with Chris Ramsey's
on.
connections at Charlton and that he would have got game time, but
Yeah.
it didn't happen, did it? So I don't know. I'm undecided on Noel John. I'm undecided on him.
I think he's a good player.
Santiago. I like Santiago. I think he's a good player. He wasn't so great last year, but when I see him, I thought this kid's got something about him. But
Is he Spanish? Is he Spanish, that Santiago?
Yes.
and he counts as homegrown.
Española.
We got him young.
Espanol, that's right. It's
Yeah.
Espanol.
Yeah.
So what's your view? I saw some people putting in the chat earlier, and I didn't say no. I didn't want to rise to it. But I saw some people putting that in the chat earlier. But what's your thoughts on Veliz, Adrian?
I haven't watched him since he went on
Go
loan.
on, Elias. Go on. Keep going.
Yeah, I haven't watched him much when he went on loan. But one thing about him is he technically is a better player than Richarlison. He's not so much of a fox in the box, but he has that eye for the goal actually. So that's the main thing for me. But I think he needs to work on his confidence a little bit, and then he would be good.
He's got a bit in the air. He's got a bit about this is a big call. Tony Haitley, Gabriel Batistuta about him. He's quick on the deck. When I see him play for the under-21s, he had one poor game, missed some sitters, and the next game, like when Scarlett you watch a game and you're under-21s and a particular player just stands out above all the rest, right?
Yeah.
He did in one game. He's got something about him, and he will be part of the squad next season, I'm sure, and he will get game time. And I want to see him because he's so good in the air. And he scored that goal at Brighton when we lost 4-2, didn't he? And that was the striker's goal because like he had to work and really like that showed conviction. I wish Richarlison had that or Werner had that sort of conviction in front of goal rather than just be hit and hope merchants, which is what they are in my opinion. I just think I watched that. There's a video of Villas. Go and watch him when he was playing in Argentina. He looks good. We didn't give 20 odd million for him, you know, just to throw him.
Yeah. I'll tell you what impressed me about him.
They do all the data analytics, don't they? And then what normally happens now, which Spurs never used to, you go and do all the data analytics. You hear about these players. You do go and look at all the data and the stats, and then Rob McKenzie, chief scout, or he gets one of our scouts, or a couple of them go, and they go and watch the player. You just don't go and buy players. We used to do that, buy players on like, and look where it got us, nowhere. You know. Now we're getting our recruitment right. So, yeah, with these kids, most of them aren't ready. I think Scarlett's not far away, even though he is young, because he can only be 20, 21. He's younger than Parrott. Parrott's 22.
Yep, Scarlett is younger. Scarlett is like Fox in the box with a bit
Scarlett's
of a
19. Scarlett and Divine are both 19.
Yeah, they got time. There's no rush.
Sorry,
but Scarlett, I think he needs to physically build himself up a bit. Like I think he can get bullied in the box too easily.
Scarlett, have you seen Scarlett, Elias?
He's stocky.
He's massive now. He looks like a man now.
Oh, okay, I haven't seen him lately.
Go and look on YouTube. He scored a hat trick yesterday for England. So if you look on YouTube, you can find the look for Azerbaijan under 21s versus England under 21s, and you'll see the goals.
Scarlett put up a hat trick.
He scored a hat trick last night for England.
No, he didn't. I'm looking at it.
No, he scored yesterday.
Under 20s.
Day before.
Oh, under 20s. I'm looking at under 21s.
Under 20s. If you look at the under 20s, they won and he scored a hat trick. They won 5-1 and he scored a hat trick. And you could see that his body, he now, I was talking about this earlier at the very beginning of the show, he now looks like a man.
He's becoming a man because he's
he
19.
looks like a man.
He looks like a man, but he's got another 2 years of growth. So he's going to be even better.
Because he's a man.
But he has grown. Is what I'm saying. He doesn't look the slight person that he used to. He's grown.
If you notice the fact that we brought these youngsters in there doing well, what is particular about all of them is all the youngsters that have come and done well are units. They are units. Udogi's a unit, right?
England under 20 or under 19s actually. Because I'm looking at under 21s.
Divine and Dragusin, they're units. They look like men, don't they? I mean,
they are.
Jackie's only 23. He's a unit. So they got, you got to be able to cope with the physicality of the Premier League.
Yeah.
Right, as you guys were talking, Colin has shut off, so I'm going to run the show for him because Colin has not been to sleep at all.
Oh my God.
So when he came on, I was speaking to him before the show started, and him and his lovely wife, after they finished work last night, stayed up watching the Batman trilogy, and they've been up all night. They've been up all night. So when we started the stream, it was 7 o'clock in the morning for him, and he hadn't been to sleep. So he's had to jump off. I've told him to jump off, and we'll continue the show. But he wants to thank you all. He's put in the comments there. He wants to thank you all for coming on. Everyone that's come on today, and he wants to thank everybody in the chat. So big up Colin, and he wants to go on Jesse's tonight. So he says he can't wait to get up later to go on Jesse's show tonight.
Yeah.
So
nice one.
So sorry, I just wanted to say that he's left us.
Ryan G. Wolves fan said, "Would I take Hwang?" I haven't seen enough of him, to be honest. That's the thing with other teams. When you've got an established player, you know about them. You've seen them quite a lot. But even with a lot of players in the Premier League, I mean, I'll stream or I'll watch on Sky Go because I've got that for free and stuff like that. But new kids on the block players or players that have been around, there's a lot of them I haven't really seen. I watch a lot of player videos if we're interested in players, but I don't know. I mean, I would love Vlahovic from Juventus. I think it'd be perfect for the handball. And I think we could get him. They only paid about 40 million for him, 40 million euros or something. I think if we offered him 55 mil, we'd get him.
Get
Because
who?
you get the skin. And while we're there, let's get Cambiasso off him as well. 24-year-old, fantastic fullback playing
I
both.
missed. Who did you say first of all? Juventus before Cambiasso?
Dusan Vlahovic.
Oh, Vlahovic. Sorry, I didn't hear you.
I
say
would
it.
love to sign him. Actually, guys, do you know that he has Juventus have to actually get rid of him, or like either I think they cannot increase his salary. There's some clause. There's some they are bound by some monetary reasons. So he is that striker on our radar as well, and he has been on our radar for quite a while. So Juventus has to increase his salary to 2.5k, which used to be the range that we used to pay Kane. So we can afford it now since we have offloaded certain players who were on that kind of wage. So we should be going for him. I would love to see him at Spurs. Like he's my number one striker.
We've also looked at Santiago Jimenez at Feyenoord, Jonathan David. You've got that Omar Marmoush. You've got that Xerxes striker. You've got who else? Oh, obviously Ivan Toney. Don't want him if he's got a gambling baggage. Don't want him. Ferguson at Brighton looks a good prospect. We're not paying 100 mil for him though, so don't want him. So yeah, I mean the recruitment team will have their list. They've got their list. I'm sure they've got a list of at least 5 players in every position that they would like, and then you might get an opportunist one because Italy's the place to go because their clubs are skint. It's the place to go fishing.
Yeah, I've seen people comment on here today. Sorry, I'm digressing. People were commenting. I could see Ryan G, and I saw Danny earlier, much earlier, on the comments about the predictions. The reason why I did the predictions like I did this week is to give everybody a chance, even the people that haven't played, give them a chance to rack up and pick up points. And you're quite right. The predictions today are like all over the place. It's quite clear that a lot of people don't know these teams. So there's going to be some random results for people. 2 games have finished so far, and in the first game, the Mansfield, who are top of the league against Colchester, ended up as a 1-1 draw. Bobby K, Lee Smithy Smith, Jim from Just a Go Who Loves Spurs, all got the correct result of 1-1. And then Sanchez predicted a 2-2 draw, so he scored a point. And you've got Stu from Disabled Team also predicted a draw of 2-2 and got a point. Then you look at Harrogate versus Harrogate versus Bradford?
Mhm.
Yeah, Harrogate Town beat Bradford 3-0. And no one got the correct prediction. But the people that went for Harrogate to win were me, Tot Spurs, Kate, Adrian, Lee Statham, and Jordan and Soji. So yeah, the predictions are all over the place. Look, Dakaru's just joined us. Dakaru, I know it's late for you still now, Dakaru. It must be 3:24 in the morning for you. What are you doing up at this time?
Where does he stay?
He lives out in Australia, but he's 11 hours ahead of us. And he says predictions this week are insane. I have no idea of anything. Every time I kept putting the teams that were playing up, Dakaru was like, well, who are these then? So yeah, so you're quite right, people. People that have been commenting this on the chat are quite right.
So you're doing is it championship or is it international games that you're doing?
No, because it was international week. What I did is I did a special bonus. I did one last week where I did the four Premiership. I did the 4 quarterfinals of the FA Cup and 2 Championship games. But people were saying that they wanted to have another go this week without it being the Premiership, another go to give them a chance to score points. So I did 15 games, 3 from League 1, 11 from League 2, and 1 from the National League.
Okay.
So it's 15 games and they're a mixture, but no internationals. There's no point. All the internationals being played today are friendlies, and they could go either way because people are going to send out. Spain lost yesterday to Colombia, for instance, and Spain sent out a complete B to third team yesterday. They played players. They gave Grimaldo his opportunity to play yesterday, Alex Grimaldo. They gave all these players opportunities to play yesterday who don't normally play in the Spanish national team. So, you know, at the end of the day, there's no point doing an international one because there was nothing to play for. And therefore, you're going to get freak results.
Are there any players, Jose, you'd like to take from Chelsea? The reason I say that, I know we've got a bad history and we don't often trade with them at all. But the reason I say that is because they showed a loss of 90.1 million 1 year, and the previous year they showed a loss of 120 million, right? So that's 210 million, and they're only allowed to lose 105 million over 3 years. So they're well over. They've got to sell. Chelsea have to sell.
Yeah, but the problem is, Colin. Sorry, Adrian. The problem is though, is that under these rules that are going to change again in the summer, you get a year's grace if you change ownership. So therefore, instead of it being a 3-year accounting period, it becomes a 4-year accounting period. So although I agree with what you're saying, they will have to sell players, but they're not being done for the end of 3 years because Bowley only came in the other year. So they've got an extra year to do the finances.
But they haven't been charged as yet. This is what people done. They haven't been charged as yet because when Bowley came in, he admitted there were discrepancies in previous accounts, which the FA and that are looking into. So they're going to get done, right? Because there's discrepancy. There was also all the talk about some of the players' wages was played through an offshore company. I mean, look, let's be Abramovich was a crook. You don't walk away from a £3 billion football club with nothing in your pocket, because if you think you're in the right, you're going to fight a court case for it. You're going to fight the government in a court case. Well, we know the government sit on dodgy characters, not just in football, in all walks of life. They sit on them, and if they think they've got a good reason or, you know, the climate's right, they'll make a move on these characters. So to me, I'd simply, Bamrich was told, look, you either go, you sold a club, you either go, or you're going to prison for a long time. So I just think he walked because he had no choice. He would have been pressured. Well, he was pressured. You don't give up a 3-4 billion club for nothing, and you invested. Like, so he's obviously laundered money through the club. He's done everything, like, obviously, like, you know, we'll see it when it comes to.
He was exiled from England anyway. He wasn't allowed to come back in.
Well, even before that, Ellie, what was interesting, normally, if you come into a country and you pump hundreds of millions into the economy and you create thousands of jobs, you get a knighthood and all that. He was refused, before all this Chelsea stuff come up, he was refused British citizenship. So that tells you something straight away. He's undesirable.
But you only get a knighthood, Adrian, if you're born in England. You can't be born in another country and get a knighthood.
They give one to Alexander Haig during the Falklands crisis, but I don't know, it might have been a special one or something like that.
Yeah.
He was American. Yeah.
The thing is that the thing is, you've got to look at two sides of the coin, mate, because I'm not going to just say Abramovich. There's a whole series of these oligarchs that have come to England and set up their homes in England and that. The government knew about them moons and moons ago, but because they were going to bring in money to line certain people's pockets, they were allowed to come in here with impunity, you know, and as soon as something went wrong.
Well, because the government didn't interfere. It wasn't that. It's the government didn't interfere. To them, it's the Premier League. Sort your house out.
Oh no, right? No, I'm talking about. I'm not talking about Abramovich. I'm talking about oligarchs in general.
Yeah, Man City can't turn over that amount of money on their revenue streams in selling shirts. They can't turn over 800 million a year.
Yeah, but what I'm saying though, Adrian, is that on the one hand, the government turned a blind eye to allowing oligarchs into the country because it suited them, regardless of whether they bought a Premiership club or not, because they were wealthy people. They allowed them to come in the country. And
a lot of property's been bought by Russians in London.
Yeah. And soon as this all kicked up with the war with the Ukraine and Russia, all of a sudden the government turned around and said, "Okay, we're going to stamp down on these oligarchs that they allowed into the country and knew that there was dodgy dealings going on well before." But they decided to then make a stance on it because they had to. But they allowed them into the country with impunity. You know, they could just come in and do what they wanted.
It's all about the money, isn't it?
And it was all about the money, and the government didn't turn a blind eye to it.
It's all about the money.
Yeah. I was talking about Man City. Man City women won 3-1 against Man United this afternoon and have gone top of the league. And we just knocked Man City out the FA Cup after they thrashed us in 3 games prior. They thrashed us 7-0, 2-0 and 1-0, but we managed to beat them in the FA Cup. And big up the ladies because we've made a semi-final of the FA Cup.
Right, Ellie, I'm confused. I'm confused, Ellie. Are you going to that semi-final now?
Yeah, yes, I am. I've got my ticket already.
Okay, because I offered you to do the watch-along, and you said yeah, and then all of a sudden someone said to me, but she's going to the game.
Yeah,
I'm pretty sure she's going to the game.
I wasn't going to go to the game, but then I thought, I've got to go. I'm a Spurs lady. I've got to go
Okay.
and support my
Of
girls.
course.
But I
How-
can do a half-time report for you from the stadium, and I can do a full-time report. That'd be quite interesting for the watch-along.
I'll be
Ellie,
very
is the
honest,
show
I
at-
don't know enough of the players to be actually able to go.
Doesn't
and
Is
do
the
it.
game at
I
Brisbane
see.
Road or is it at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium?
When I done the World Cup watch-alongs, I used to write all the players' names so I could remember.
Yeah.
But as long as you're invested in the game and you're talking about the players, you know, when they receive the ball, maybe you won't know who they are, but you've got your sheet there and you can look them up.
Ellie, I was a guest on one of your watch-alongs for the World Cup, and I had to learn
Yes.
all the players' names, and I had to do it with you, and I had to make out I knew them all, and I knew what clubs they came from and everything, which
Yeah,
I
but
did.
you
I did my
were-
homework.
You were all right. You were
Yeah,
really
because I did my
good.
homework on them.
I was very
Ellie,
impressed. I was very impressed, Jose.
since we are talking about Spurs ladies, do you know if Martha Thomas is still injured or is she coming back for the semi-final or what's the status? Because she wasn't in the
Yeah,
Leicester Spurs game the other day.
she picked up an injury, but I think she's going to be okay. She will be okay for the match. Yeah, because she's been firing on all cylinders. And then we got Beth England back, which is a
Oh,
bonus
yeah.
for any team because she's fantastic.
Mm.
Yeah, so and then we got another young striker called Ellie Brazil. She's got my namesake and her surname's Brazil as well. So she got an ACL injury against Man City last season. She had all of the season out, the poor girl, and we'd signed her from Brighton. So she's on the periphery
Mm.
as well. She's a very talented player. So it's looking up at Spurs. We signed a Charlie Grant from an Australian league, and she's very good. And we got Vinberg, who's very good. We've got the
Jessica
little
Nas.
we got a nucleus of a fantastic team. Now I want us to sign Gracie Clinton for Man United because she's on loan. She's just made the England.
Oh, she's
squad
a
as well.
great
Scored on
midfielder.
She's fantastic. She's the best player in terms of technical skill in the team. Even better than Beth England, but Beth England's a striker. She'll score goals for fun. But this Gracie
And there's
Clinton,
another
she's
girl,
special,
Ayane.
very special.
Ayane, what's her name?
But I think Man United are going to want her back. I can see it. They're not going to let us have her. And she's
Ellie,
breaking
there's
into the England team as well.
Ali, there's another girl named Ayane something. Do you know who's that? She's quite good as well.
Who?
Ayane something like Ayane. I can't remember.
Ayane.
Rosella Ayane. She's quite good.
Oh, Rosella! Oh my God, such a good player. Very clever player, intelligent footballer. She is, yeah. But there's so many at Spurs. There's Bissett, who's very good. Naz is hot and cold, but when she's hot, she's fantastic.
Yeah.
Yeah, so it's looking up at Spurs, and the coach Robert Villaham, he's got
Yeah.
them playing some nice football. You know,
Yeah,
we're sixth in the league, only 6 points off top three, so we're not doing too bad. We just got to push a bit harder. Now we've got Beth England, she'll get us the goals that take you over the line and get you the 3 points rather than the 1 point. So I think
No, Ali, we are about 12 points off top three actually.
no, I think
6 points off top
points
four.
6 points off top four. That's what I meant. But actually,
Yep.
it's top three that goes to the Champions League in the
Yeah,
in the
that's what I was
Ladies
gonna
League. There's only 12 teams, which is maybe they can extend it next season and do top four.
And Barcelona
The
win it
league-
every
the
year.
league's got bigger. The league's got bigger because it used to
Well,
be
no,
10, didn't it?
actually, do you know who's got the best record in the Champions League? It's Leon. They've got the best
Oh yeah,
record.
yeah.
they are.
Yeah,
And they were scrapping their team though, weren't they?
yeah.
There was
They're, not,
rumours at the
they're,
time.
they're still good,
What?
Leon, but I think Barcelona are the creme de la creme at the moment, and Wolfsburg are very good as well.
Have they got the
Obviously,
best?
the
Have they got the
English
best
teams are
footballer in the
fantastic.
world, Barcelona, Ellie?
Yeah.
Yes, I think so. No, I
Salma
think it's
Salma Barayuela.
Oh my God, I can't pronounce it.
Salma. Remember when we did the watch along and I said to you, Ellie, watch this young kid for Spain
I
who
know.
only made the squad because Spain's 14 players were on strike. And she made the World Cup
Yeah.
squad. And I said to Ellie, watch this youngster from Barcelona. She's only 19.
Yeah.
She's absolutely fucking brilliant.
Brilliant. Her, do you know, her and Mary Fowler stood out at Australia. She was very good, and I think she's at Manchester City now, if I'm right. Yeah, I think she's at Manchester City. Anyway, regardless, there's a lot of talented players in the Women's League, and like women's football has come up in terms of the technical side of
Yeah.
football, and the
Absolutely.
movement of the ball. It really looks good now. Well,
Yeah,
like
right.
5 or 6 years ago when I used to watch, it was okay, but now it's gone to a new level. The fitness, the
Yeah.
diet, the money.
We were in the
that's being
second
pumped
division
in.
then.
But they
So,
have
some
to
ladies
pump in
can
the
cross
money.
better than Royale, I must say.
They've got to give money more to the grassroots of women's football to get the future
Mhm.
stars up. That's where we're lacking. And Ian Wright
yeah.
made a really good point on Sky Sports when he's on. I love Ian Wright because he really does champion women's football. Yeah, and he's really behind it. He's always at women's matches as well. Yeah, so I think grassroots football. If I'm doing some work for Her Game too as well, which is really, it's an award-winning association which I'm an affiliate ambassador for. So yeah, it's all looking good on the women's side. I'm really proud of our team as
Ryan
well.
G's coming in with Bon Mati, but Bon Mati is just like
Bon
mini
Mati.
mini Iniesta for the women's football, and he's coming in with Alexis Putellas. But these
Yeah.
people are slightly older than Salma Parayuelo. Salma
tell you who-
Parayuelo is here to run and rule football for the
What
next 10
position she
years.
plays in?
Salma, she plays anywhere across the front three.
Yeah, she's
Anywhere,
fantastic.
anywhere.
She's very
She's,
mobile.
she's only 19.
I'll tell you, in
Brilliant.
the England setup though, just picking up the England girls as well, because it can't be all Spain, Jose.
Who's the world champion? Sorry, Ellie, who's the world champions at the moment?
Right, so we've got Lauren James, who's a fantastic footballer. She's James's sister. She scored some worldy goals at the World Cup, but then she did that silly thing where she trod on the girl and it sort of took her off balance a bit. But then we've got Fran Kirby, who's a brilliant midfielder. She is brilliant. She's not the most brilliant to watch, but you know, in terms of technical skill and things like that. But her awareness and her passing is immaculate. And then we've got Lucy Bronze, who I absolutely love. She's blood and thunder, that girl. She's
She's at Barcelona, isn't she?
I love her.
Yeah, she's a-
I think
Lucy Bronze.
brilliant.
She
And
won the
Watch
Ballon
it.
d'Or last season.
Yeah. And then obviously you've got the girl at Arsenal. I
Alicia
can't remember-
Russo.
Yeah, Alicia Rousseau and
Leah
Yeah.
Williamson.
I like Chloe Kelly as well because she's
Yeah,
a
but
QPR
Yeah,
fan.
Chloe is
and
good.
she's
got Leah-
actually,
they got
she
Leah
actually
Williamson at Arsenal,
supports
haven't
QPR like my husband. We found another QPR fan. Sorry about that.
Ella
Tina.
too.
I think you can hear me.
Ella
Good
too.
player.
Ella Toon is good.
Ella too. A good player.
Jesse,
Good player,
the
Ella.
Who was
Leeds
the
have,
one
the Leeds have a ladies team.
Yeah. Like, I've played ladies football for a long time.
Oh,
Played against
wow.
Leeds United women as well.
Then you should do a watch along, I guess.
We do
does. She does
women's watch. I
women's
do
watch-alongs
women's
all the time,
watch-alongs. We
lads.
do it all. I try, but women in Leeds. There's no women content creators for Leeds United.
Oh dear.
It's not. It's very scarce. I'm the only one that actually covers Leeds United. Is in the podcast. It's a very very male-dominated fan
You know
base.
what?
is
Actually,
Leeds.
for Spurs, I would actually love to see the women's win a trophy, and that would actually put the men's team to I think have like sort of like a wake up call at least. Like guys, seriously, the women's from where they have come up, they came from the relegation zone to the championship, and now they are like, to the Premiership, and now they are battling for the trophy like FA Cup. It's a massive achievement for a club like Tottenham. Like as a men's club, we are there, but as a women's club, we are not a good club. If you look at our history, we haven't had good prospects ever, but now we are doing damn good.
I
Speaks
think
loud.
you'll find you'll have fantastic development of the women's game, especially when they do the training centre. I don't know why they couldn't have combined it with the existing one at Hotspur Way. I mean, that's world class there. But I mean, you want to see the facilities there, the indoor pitch and all that, you know. I mean, it's fantastic. They won't let us in though. You can't go and visit. They won't do tours. They might do in the future, but obviously they'll charge us. But
Good
Cruise Hill,
afternoon.
the women will have their
Afternoon
own.
to Renee.
They'll have their own
Renee's
training
just joined
ground.
us.
And no doubt that will be.
Why are you lying for any?
Jesse
Yeah,
got
Renee-
lots of fans.
Renee's no, 'cause these people. Right, if you go to Jessie's channel, you'll see she's got a lot of women.
I give
on her
women a
channel.
voice. Yeah,
Yeah,
I'll
she's got
give
a lot of
women
women
a
on the
voice.
channel, and they're a really solid crowd over at Jessie's channel. And like I said, tonight Jessie's doing a show. It's on at 10 o'clock, and if people are around at that time, have a look at her channel. Have a look at what she does. And then she puts the link out and she brings people on a Saturday night, that is. Everything else, obviously, she plans like we all do as channel content creators. But
What's Leeds running like, Jesse? What's the running like? Is it tough?
We've got Watford a week on Friday, Hull City on the Monday, which I think it'll be a really tough game at home. Then we've got Coventry after that, then Sunderland. So we've got a real rough running at the minute. But Leeds form's good at home. We're unbeaten this season at home, so that's one positive. We did a predictions thing on it last week where I think I've got somewhere where Leeds is rested games. Where we did a prediction. Yeah, I've got it here. So Leeds is last 9 games. We have got Watford, Hull, Coventry, Sunderland, Blackburn, Middlesbrough, QPR. Last game at season, Southampton at home.
Wow, that's one hell of a fixture considering the Championship.
Yeah, we're top at minute. Obviously, Leicester have got a game in hand. If it's Southampton, I've got 2 games in hand. But at the Christmas
I would
period,
love-
17
Leicester
points
this
behind
season?
Leicester.
Have you played Leicester?
Yes.
Have you played
Yeah, we bet
Leicester?
them twice. Yes, we won 1-0 away from home and 3-1 at
Did-
home.
Did Dewsbury Hall play for him? Because we've been linked with him.
Yes, Dewsbury Hall did play. Yes, he did, and he's a good player. A bit like James Ward-Prowse in a lot of ways. And if Leicester don't go up this season, he'll be the first one to go. I know Bournemouth were interested in him in January, and they've just about kept hold of him. But now they're under a transfer embargo, Leicester City.
Midfielders here. We're linked with him. We're linked with. He's had a good first season at Wolves. João Gomez. I think he came from Flamengo, didn't he? At Wolves.
Yeah.
Who's at Blackburn in midfield? Was Dewsbury Hall on loan at Blackpool?
Blackburn.
The guy's just gone to Walton's just gone to Crystal Palace, and from Blackburn. Good player.
I would love for you guys to win the Championship this season because I just freaking hate Leicester. I'm not
The
gonna
Leeds
lie.
were 17 points behind Leicester at Christmas. With everybody wrote
what?
Leeds United off.
Leicester points are so annoying since they won that league, that lucky league sort of, and they are so annoying after that.
Yeah, we've also been linked with Morgan Gibbs White. You watched him this season?
Nottingham Forest.
Yeah.
Yeah, yes, not a bad play. Look, for me, Nottingham Forest, they've already had 4 points.
Play player for them, like Ward-Prowse was at Southampton. You know, he seems to be like when he's on soft, they play well. Forest like. So
I think Forest are in a precarious position of Forest because if Forest get relegated this season, they have got no relegation clauses in their contract. So that means if they go down £100,000, Chris Wood's on. It's a lot of money.
I had a feeling at the beginning of the season that Luton would stay up and everybody poo-pooed me. I said, no. I said, Burnley will go down with Sheffield United. And the third team, you don't know how the points deduction is going to affect Everton either. They could go. Everton could still go. New stadium on the one, they could go. So Everton or Forest, I mean, and I had nothing against Everton, but Forest at 4 points, not so bad if they ain't going to get done again. But Everton, Forest got 4, was 6, 2 cut off because they complied. They were helpful. I see Everton getting more.
From what I'm hearing, it's going to be 4 points for Everton, and that should get announced next week. From what I hear, I've got a couple of friends that are Everton fans. They're saying it's going to be like Notts Forest because they've complied. Now Leicester's a different position. It could be anything up to 12 points for Leicester next season because they haven't complied and they haven't put the books in yet.
Yeah, they've come out with the argument that, well, we're not in the Premier League.
Championship.
You judge us. But the Championship.
But you were in Premiership for 2 seasons. You were in Premiership.
Sorry.
They were in Premiership for 2 seasons, so they know what they had to work towards. You can't go down to Championship this season and say, "Oh no, but we're in Championship now. We're not Premier League club." When you broke the rules, you was a Premier League club, so you have to be punished. You have to be.
How many clubs do get relegated from a Championship?
3 from Championship. I think Rotherham are already gone at minute. By looks of it, Rotherham. I don't see them.
Because one club that I've been looking forward to very much in terms of their development, Plymouth, they have gone up quite a bit over the last few years.
They done well from January till probably mid-Feb for about 6 weeks of this year, and then the results have gone. The last sets of results in the last 4 weeks have gone down to pot. So Plymouth are only just above the relegation zone by a matter of points. It's not
I think
that
they're
far.
safe.
They're not. You'll be surprised with the points that they've got. You'll be surprised. They've been drawn right into it they were getting away from it all, and they've been drawn back into it.
Yeah.
I
So-
actually want us to sign the Plymouth goalkeeper.
Yeah.
He's quite good also.
Man City don't get tried till next season, do they? Autumn time. But so they got to face them 115 charges. I think they'll get relegated, and I think Pep goes then. I think
Plymouth will make it.
Right. Sorry.
I think Plymouth would make it,
Right.
Make it where?
as in make it in the championship next season. I don't think they're.
Morgan
I
Whitaker's
think-
a player for Plymouth. He's a baller. Morgan Whitaker, really good player.
So Elias, right? Rotherham have got
Just
20
gonna nip it
points.
down.
Rotherham have got 20 points in their bottom. Second from bottom, Sheffield Wednesday have 38. Third from bottom, Huddersfield have 39. They're the 3 teams in relegation, right? Then you've got Birmingham City 39, Queen's Park Rangers 40, Stoke, Plymouth on 41, Blackburn 42, and let's say Millwall 43. So all them 7 clubs are within 3 points of the relegation zone. Plymouth are only 2 points above the relegation zone. They were getting away with it for the first 6 weeks of this year, from January to mid-Feb. But now, in the last 3 or 4 weeks, their results have been poor, and they've been drawn right back into it again. Plymouth.
Let's see. From the fixtures, it looks like they may. I mean, maybe that's my gut feeling because I would want them to stay in championship. Yeah.
Is that because of the 2 Spurs boys that play there, or is it because of something?
Not so much. So I like Michael Cooper as a player.
Okay.
And then Ashley Phillips. I want us to sound Michael Cooper. Like I feel that he's a Prem level player, but he has not been scouted for some reason. Like he has been playing for Plymouth. Like he's a damn good goalkeeper.
It is a good question from Kuva. And I'll go to Jesse first with it, right? And then we'll go to Adrian, and then we'll go to Elias. Right, look, he says, if we decide to go crazy and break FFP rules by splurging £300 million on players, which lower table side would you pick to receive the punishment that we should have had?
Everton. For me, Everton. They've rode their luck far too
Leicester.
much of Everton.
No, it's got to be someone in the Premiership. It's lower than us. It's in Premiership.
The current teams. Let me see the annoying ones.
Definitely Everton for me. 100% based on Leeds and Liverpool. They've rode their luck far too much of Everton.
Ooh. And what about you, Adrian?
I would, if I was going to pick one, I'd look down the list to see which ground we have the least success at, and I'd pick a team. Yeah, that's the way I would do it. I'd be ruthless that way. So whoever we've had the worst results against in our time in the Premier League against, I'd pick them. Right.
Okay.
One from below. So
I know who I'm going for.
how
But
about
go on.
West Ham? That would be good, wouldn't it? West Ham, right?
West Ham.
West Ham would be good, wouldn't
All
it?
right.
That's
Who you
fun.
going for, Elias?
Chelsea.
I was actually gonna say
Chelsea.
either Chelsea, or are they a small club? Yeah, they are in a way. Maybe I'll go for. I was thinking of Crystal Palace, Brentford, or
It
Wolves,
says
but
lower,
among them, I
lower
think
table side. So anyone beneath Tottenham, because it's a lower table side. So anyone beneath Tottenham.
Man United then.
or
yeah?
anyone beneath Tottenham. West Ham. Why not West Ham?
Chelsea,
West Ham. But if I would
Man
really go by the smaller clubs, maybe Brentford. I was thinking about Wolves, but Wolves, their fans are quite nice actually,
U.
because they beat us twice this season. But I'll go for Brentford maybe, so that we can get Ivan Toney.
Kuva, I'm going to say Chelsea, mate, all day long, 3 times on a Saturday and 25 times on a Sunday. It's Chelsea for me all day long. Anyone that's lower than us, it's got to be Chelsea all day long for me. James, you
Yeah.
just come in. You see the question? If we decide to go crazy and break FFP rules by splurging £300 million on players, which lower table side, so that means any team beneath Tottenham, would you pick to receive the punishment that we should have had?
You know what? I'm going to say Man United because I flipping hate Man United fans. Yeah.
That would be a chaos.
Yeah.
Imagine
got-
Man
I'd say-
United.
We've come with 5 different answers for Kuva. We've got 5 different answers for him. Scott M is saying Luton Town. He's saying Luton Town, get rid of that garbage from the Premier League. Dakaru is going with Chelsea.
Now, what ground can you go to when you walk through someone's back garden to get into?
Bill is saying Chelsea as well. So Dakar and Bill are both saying Chelsea. Stewie from the disabled team is saying Chelsea as well. And Danny Lee's saying because he fancies being Ryan's mate today, he's going to say Wolves. Graham is saying Graham's going to pick 3 for us. He's got Chelsea, Man U, and West Ham. Wow.
West Ham.
Yeah. Yeah. So that was a good question. Right. Do you know what, guys? I know that Jesse, you're preparing to do a stream, aren't you?
I'm on. I think what time is it? Do you know I've lost track of time? What time is it? Wow. Yeah, I'm live in 2 hours. I know 45.
You've got to get yourself ready. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to end it now. We've been going for 4 hours and 40 minutes. First of all, I'll go around. Jesse, let us know where you're going to be, whereabouts, and how to find you.
If anybody wants to check me out, I'm over at JSY Talks Football. I do streams every day. We have a lot of different variety on. It's a lovely community, so everybody's welcome in. So if you fancy checking me out, please go over to my YouTube page and check me out.
And the YouTube page is here. And what are you doing tonight? Just to people know what you're doing. So your next show is going to be the watch-along for Brazil, correct?
England versus Brazil. That's the ladies' only watch-along that we do with some of my Leeds United co-fans. And then late night live, there'll be a bit of a quiz, and then anybody can join on stream, talk about anything that you want. It's good for people's mental health, and it gets people a voice that don't usually get heard in the YouTube community. So anybody's welcome to join.
So what time? What time is 7 o'clock for the watch-along and 10 o'clock for your show? Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, so there she is. She says, please subscribe to Jess at JSY Talks Football. I'm going to go to James. James, where can we find you next?
It's a good question. I've never been asked this question, as in like, I've only just started doing my own YouTube channel. So at the moment, I'll be in people's chats all the time, but I don't really I'm not really, but the only channel you'll probably find me at is my own, which is James Loves Spurs. So,
right,
whack your link in my chat, because loads of Leeds fans will come over. They're very good, my community. They'll come over and subscribe to you. So just come in tonight and put your link in. If not else, and I'll promote you, mate, and I'll try to get you a few subscribers up.
Right, James is new to this, so what I'll say is James does shorts at the moment. He's been doing shorts. He does short videos before and after games. Is that right, James? When I last looked, it was shorts that you were doing.
Yeah. At the moment, yeah.
He just does shorts. And for the people that are no longer with us at the moment, sorry. So also for Mia, who came on earlier, please subscribe to Spurs Between the Lines, and also to Kuva, who came on earlier from Free Spurs Boys. Adrian, where can we find you next and what you're up to? Let people know what you do as well, because you do quite a big thing as well.
Sorry, hang on. I'm just subscribing to Jess. Right, just subscribe to Jess's chat. You can find me at Adrian_Striker on X Twitter, or you can find me in my group, my Spurs group, Spurs Diehards TTID on Facebook.
And how many people you got in your group now?
13,300, I think, something like that.
13,300. So the group is growing then. It's grown since I've joined, so it's definitely grown. So go Adrian and a lot of people post Tottenham stuff there, but Adrian does write-ups on potential signings, players that we may be looking at. He brings latest news, and he does his own write-ups as well, which he not only puts into the into his Spurs group, but he also puts it on the WhatsApp groups that he's a member of as well. So we're all kept up to date by Adrian when he gets involved. So fantastic, Adrian. And Elias.
You can probably find me later at, I think, with Dan THFC. I think I may be doing a stream with him for the England Brazil watch along.
With who? Sorry,
Dan THFC. Oh, he's changed his name to Dimizi. Dimizi on his Twitch channel. Probably I'll be there. During the week I may be doing streams on when the Dortmund games are back. I'll be probably doing a stream here and there, either a watch along or either I'll do a pre-match show or a post-match. Nothing concrete yet because I've been slagging a bit due to work. Yeah, but yeah, you can find me at Step Up Spurs. By the way, that's my channel.
Yeah, can you put, sorry, because I didn't know, can you put it in a private chat and I'll put the link up on the screen now.
My channel link.
What you got
Step Up
is
Spurs.
what you got here. So, and also, can I say thank you to everyone that's joined us today on this members talk show. It's for Talking Ball. Colin will be pleased with the amount of people that he's gone in. Colin had to go, like I said earlier, because he was absolutely cream crackered. Let me just copy this and send it in. Right, there we go. Right, so also as well, Elias can be found at. Oh, where did it come in at?
In the Tottenham boardroom, as Bill's just said. Yeah.
Where did it go? Did it not just come up? Ooh. Sorry,
You put
bear me a
it in the
second.
private chat. Okay.
No,
Yeah,
I
you put
copied.
it
No.
I did. I
Oh,
do
yeah.
that. Okay, that's what I did. Okay,
Yeah.
that's me. Silly me. Sorry. Let me put it up there. Right. Sorry about that.
Yeah, Monday to Friday I'll be in the Tottenham boardroom, working on the transfers together with Donna. Yeah, and then on weekends I'll be on Talk and Ball at some channels. Yeah.
And there he is. Step Up Spurs for Elias. Yeah. So thank you to everybody that's come in today. And yeah, sorry. Thank you to everyone that's come in today. And thank you very much to all the people that have contributed, that have put the comments in. And I want to thank Kels personally for throwing in the grenades that we had. They all came from Kels. So I've got to say thank you very much to Kels. She threw grenades in, and there was 2 people in the chat that asked, was Kels a real person? because of the grenades. Because of the grenades
Yeah, she
coming
is.
in. So I had to turn around and put a comment in there saying, yeah, Kels is really nice. She is a real person and she's really nice. I had to put it in there because, yeah, people were a bit wary because of the questions she was asking. So big up to you, Kels, for the questions that you've asked.
Jose,
yes, mate.
can you give? I've put in the private chat my WhatsApp. I haven't got. Dan wanted to have my details, Daniel E, and like, can you pass in my phone
I
number?
don't have Danny.
Someone must have it.
Danny only ever comes along here.
Well, my WhatsApp's in the private chat if any of you want it and want the, like, to add the WhatsApp or whatever.
I think
So,
Danny would have to probably message you on X to get it off you, Adrian.
I don't think it's on X or Facebook. All right, doesn't matter. It'll get sorted
Because
out
I
for me.
haven't got no contact with Danny, so I couldn't give him nothing at all, mate. So yeah, thank you very much. You've got Kuva who's subbed to you as well, and he's mentioned you saying big up Jess. We'll be tuning in to 10 p.m. show. Hopefully it's not as rude and as silly as Bobby Kane. Kuva in the game. If you've never seen one of theirs, if you've got time, have a fag and a cup of coffee. Go to that channel, that's Free Spurs Boys, and have a look at one of their shows. All you need to do is listen to 10 minutes of it, and you'll know exactly what it's all about. It is adult only. It's adult only content. So
they do 2 types of shows. So they do an absolute mental one, which is like organized chaos and like human, like it's just
that's putting it mildly.
bedlam. It's absolutely bedlam, and they do the occasional sensible talk show. You know what I mean, about football. So.
Ryan James has subbed to you. Bill's tuning into you tonight at 10 o'clock, Jess.
Beautiful.
And then you've got Rob Belcher's come in saying, big up, Jess. I have to thank Eltel Cockerel for plugging your channel. It's a great watch. Thank you very much, Rob.
Yeah, Rob.
I'm glad that you've gone over there. Rob. And it is. Renee is saying Kels is the best. Yeah, she is, Renee. And so are you. You're a good girl as well. And Dakara says, I've seen Kels on Jess's channel. She's either real or a very, very good AI construct. No, she's real. She's real. And then you've got, Cooper saying, big up, Kels. I enjoyed your grenades too. so I think Kels might not be in now, but tell her from us, we enjoyed the grenades. But with that, everyone, thank you very much for tuning in. It's been absolutely brilliant to see you all. in the chat, and to the panel, I can't do nothing but thank you all as well. So thank you all for your time. And what I will do is I'll play us out with Colin's song. If I can find it, that is. Where has he put it? Here we go.
My team has got James Madison. James Madison is what we need. Whoa, thank God we got James Madison. This kid plays ball like you would never believe.